Bro, listen. I have to spoil something about this series that will take the experience from just okay to let him cook. This is one of those VR manhwas, like Shangri-La, and the problem with those is that it always feels like nothing is really at stake, right? It's a game, dies, he respawns, so who cares? That's where the spoiler comes in. Because this super modern VR capsule everyone's plugged into is actually a gateway connected to other worlds. Nobody knows it, but every NPC getting cut in half is real. Every server is a real place, and the strongest being roaming those worlds is our protagonist. They call him the King of Violence, SS-class solo ranker. No guild, no team, no friends. Just one man roaming around and destroying every single player, all by himself. Guilds would send 50, 100, even 100 people to jump him, and bro would take down at least 10 top rankers before going down. This guy was a mix of faker and the mustache guy, genocide and gaming. But every solo legend attracts enemies, and his was a guild that could only stop him by gathering around 300 players and unloading every overpowered item and skill they had at the exact same time. Their leader is this bargain bin, big-eared Sung Jinwoo. His name is Odin, King of Creation, ranked #1 in the world. He had to gather every single hunter, use the most overpowered items, and set the dirtiest trap, but in the end, his crew killed Rokun, not just once, but 8 times, since every death stripped levels from him, until the King of Violence wasn't even on the rankings anymore. On the last one, Odin looked down at my bro sitting at 2% HP, surrounded by the strongest players alive, and offered him a spot in the guild. Out of pity, Rokun laughed in his face and promised to destroy him one day. So Odin deleted him. Rokun doesn't know it yet, but the nickname King of Violence was given to him because he's actually a real menace. Who thinks he's out there deleting pixels, not lives? Then he wakes up the next day feeling depressed, ready to deal with normal problems like rent, but something feels off. His capsule is gone, and the room looks wrong. He runs to a store, and his friend looks at him like he's insane, telling him it's 2021. He's 3 years in the past, and the game hasn't even launched yet. Bro's first theory? Odin trapped him in an illusion. So he stands in the middle of the street, screaming Odin's name like a lunatic, until the police drag him away. He gets released with a warning and maximum embarrassment. Still not convinced, he moves on to plan B, running face first into a pole to wake himself up. Pure Looney Tunes behavior. But now he's sure he really went back in time. And this is where you see why this man was ranked #1. No crying, no existential crisis. He walks straight into a gym and starts destroying a punching bag with a fighting style nobody in the room has ever seen. Of course they haven't. It was his own fighting style, perfected back when he was the best in the world. He knows that once the Lord launches, martial arts will matter to everyone because players will die constantly, even against weak monsters, if they can't control their bodies. They were used to playing with only a keyboard and mouse, but all of that was about to change. That's why understanding and mastering your own body was the most important thing. By now, he has accepted that he returned 3 years to the past, and in 1 month, the game will launch. So now he's set on revenge against all those bastards. He'll make them pay. 1 month later, he finally returns to the Lord. They ask for his name, and he proudly answers that he is Rokun. Then, as soon as he enters, he runs into a goblin attack. Even though this is only a tutorial, many players die, and when a level 2 goblin comes at him, he kills it with 1 punch, declaring that the King of Violence is back. Then Rokun earns a major title right from the start, and we learn his plan. Instead of following the normal RPG route and hunting monsters, Just to level up, he'll go after something harder. The toughest achievements. Starting in the tutorial, he's supposed to simply flee the village during the goblin attack, but he won't. Thanks to information from an old player named Tolkien, he knows the mission hides something more. The real goal isn't just escaping, but wiping them out perfectly. So that's the strategy he'll use from the future to clear this tutorial. While the village is being slaughtered by goblins, a girl runs from two of them when Rokan appears, kills both, and advances the mission. Now he has to defeat 25 goblins. He needs to face them one at a time or ambush them at the right moment. His current count is 9, but he knows that once only a few remain, they'll gather around their boss. So he needs a new plan. He reaches a potion shop, but the moment he enters, he has to kill 3 goblins and drops to just 20% health. Luckily, after drinking a healing potion, he's as good as new. Then he hears a shout and figures it must be about him. They're looking for him, and soon the order comes to kill Rokan. But he was waiting for that. He activates his backup plan by stacking magic potions for dexterity and strength, powering himself up until the goblins are nothing to him. He starts tearing through every single one after another, and the game rewards him with a new achievement, Natural Fighter. He still doesn't level up, but his strength and endurance now match level 10. A few goblins are still left, and he wants to test his new power. Ripping Goblin heads off in seconds, but he gets careless for a moment, and the level 15 goblin boss attacks. Raikwan takes the first hit and starts dodging the boss's repeated swings, surprised by its strength. Still, he fights with excitement, certain he has already figured out its pattern. He dodges, moves in, and aims a killing blow at its head, but he actually misses because the goblin reads his move and only loses an ear. Then it grabs Rakan and slams him hard into the ground, leaving him at just 20% health. The goblin boss prepares to finish him, but Rokan dodges and backs off, realizing he can't beat this goblin with his current level and gear. So he knows exactly what to do. He shouts out his next move, a swift strategic retreat. That only makes the goblin angrier, while our guy screams for his life, baiting the goblin into chasing him toward a house, while suffering from the game's hyper-realism. Then he pulls out option 3, a fire-resistant scroll, which lets him resist flames for 10 minutes. Now he just has to lure the goblin inside, but it arrives before he even needs to call it. Rokan jokingly asks if they can talk things out, but the creature only attacks. In the end, our guy can't fully block the final strike, and he falls into critical condition. Desperate, he throws his axe, but misses, realizing he got too overconfident. The goblin turns, and the axe knocks down a support beam. At the same time, Rokan jumps out a window, flips it off as a farewell, and the goblin boss never notices that it has just dug its own grave. Rakan's strategy works. He used the environment, but it still bothers him because he hates relying on someone else's tactics to win. Even so, he once again swears revenge on Odin, and the game rewards his insane victory with 3 new titles: Descendant of David 17-1, and the title Nothing is Impossible, plus mystery chests, and Pandoro. His new skills come with extra perks, like getting along better with NPCs and leveling up more easily, while boosting his combat stats against stronger enemies. His defense improves too, and all that's left is opening the chests. Then, full of excitement and nostalgia, he arrives at the starting city, Pocket City, and finds it packed with new players. He thinks that somewhere in the crowd are future Ragnarok members he wants revenge on. But he remembers that Odin still needs to earn his title as king of creation and build his group of loyal, top-ranked followers. That won't happen for another 2 years. For now, Rakan only wants to grow stronger, so that when he sees them again, he can crush them like roaches. And luckily, an old man with far too many muscles and a flirty expression offers to train him at his camp. Rakan agrees, and the flirty old man ends up liking him too, so he gives him a discount. Now begins the next part of the plan, the training grounds, where hitting dummies earns 1 experience point. To level up that way, though, you'd have to hit them for days. For most players, that's useless, since NPC quests give more experience, money, and food. That's why nobody trains there for more than 2 hours. But Rakan has a different goal. With 1 punch, he sends a dummy's head flying, because his objective is clear: raise his strength, durability, and stamina through training alone. Even when the others call him an attention seeker and leave for their quests, he keeps going until he destroys every training dummy. He shouts with excitement after maxing out his endurance. The strength he built at the training field pays off too, and he earns 2 new titles that boost his power even further. Those gave him strength and dexterity points, something normal quests couldn't do. So he decides it's time for the next step. Before that, the flirty old man suddenly turns serious and tells him to follow if he wants to reach a higher level. So Rakan follows him into a hidden underground passage, a secret place he never even knew existed. Something like this gets him excited to see what's there, but that excitement quickly dies when he realizes the secret training is just more dummies. The old man explains that these aren't normal targets. They move just like real people, and Rakan could even die in there, especially since he isn't even level 10 yet. If he enters, he only gets 1 chance. That only fires him up again. He sees it as a fun challenge, so he throws himself into the fight. He uses his own fighting style, but barely slips away from their attacks and quickly realizes they're much tougher than they look. That only makes him even more excited. And with a grin, he heads right back into battle. 5 days pass like that, and when the room finally opens, one last dummy crawls forward and moves until Rakan finishes it off and walks out victorious, now level 10. His stats are pushed to the limit, and he also gains a new epic title, Unbreakable Resolve. He's thrilled because in his old life, it was much harder to obtain. Now fully committed, he moves on to the next stage, the great city of Kato. There, he heads to a huge castle to look for berserker work. After a pretty interesting conversation, they accept him, and just like that, he earns the title of berserker. His level resets to 1, but he keeps his stats, and he also gets a free weapon. Rakan chooses an axe, then starts practicing his fighting style with it. That amazes the berserker who hired him, and Rakan nods, knowing this is exactly what he needed. It suits him perfectly. Now his first move as a berserker is to go as deep into debt as possible, so he can buy books and learn skills. But after borrowing the money, he notices a quest and asks the old man if he knows anything about Wild Wind. The old man has no idea. Later, in his thoughts, Rakan keeps wondering about that Wild Wind quest because the skill never appeared in the original game. Still, he can't accept the quest yet, so for now he puts it aside and focuses on maxing out his berserker skill. To do that, he needs someone to take him to the orc camp, but nobody wants to go except one knight, a level 25 guy who really loves money. Rakan takes one look at him and turns him down, thinking he's just a show-off. The knight's ego takes a hit, so he uses detection to check Rakan's level, a move that's basically seen as an insult. Even then, the protagonist doesn't react, not even when the knight mocks him for being only level 1. Seeing how smug he is, Rokan challenges him to a duel. Whoever wins gets 15 silver coins. The knight thinks it's a joke, but Rokan's attitude gets under his skin so badly that he accepts, putting all 15 coins officially on the line. The knight tells him to come closer, treating him like trash and a pest. Around then, a random adventurer party passes by and notices that a crowd is focused on the duel. The knight, wearing top-grade armor and high-quality weapons, asks if Rokan really won't wear any armor. Seeing how calm he looks, the knight curses him for being a stupid, arrogant fool. Then he rushes in, already growing desperate. Every strike hits nothing but air, again and again. He's shocked by Rokan's speed, but still thinks he's just level 1. Then the MC, with a single punch, smashes the knight's helmet and follows up with a brutal hit that destroys most of his armor, while everyone watches in shock. Rokan yells that he's an idiot. His level is 1 because he reset, but he already pushed his stats to the limit. His real power is above level 50, so nobody should judge others by what they see at first glance. Everyone is stunned, because a level 1 player shouldn't be this strong. Rokan likes his new power, but he still has a travel problem. Then that same random party from before, a knight, a mage, and a healer, offers to take him. At first, Rokan isn't sure, but when he checks their levels, they're 35 and 32, solid numbers, and the team is well balanced. So he accepts, warning them that he isn't going as a client and won't fight at all. They head into the forest carefully, and when they reach the first obstacle, they throw out a piece of meat and manage to slip past without alerting anyone. Rokan is impressed. He thought they were amateurs, but they clearly know what they're doing. Still, the entrance they planned to use has a guard at it, so they decide to use their silencer strategy, pulling it off in just a few seconds, taking him out without making a sound. That gets him inside the orc camp. The knight warns him to be careful, but he casually pays them. The woman can't understand it. Is he really going in alone? That camp is far too dangerous. When he says yes, they finally leave, and as they go, the healer wonders why they abandoned the kid. The mage can only guess he has a death wish, maybe because he's too weak to keep playing. But the knight isn't convinced that Rokan wants to die. Just by looking at him, he can tell there's a plan. He just doesn't know what it is. Meanwhile, the protagonist reaches the center of the orc plaza with a secret he learned from the future and shouts that he demands a duel with the strongest one, appealing to the orcs' pride. His goal isn't to level up, but to earn titles connected to legendary figures. The orcs are shocked that a human knows about their honor. That gives Rokan the advantage, because now he can fight them one at a time. But all his courage disappears when the first one to step forward is the actual orc chief. Rokan knows the chief is far beyond his power. He has no chance of defeating him. Luckily, the other orcs interrupt, saying they need to test whether the human is even worthy before the chief fights. They convince the chief, so his opponent becomes Yahello, a rank 4 orc. That brings Rokan's confidence back, though he also feels embarrassed. How could he think like that? Was he really happy to face someone weaker? Scoffing at himself, he puts his points into strength and dexterity, then tells the orc to begin, and even declares to the orc chief that he will die today. That provokes Yahello, who charges straight in, but his axe is stopped in a clash of power, making him realize he underestimated the human. So he uses his war cry, which lowers his enemy's abilities. Even so, to his surprise, Rakan still looks confident as he attacks. Callow had taken Rakan for an arrogant human and swings his axe, but every blow is dodged. He can't understand it. Even though his skill worked, he still can't do anything. He demands to know why the human is winning. Rakan tells him that his attack patterns are easy to read, just like the rest of his kind. That only makes the orc angrier. But once again, his axe is stopped. Rakan leaps into the air and activates his axe skill, saying that thanks to Callow, he'll be able to defeat the chief. Axe of Final Judgment. With that, Rakan earns a new achievement, and his plan is going perfectly. The achievements he needed to defeat the chief are ready, so now he plans to take the stat and level boost. But the system tells him there won't be any level up this time because first he has to finish the warrior's honor quest. Since the orc gave him that challenge, he must follow the warrior's honor path to the end, which means he now has to face the final boss with his starting strength. He figures this was all part of that idiot's plan. The chief laughs. Rakan asked for a battle of honor, so now he has to accept the result. The MC knows the odds are against him. He even thinks that if he dies, maybe he'll still receive the old rewards, but then he gets angry at himself again. Why is he even thinking about losing? He's Rakan, the king of violence. The orc laughs too, calls him a truly entertaining human, and agrees to fight him. He lets out a roar toward the sky and activates his berserker skill, boosting all his stats for 10 minutes. Overflowing with power and excitement, Rakan says this is exactly why he'll never stop being a berserker. That surprises the chief, who gets annoyed that the protagonist was hiding his power. Rakan rushes in immediately, but the strike is blocked by the chief. The MC notices that the madness from his berserker state has eased a little thanks to his new skills. Knowing the state only lasts 3 minutes, he uses all his speed to unleash a chain of attacks until one finally lands, shocking the orcs. Even then, the chief doesn't seem hurt. Still, Rakan's storm of blows keeps coming, but he's outmatched in strength and toughness, only leaving scratches, so he decides to aim for a critical hit. The moment he thinks of it, the chief reacts, and with a single blow, shatters Rakan's axe. He barely survives, with 30% HP left and only 80 seconds of berserker remaining. He drops to his knees, angry at himself for getting careless, while the orc looks disappointed that all that spirit amounted to nothing. That makes Rakan laugh nervously. He complains that the chief should have accepted his challenge from the start, instead of waiting until he wore himself out. To the chief, those are nothing but desperate excuses. Rakan knows he's right and feels disgusted with himself, but his desire for revenge against Ragnarok pulls him back to his feet. He charges straight in again, without even trying to dodge, while his health drops, little by little. The chief sees it as one last desperate move, but Rakan just yells at him to shut up. Certain of victory, the chief pummels the protagonist and lands a hit that leaves him on the verge of game over. But with his life that low, a new sacred state awakens. Rakan laughs as the chief moves in for the finishing blow. Right then, the skill Unbreakable Resolve activates, giving him a 50% boost to all stats right before death. With that new surge of power and only 30 seconds of berserker left, Rakan launches into another relentless assault. The orc responds with a defensive skill that covers him in steel, but it still isn't enough, because Rakan smashes apart his sword in one hit, and then, with his strike skill, lands a boosted blow that completely destroys the orc chief, who begins to fade away, ashamed that he lost to a human. Rakan simply tells him he kept his word and wiped him out, smiling The orc finally acknowledges the MC as a worthy warrior. That leaves the other orcs shocked and impressed. They praise him so much that he starts feeling embarrassed, even as his ego swells. Then he remembers that his berserker skill is almost over. So before the madness kills him, he drinks a couple of potions. Now he can finally check his new titles in peace. Orc Chief defeated at Level 1 boosts his strength and powers up his critical hits. He also gets the honorary orc title, which makes the orcs like him a lot. That helps prevent them from hunting him down. But it also means he won't gain any experience from killing them. Rakan hates that and asks to fight them anyway, but they remind him that he's an honorary orc now. That ruins his leveling plan, though earning the orcs' trust could help later. A loud, cheerful group of orcs sees him off from the village, and that's how Rakan heads back to the city, happy about gaining 20 levels in just 2 fights, even though he's still annoyed that he couldn't wipe out more orcs. In the end, he decides to let it go and uses the time to learn some side skills. First, he learns how to make a clean cut of meat, planning to trade the meat and monster parts from the beasts he hunts for extra money. Then, by reading, he learns first aid, so he can save money on potions for minor injuries. He ends his trip with a stop at the blacksmith to repair his new orc weapon, and now the game's new main quest finally begins. This new main mission begins in the city sewers, a place that smells terrible and makes everyone want to leave quickly. Still, he has to kill as many rats as possible to claim the reward. It's a pretty pathetic quest, especially after his huge battles, but matters because it's one of the 10 required missions needed to move forward in the main story. So, instead of complaining, he decides to finish it quickly. Luckily, giant mutant rats start appearing, and for him, they're easy to kill. Even so, that doesn't make them any less disgusting to him. Then an entire swarm appears, and that gets Rokan excited. He starts wiping them out one after another until he reaches 200 kills, earning the Rat Hunter title. But that still isn't the real target. Something worse is behind all of this, infecting the rats. Right then, the area boss appears, a level 25 giant rat. That spreads the plague. It lets out a harsh growl, but Rokan is more bothered by how disgusting it looks, so he wants to kill it quickly. Still, the rat boss's tail catches him off guard, and he barely dodges a string of attacks until he gets sick of it, and with one clean swing cuts off the tail, making the rat shriek. Rokan moves in for its neck, but first, a cloud of poison bursts out of the rat. He takes a deep breath and uses his war cry to blow it away while lowering the boss's stats. Using his axe like a fan, he avoids part of the poison and closes in on the rat, marking the center of its spin as the target for his critical hit. Even after that heavy blow, the giant rat heals quickly, which only fires Rokan up more, and he challenges it to keep fighting. The rat charges him with an attack he easily dodges. Then, using his strike skill, he tries to end it there, but the rat is tougher than expected, which puts a grin on Rokan's face. He keeps pressing the attack, and it all ends with a proud victory over the rat's head, which keeps trying to attack, even without its body, so Rokan crushes it. He gets a message saying his level increased, and as a reward he is now immune to poison. But he still isn't done, so he uses his butcher skill to carve up the rat until he finds the plague jewel, which drains his health every 10 seconds, until it's cured. That doesn't surprise Rokan, since he already knew about from the future. Even so, he hurries back to the city, first taking the rat tails to claim his reward. While he's there, he tries to sell the cursed jewel, but the knight sees how infected it Izen decides to send him to Sir Storin so he can cleanse it that annoys Roken now he's dying and trapped in another forced quest. Luckily, the knight isn't a bad guy. He gives him some healing potions and suggests taking a bath. Roken walks through the city, spreading that awful smell all the way to the tall Mage Guild tower. That annoys him, since berserkers don't get nice castles, but he drops the complaint when he remembers the plague. So he heads inside and enters, where he meets an old wizard who also tells him to take a bath. Annoyed, Roken explains that he came to deliver the jewel. The mage immediately asks for it, but Roken doesn't trust him. Even though his life is fading, he refuses to hand it over unless the old man proves he's really Sir Storin. Even while threatening him with his axe, Roken is ready to attack and test whether he's really the first-rate mage he claims to be. But before the blow lands, the mage stops him and reveals that it was only an illusion meant to test novice mages. He's shocked that a berserker noticed the trick, though Roken really just followed the instructions from the tutorial guide. The truth is, he actually thought the real mage was a little bird in the corner. Still, he earns a new achievement, one that sees through lies, making him resistant to illusions and allowing him to summon a little bell that works as a lie detector. Storin tells him to hand over the jewel if he wants to live, but Roken would rather play with his new toy first. He summons the bell to confirm that this really is the mage. Once that's settled, he hands over the jewel and Storin gives him a healing potion that fully restores him. As the mage studies the jewel, he asks Roken where he found it. The protagonist explains that it was mutating the rats and could kill humans. From that, Storin realizes the goal was never to create mutant rats, but to infect people. Storin's sharp deduction surprises Roken, though he knows the mage is right, because that's exactly how the first main story mission goes. A mysterious group spread a plague through the sewers and across the city, forcing players to clear 10 chained quests from hell to find the cure. But since he uncovered it early, Roken thinks he may have skipped all of that, while the mage takes the news to the guard captain. Then Storin tells the protagonist to return in 2 days. That becomes a new quest, and when the mage leaves, the MC is left wondering what to do next, since he may have just changed the game. As he walks out of the tower, a message appears in the sky saying the first part of the main story has been cleared by a player and is now cancelled. For everyone else, meaning only he can access that mission now. His new plan is to keep leveling up over the next few days, so he heads to a gloomy place, a graveyard that seems empty, unless you know the secrets from the future. After searching around, he finds a wooden leg. It says to return it to its owner, the graveyard keeper. But if he does that, the old man only yells at him. So thanks to the guides, he knows what he really needs to do. The leg is actually a key that opens a tomb and leads him into a dungeon, which earns him the Seeker title. It boosts his vision and night sight, and also marks valuable items with light, which will help him find treasure. He enters the dungeon, and his first concern is virtual ghosts, but none show up. Instead, there's only a giant skeleton, which he kills easily. Then many more appear, and Roken smashes them down the moment they stand up. Even though he finds them annoying, he still prefers them to rats. To speed things up, he pushes his stats to the limit, aiming to clear every enemy and reach level 30. So his run through the dungeon continues, cutting down hundreds of skeletons. They start getting boring, but that changes when the dungeon boss appears. It attacks, but Roken drops it in just a few moves, reducing it to a pile of bones and reaching level 30. Happy to be done smashing endlessly reviving skeletons, he finally checks his rewards. A lot of money, plus plenty of skeleton armor sets that players really want, so he's set to make a great profit. And like someone who knows the future, He plans to reinvest it in the safest options. He also wants to sell the dungeon's location to a guild. After that, he returns to the main story and goes back to the old man, who apologizes for sending him away so quickly before. Rakan asks whether they found the people responsible, but there has been no progress. That makes sense, since finding the culprits is one of the game's main missions. Even though he could investigate, the mage first shows him a green jewel called Memories of the Earth, which they plan to study. But before that, Storin gives the protagonist another task. Rakan knows he has to complete the mission, so now he needs orc warrior blood and wild warrior blood. That will be difficult because of his trust title. With the orcs, he can't hunt them, and asking for blood is even worse. Even so, he quickly heads to the orc camp. They recognize him right away and warmly welcome him. Roken tries asking for it politely, like a donation, but to the orcs, that's shameful. Blood can only be spilled in battle. Roken doesn't care, so he gets angry. With no other choice, he changes his plan and simply asks to borrow an orc's axe. Then he leaves with a cruel smile while the village happily sees him off. Roken complains about having to protect their honor, but his plan is already in motion. So he heads to the wildling village, where he throws the borrowed axe. A wildling angrily dodges it. Rokan kills him with ease, takes his blood, and leaves the body beside the orc axe. He explains that wildlings are powerful half-human beings, and they already have territorial disputes with the orcs, so he plans to start the future war between the two tribes early. The next step is returning to the orc village and throwing the wildling sword. That frightens the orcs, who see it as an attack. Rakan arrives right afterward to stir up the coming war even more, pushing them toward a direct attack, a fight he'll gladly join. That leads the new orc chief to step forward, raise his sword, and lead the orcs into war. That puts a wicked smile on Rakan's face. So the orcs march out, hungry for blood through the forest. Some humans spot them from afar and panic at how enraged the orcs look, unsure whether to run or hide. Then, they notice Rakan in the distance, marching alongside the orcs. One of those humans is the knight Rakan taught a lesson earlier, so out of fear, he decides to run as fast as he can. But an orc appears behind him, and chaos erupts. Rakan notices them and realizes it's the same knight he defeated earlier with his partner badly beaten on the ground. The knight begs the MC to save him, while another orc gets angry that he touched one of their own and smashes his nose with one punch. With a cruel grin, Rakan pretends he doesn't even know the guy. He leaves the rest to the orcs, and the desperate knight tries to fight back, but it clearly does nothing. Then the war against the savages finally begins, turning into a brutal clash. The orcs push forward with one goal: wipe out every savage till none remain. Meanwhile, Rakan moves across the battlefield without joining the fight, collecting blood from wounded orcs. He admits he really did make them furious. And even though he caused it himself, that only makes him happier as he prepares to use the chaos. Then he unleashes a war cry that affects several savages, leaving them stunned by his power. They rush him immediately, but Rakan bursts forward at full speed, cuts through the middle of them with his axe, and keeps shouting for the savage chief, grinning like a maniac. He remembers that this war wasn't only for orc blood. He could have gotten that by pretending to be a savage. He did all of this because what he really wanted was their chief. Getting close to him was difficult, so Rakan used the honorable orcs to create an opportunity for a one-on-one fight. He searches all across the battlefield and finally spots him in the distance. He gets ready as the leaders of both tribes are already fighting. The savage chief is clearly winning and moves in to finish the orc leader, but then a flying axe cuts in and kills the other chief instead. That only excites the savage even more. while Rokan steps in with another attack, using Strike. The chief barely manages to block it, but the hit sends him flying, badly injured. He crashes hard into a wall and loses an arm. Even so, Rokan is annoyed. He wanted to take both. Now the chief is surrounded by every remaining orc because they've already killed all of his followers. He's the only one left. Still enraged, he tries to fight back, but Rokan finishes him with the final blow. That victory earns him a new title for defeating both forest chiefs. Conqueror of the Forest boosts his strength and dexterity and gives him even larger stat boosts while he's in the woods. As the orcs roar in victory, the protagonist checks another title, Black Curtain. It raises his intelligence and grants him a new skill, Identity Disguise. He's a little surprised that the game also counted the orc chief as his kill, since the orcs were supposed to be his allies. Maybe the game still sees them as enemies. After that, the orcs decide to finish off the few surviving savages and head home. Rokan thinks they're enjoying themselves way too much, but he has to return to the old man. Back at the tower, Storian is shocked that he completed the mission so quickly. That earns the MC the title First Apprentice of Storian, which raises his stats. Now he receives another mission from Storian to deliver the improved antidote to Materian in a new city called Trinsic. After that, Rokan finally logs out and returns to the real world. He complains about the time limit, only 5 hours per game session, and decides to use the break to check social media, especially his post about selling dungeon information. The post is getting a lot of hate. Most people think it's fake, but luckily, a player who is also a YouTuber for a gaming magazine known for investigating hidden dungeons, named Raw, says it could possibly be real. That keeps Rokan from being branded a liar and brings in a flood of offers. But with his knowledge of the future, he already knows who he wants to trust. The best choice is the MP Guild, also known as Ways to Play, a guild that trains beginners and punishes player killers, which gave them a good reputation. So, he contacts their leader and sets up a meeting. Even so, Rokan has the strange feeling that everything is going too smoothly and wonders whether he should speed things up so he'll be ready to face the trauma waiting in his future. In the end, though, he chooses to keep moving calmly and heads out in real life to buy supplies. He walks down an unusually empty street because almost everyone is busy playing the game when he notices a couple nearby. The girl recognizes him immediately, but it takes Rokan a moment to realize she's Lim Sohee, his ex who cheated on him and dumped him. After more than 3 years, he'd almost forgotten her. For her, though, it's only been 4 months, and he quickly notices the guy standing beside her, figuring that must be her new boyfriend and probably a player too, since that's her type. That annoys him. His ex suggests that her boyfriend could help him in the game if he just asked. Rokan steps forward and asks for the guy's alias. The answer's Philip. Since the protagonist has never heard that name before, he assumes the guy must be pretty weak, so he turns to leave. Still full of himself, he says maybe he'll help them in the game someday, leaving the couple annoyed by how arrogant he sounds. Back in the game, he heads to a meeting at the cemetery where the buyer is waiting. Rokan uses the chance to test his new identity disguise skill, which lets him change his appearance for an hour. Then the deal begins. The knight asks to see the dungeon first, but Rokan wants an advance payment and even lets them scan him to build trust. Once they hand over the money, he shows them the dungeon's mechanism, then walks away feeling rich. He does feel a little guilty for squeezing so much money out of that guild's future, even though they could have paid with real money too. Still, he puts that aside and focuses on his mission to reach Trinsic. The problem is that the journey is incredibly realistic and takes forever. By the time he's close, the long walk has nearly worn him out. Still, he stays cautious. If he gets a game over here, he'll respawn in the last city. And right then, 3 players appear. They're from the PK Guild, the Blood Hunters, and their red eyes show that they've killed players before. They offer him a friendly talk. Rakan is willing to hear them out, but by talk they mean a fight. The raiders see how happy he looks and decide that he's completely insane. Roken makes them an offer instead. Give him 1 piece of gear, and he'll let them leave, using the same kind of deal they usually force on others, killing players to take items they can't obtain any other way. They yell that he's a crazy loudmouth because if he loses, he'll have to make the entire journey again. Roken is honestly glad the deal fails, though he never planned to negotiate in the first place. The raiders attack. The biggest one charges first, but Roken dodges him. He immediately goes all in against him, but he gets stopped by the smaller raider's shield skill. That leaves him exposed and off balance, barely slipping past their attacks, until the archer fires a chain of arrows. Roken tries to dodge them, but many still hit him. He pauses to analyze the fight. He can't win normally from either long range or up close because of their skills and how well they work together. So he changes tactics, throwing his other weapons, 2 flying axes, which forces the shield user back, and he calls for the big guy to attack. Roken waits for him and drives a blow straight into his stomach, then finishes him with the axe. Next he goes after the archer, who tries to respond by firing again, but Roken catches the arrows with ease and closes the distance, telling him that if he wanted to kill him, he should have done it while Roken was still playing around with the big guy. Then he smashes the bow. The archer pulls out a knife to keep fighting, and the protagonist responds by grabbing him and tearing off his arm. He even takes pride in how real the pain feels in the game. The shield raider tries to use his shield to knock Roken down with a powerful shove, but the MC stops it with 1 hand. He knows the only reason he struggled earlier was the reflection effect. There's no way this guy can match his strength. Roken's attitude terrifies the shield user, who starts shaking and calls him a monster. He rejects that label. To him, they were simply too weak. Then he sends the shield user to game over. Behind him, the archer tries to run for his life. Roken notices, but he doesn't feel like wasting any more energy, so he saves time instead. The archer starts feeling safe because nobody is chasing him, but then rock crashes down with a huge impact, leaving Roken thrilled by how fun player battles are. After that, he collects his rewards, experience points, and plenty of loot. Even so, the protagonist thinks all of this could have been avoided if they had just listened and walked away. He's saying that for a hidden raider watching from behind the trees. The raider steps out, frightened by the threat, and asks Roken who he is, but the MC knows the guy still won't recognize his name. He also notices that the raider doesn't have the same red eyes as the others, so he decides to leave him alone, assuming he must be weak, but the guy uses scan to check Roken's name and level. He's shocked that someone at level 35 defeated his level 40 teammates and starts thinking the protagonist must be a hacker. That annoys the MC, so he takes him out with 1 hit and keeps moving toward the city. It turns out to be more crowded than he expected for a city meant only for level 40 players. That makes him realize just how popular the game is becoming. At last, he reaches the mage, and heads straight to a magic item shop, where he quickly asks for a rune book. With it, he'll be able to travel to 5 different locations. It costs 5 gold coins, which is a fortune in this world. So he figures those raiders from before were carrying a lot of money, since each one had one. After that, he visits an NPC named Materian and hands over the antidote for the plague. But Materian doesn't trust him at first, so he gives Roken a test bring back witch elixir from the forest. He can't refuse because it's part of the main story, but he knows Materian is a shady NPC who sends people on all kinds of jobs for side experiments, not the main one, so he decides to skip the quest by using his money to buy everything from the item auction. Then he quickly returns to Materian with a bag full of ingredients, including many things Materian needed but never actually asked for. By doing this, Rockin earns Materian's respect, gets a bonus, and then receives a harder mission. Bring him the blood and heart of a forest lizardman. That catches Rockin off guard, since he couldn't find the item in any auction, and the only way to get it is by defeating the level 80 lizard boss. He can't do that yet, so he decides to work on the city's side quests instead. The first one he chooses comes from a player who will be called Crazy in the future. That player found a clue hidden in the city's fountain, where a statue pointed toward the location of a dungeon. Following the clue, Rockin reaches the area. Still, he can't find anything, but thanks to his hidden title, a light points out a concealed item. It's the key that opens the dungeon door, and with that, his new path begins. But it isn't like the story he heard. The route keeps going up and down, and he starts thinking the player who shared the information lied to hide the real dungeon. Before he can go any farther, his first mission begins, the level 1 trial. It starts with a giant boulder right in front of him, rolling straight toward him. Caught off guard with nowhere to run, Rakan has no choice but to stop it with his bare hands, pushing his stats to the limit. Even so, the boulder drags him a long distance before he finally stops it. He's completely exhausted, loses a ton of health, and the trial still isn't over. The only way forward is uphill, so now he has to push the boulder up the slope. The whole way, he complains about this stupid test until he finally reaches the end, and suddenly his attitude changes completely. Now he's bragging that it was easy. Next comes his second test, Wisdom. This time, Roken doesn't get careless, so he throws a stone down the hallway. It immediately gets struck by a storm of arrows. He realizes the challenge is figuring out where to step without setting off the traps, but that isn't really his specialty. So he activates Berserker mode and charges through the hall. But the farther he goes, the more arrows start flying, so he uses Dash. Even that doesn't seem like enough, and he keeps taking damage, forcing him to block arrows with his axe until he reaches the end and clears the test. By then, his body is full of arrows, and he's almost at game over, so he has to heal before moving. On to Trial 3, the Test of Temptation. Here, the dungeon is supposed to show him his greatest desires, like beautiful women, piles of treasure, or massive feasts. He's actually looking forward to it, but Unbreakable Resolve cancels all mental effects, so he clears the level automatically. Now disappointed, he keeps walking across the bridge, but stops on the other side and rings his bell of truth to check whether this is the correct path. The surprising answer is no, confirming what he suspected. The player who discovered the dungeon lied about part of it, so Rokan starts searching for a hidden passage, which he finds by awkwardly falling right into it. Inside, he finds a lion, helmet glowing with magic, which unlocks a new quest, the Lion King's Seal, where he must find the Lion King's armor. He already has the helmet, and it boosts his strength and defense. It also powers up Warcry, making him think the full armor set might raise him by 100 or even 150 levels at once. But he has no idea where the rest is. Luckily, the helmet can now guide him toward the other pieces. With that done, Rokan is teleported out of the dungeon, right back to the town fountain beside the statue. Then the statue explodes, shocking everyone except the protagonist, who checks his next quest. It's called Love Messenger, the first of several easy quests he needs to complete. So after 2 Days of delivering love letters to clingy couples. The mission is finally over. The good part is that he gains levels and stats, and also finds the Emerald Tear Necklace, which boosts healing effects and will help counter Berserker mode. Rokan also hears that more and more players are leveling up, even with PK players making things difficult. That means he has to grow even faster too. Right then, an update appears in the sky, unlocking guild creation and housing. That catches his attention. He explains that a guild creation stone costs 50 gold, which equals 200,001 in the real world. So he figures guilds like MP will start forming soon, but the housing update interests him even more. Players can now buy a small house or a piece of land, so he quickly heads to a cellar, making sure no one else is around. Seeing that nobody cares yet, he moves quickly and uses 65 gold to rent every 3-bedroom, 2-story house in the area. He's trying to take over the housing market before inflation drives prices up through supply and demand, spending almost all of his money. Excited, he starts thinking about doubling or tripling the price to make his money back, since he'll profit from the guilds that need a house to protect their guild stone and their members. But for now, the next step is hunting. He arrives at the lizard habitat, which is emptier than he remembers, probably because the lizard boss is still around. Once inside, he decides to start with War Cry, which alerts the lizards, and they rush toward him. 2 of them attack Rokan, but he easily tears them apart. One after another, then another appears, but he drives it back too, using a move he still hasn't fully mastered. He doesn't want to kill it in one hit, because first he plans to rip off its tail. To him, that's a delicacy in this world, and he can trade it to earn some money back. Feeling confident, Rokan senses many lizards waiting nearby, so he calls them out to fight. In the end, the only one still standing is Rokan, holding one enemy by the neck, but then his attention shifts, because an entire guild has been watching him fight, waiting to attack once he gets tired. That leaves 5 players surrounding him. Rokan calmly turns to look at them, but when he locks eyes with their leader, his anger explodes, becoming so intense that it terrifies everyone else and shakes the entire guild. Their leader calms them down, saying it's only one guy, and he can kill him without backup. Rokan, feeling both satisfied and furious, recognizes the leader as a future follower of Helios. He yells that he'll kill him and promises to crush Helios and his entire group. But while watching them, he notices they carry the same symbol as the raiders he defeated earlier, meaning this is the PK guild, the Blood Hunters. Looking them over, he mocks them for bringing so many people just to deal with one player. Helios replies that if you're going to do something, you make sure it's done properly, especially when someone gets in the way of his business. Rokan doesn't care about their raids, but he'll crush anyone who dares to threaten him. Furious at his arrogance, the guild attacks. Rokan simply waits, then moves with inhuman speed and brutal force, scattering pieces of his enemies all across the battlefield. Then he goes after Helios, caught off guard but still confident. Helios blocks Rokan's strike. Even so, he's impressed by the MC's power, mocks his teammates for being weak, and complains that the MC is using a plain war axe. Then, with one move, he blasts him away in a burst of fire. The fire magic swordsman smirks, certain the fight is over, but Rokan steps out of the smoke, almost confused. Helios barely manages to block, and shocked by the protagonist's strength, he powers up his explosion, forcing Rokan back. Even while injured, the MC laughs at him for being a weak swordsman who uses both magic and a blade. Enraged, Helios charges again, but Rokan dodges him and humiliates him because he remembers Helios's future fighting style perfectly. That only makes Helios angrier. He starts preparing an intermediate level skill, and above him forms a massive cloud of fire, ready to burn everything down. Even Rokan is surprised by that. Completely furious, Helios unleashes the attack, causing a huge explosion, certain that not even ashes will remain. It looks like it's over, but Rokan returns, wearing the lion armor mask, leaving Helios with no chance at all. One hit wipes him out, and the ground shakes. That's how the protagonist stands tall and levels up, while admitting he would have died without the lion helmet. After that close call, he's shocked by all the rewards he receives from winning. Now he understands how some players got so far ahead in his past life, they kept others from ranking up, which caused many weaker players to team up and fight back. Most of them were from the MP Guild, but in this new timeline, because of Rakken, MP is in financial trouble, so they won't be able to stop the PK players before they grow even stronger. That makes him wonder whether it would be smart to start hunting them down. But then a huge light flashes behind him and more fighters appear. He doesn't hesitate for even a second. He slams one of them into the ground and asks whether they're reinforcements for the last group, then invites them to fight. Even so, he quickly cuts their numbers, down from 15 to 9. Cornered, all the archers fire homing, shots with a 100% chance to hit. But to Rokan, it's nothing, and the players are terrified. Then, he begins his counterattack. Using his speed as they lie there in pain, they accuse him of hacking. Rokan simply mocks how pathetic they are and goes to collect the loot. To his surprise, among all of it, he finds a strange item, the Cloak of Stealth, which lets him become invisible. It's a rare item and too difficult to obtain to risk using in battle. Still, he's grateful for what they dropped, just as more reinforcements arrive. That makes this the perfect time to test the cloak, and it works perfectly. From a distance, he sees 2 new people arrive and hears them claim that the protagonist is using hacks since he survived attacks that should have killed him. Rokan isn't worried, even though they learned his username by scanning him. Instead, he focuses on the symbol on their clothes, figuring it must belong to their leader. The man is angry because even if they report Rokan for hacking, if they can't defeat him, the hunters will look weak. So now they have to recover the Cloak of Stealth, which had been brought there for a girl. He guesses she's the blood hunter's leader's girlfriend, or maybe soon his ex, if they lose the cloak. After watching for a while, Rokan recognizes the knight's logo as belonging to the MP Guild. In the original timeline, they were supposed to fight and defeat the blood hunters. So now he wonders whether the whole thing was staged to make them look like heroes. He also suspects they're the ones who sell his information in the future, so now he's determined to get revenge. But first, he needs better stats. So Rokan goes back to fighting the lizards until he earns the title Endless Challenge after defeating 100 stronger opponents, something that took him a long time in his first life. Now he also unlocks his second class, and with the rune, he teleports to the city to begin it. But the second he appears in town, he's surrounded by a crowd of blood hunters. Right away, the situation turns bad. The man who was with the MP leader appears and tries to offer Rokan a deal. The protagonist has no interest in it. Instead of listening, he raises his voice and unleashes a war cry to summon the NPC guards. They quickly surround the hunters, ready to take down the PKs, who aren't welcome in that city. The lead hunter gets angry and charges at Rokan, who knocks him out with a single hit, then leaves the rest to the guards. That seals their fate. If they want their gear back, they can look for it at the auction. And sure enough, all their items end up there at ridiculous prices. After that, Rokan checks the forums and sees guilds in other cities already showing off guild houses to attract new members, while his city still has barely any, mostly because he bought so many of the houses himself. So now, it's time to start selling real estate, and he posts an advertisement. At first, people think it's a scam, and honestly it is, but since he uses the same fake profile from the dungeon sale, tons of buyers show interest. Even with MP and the hunters involved, he decides not to rush and waits a week. His next move is heading to the Berserker Guild to apply for the class again. This time, the clerk is a deep thinker who tells him to seriously consider it first, but Rokun only wants the forms. Clerk keeps talking and, in a strangely poetic way, explains that while his current skills will become stronger, he'll lose the chance to learn new ones through a second class. Rokun already knows that. He also knows hidden classes exist, tied to certain conditions or places, so to him, every choice comes with advantages and disadvantages anyway. He asks for the papers again, and at last they hand them over and welcome him as a berserker. It comes with a free item, but there aren't any axes he likes. So he chooses something better looking and more defensive, a male lizardman leather shoulder pad. The clerk thinks that's strange, since everyone else only chooses weapons, but Rokun knows he needs defense. Next, he wants more skills, but after spending so much he's broke, so he does the obvious thing and goes back into debt, asking for the maximum loan again. Between his face and his guild, he ends up scaring the NPC teller, who still hands over the gold. Once he's back at the guild, he upgrades his skills from dash to strike. He also learns new ones like shoulder charge, takedown, heavy slash, blade attack, and a jumping downward smash. And of course, he keeps the last move he learned from the orc boss. It isn't a huge skill set, but Rokun prefers it that way. That's the downside of staying with one class. Only a few people truly shine that way, like the mage Eris with his light speed casting, while others have unknown class combinations like Odin, the king of creation. Then Rokun goes back to the mage guild and hands over the Amatherian lizard blood. The mage barely looks at him before giving him another task. Tired of this, the MC knows he only has 4 more quests left in the quest line, so he takes the next request, the forest monster fruit. That leads him to the swamp, then back to the lizard habitat, where more hunters appear and try to bargain for the stealth cloak, offering to leave him alone if he returns it. That only makes Rokun burst out laughing, because he doesn't care about their offer. He tells them it would be much more fun if they tried to take it from him. When the hunters manage to cut him off, more reinforcements arrive. Rokun pulls out his lion helmet to use its boosted war cry. The effect is amplified, weakening all of them at once. And then he uses his speed to attack. The man who'd been with the MP leader can only watch in shock at how much destruction one person can cause when that player is supposedly only level 35. Rokun has gained 15 levels in just 2 days. Meanwhile, he continues the slaughter, even finishing off those who surrender and tearing through everything. Desperate, the leader gives a shameless order, a full magical bombardment from every mage on the battlefield. Even if it kills his own allies, still, Rokun dodges and fights back, throwing rocks to intercept the fireballs. Then a storm of arrows comes at him, but he uses the hunters themselves as shields. Even so, all that chaos only takes out 20 hunters out of 100, so he realizes he has to conserve his strength. While he rethinks his plan, squires charge at him using their skills. He drops them easily, but the distraction gets him caught in magical chains, the same kind he once sold, because he thought they were useless in battle. Then he watches everyone start spamming fire attacks. Even now, he remains confident that he can defeat them all as the flames close in and explode in one massive blast. The hunters think they've won until from above, The broken chains fall away, split by an axe, and there stands Rokan. He dives down and cuts one man in half, showing off his new skills. As his enemy's fear rises, the protagonist gets fired up, attacks even harder, levels up, and finally wipes them all out. That earns him the PPK title, a massive buff against human NPCs and players. It lets him finish enemies faster, and he gets so hyped that he feels like killing 1,000 more. But for now, he marks the location in his runebook and heads back to the city. There, he holds another huge gear auction and makes a profit, figuring this may have frightened the blood hunters. He uses that moment to tell the community they should hunt player killers and asks for information about their locations, though he knows they'll probably keep chasing him as long as he has the cloak. So he sets aside some money to buy expensive magic stones, which let him reset up to 2 meters into a safe zone where he can't be attacked. That will be useful when Berserker leaves him exhausted. Elsewhere, the MP leader is furious, yelling at his men for failing. His girlfriend acts innocent and suggests letting it go, but the item is too rare and too expensive. He wants it back no matter what. Meanwhile, Rocket sees his anti-PK posts begin to blow up. Some call him crazy, some wish it were true, and others start believing it when they spot hunter gear in the auction and realize someone really is hunting them. With that done, the MC heads to his next mission in the swamp, where he takes down a giant tree monster. He tears it apart and pulls out a strange amberstone from inside, but finds no fruit. So with no better option, he starts clearing the entire forest. And sure enough, he keeps smashing trees until he finally finds the forest monster fruit. With that mission complete, he moves on to the next one at a lake whose water boosts mental ability. That's why so many players carry it around in bottles. But Rokan isn't after the water. He wants the plants and fish monsters there for Materion's next request, since Materion wants to know why the lake was purified in such a strange way. Everything feels too quiet to him, and he wonders whether he scared the hunters off last time. But then he hears voices, turns invisible with the cloak, and listens as the MP leader starts screaming at a subordinate for failing to kill Rokan. That's exactly why people are starting to fear them less, which is exactly what the protagonist wanted. But his thoughts stop cold when the subordinate says the leader's name, Para. That name stirs old memories in Rokan. Meanwhile, Pyrrha keeps raging, asking about the hacking report they filed, but the admins denied any cheating. That only makes him angrier, almost enough to send his own man back to the lobby. He can't believe one person could truly defeat 100 players, and decides it doesn't matter whether the MC is a hacker or not. They need to turn the entire community against him. But Rokan is busy putting the pieces together, realizing that Pyrrha is his ex's new boyfriend, and she's also the one who lost the stealth cloak. That brings back memories of how he first started playing to impress his ex, only for her to dump him and send her brothers after him again and again. To him, this feels like the perfect chance to get payback. So he keeps following Pyrrha while hunting nearby, learning his habits, until he gets bored and returns to the lake. He thinks everything is calm until several blue wolves and a blood bear appear, all level 80. Rokan has to deal with them, even though the quest could be completed just by killing a rabbit, but he wants a real fight. So he pulls out his axe and leaves all of them in pieces almost instantly. Everything settles down again, but then a strange floating knight appears. It's the lake's guardian, a warrior who swore to protect it after death and became a level 100 monster. Rakan knows this is pushing things too far, because level 100 enemies also use combined skills. He plans to retreat, but then remembers that the guardian drops an item called the essence of the lake, which may be exactly what Materion needs. It's risky, but he doesn't care, so he begins the fight against the powerful guardian. Soaked through, Rakan watches the lake guardian waste, no time unleashing his power with a heavy attack, declaring that anyone who dirties the lake must apologize with their life. Rakan doesn't wait another second. With a huge grin, he activates Berserker state and tells him that the only one who should apologize is him. Their weapons clash, but Rakan's gear takes more damage, and he loses health with every hit. Thanks to the lion helmet, he manages to hold on, but not for long. So when the Guardian attacks again, Rakan dodges and charges, in with a shoulder charge. But the Guardian creates an energy barrier that drains health on contact. Rakan stops, just short and jumps, coming down with a massive axe strike, but it only hits the water. His opponent had shifted from liquid back into solid form again. Rakan realizes this enemy is powerful even for level 100, but next time he won't let him slip away. They begin trading blows again, and he can feel how dangerous the fight is. Even with his Berserker buff, he could die at any moment. On top of that, if this keeps up, his weapon will break, so he decides he needs to end it with one strike. When he deactivates his skills, the Guardian doesn't understand. Is he ready to die? As Rakan closes in, the Guardian prepares to finish the battle with Water Slash. Seeing Rakan about to use a beginner skill, the Guardian is disappointed and raises his barrier. But the protagonist has another plan, switching skills at the last second and creating an opening in the barrier before striking it with shoulder charge. It gets through but has no power left. Rakan laughs and turns his skills back on, combining dash, strike, and armor into one critical hit. Rakan is shocked that it actually works, then realizes his titles boosted the power of his critical attacks. His armor is completely destroyed, but he has no time to think about it. He has to finish off the Guardian, level up, and claim the titles Battle Hero and First Hunter. Before he can even check his rewards, the MC turns off Berserker mode and creates a safe zone, then collapses from exhaustion, while the system tells him that his new titles combine into a legendary one, breaking the limits, which gives him a huge buff when seeing stronger enemies. That alone makes him happy enough that he no longer cares whether Materian rewards him, but he gets interrupted again by the hunters, who throw fireballs at him. When they see that he takes no damage, they decide to make a video and once again call him a hacker. But Rakan ignores them and picks up the lake essence. After that, Hero returns to town, repairs his axe, puts all the loot he collected up for auction, and goes to the Mage Guild, where he receives a new enchanted item, a simple little yellow ball. He'll use it to get the final ingredient before meeting Materian, a lake fish. So he returns there and uses the tiny yellow ball, even though it's expensive, tossing it into the lake. From it emerges a powerful blast of lightning. This is his way of skipping the slow, annoying task of fishing, and with a second lightning strike, a bunch of fried fish float to the surface. Then he takes all the fish and other items to Materian, who thanks him but says there's still one mission left. Still, he thinks Rakan is too inexperienced for it, so he tells him to return later. Annoyed that he still hasn't earned his time and wanting to punch him, he calms down and decides to hand over one more item, the lake essence. That leaves Materian stunned, and he asks where Rakan got it. The hero calmly says he defeated the Lake Knight. Materian realizes he's much stronger than he looks, so the mage finally gives him the last mission, the search for death, or rather, an item containing the power of death. Haken, a member of the research team, might know something. The reward is gold, the research team title, and a researcher's ring, which can repeatedly boost efficiency, allowing him to level up faster. Confidently, Rakan says he'll handle it, and Materian agrees. So his first step is learning more about Hakan, starting with his diary at the auction house, because searching for him the normal way is a huge pain and only works if he gathers the first 15 pages of Hakan's diary scattered around town. In his first future, collecting them was extremely difficult, but at this point, nobody knew the diary was important, so by buying pages, he manages to collect 11 out of 15. Then he wonders whether to buy the rest or do something else first, like checking his real estate or wiping out the remaining blood hunters. While browsing the listings, he notices the blood hunters have been active nearby, close to the goblin camp, so he uses the cloak of stealth and heads there at full speed, slipping through town like a ghost. In the forest, a group of hunters is threatening some players who beg them to stop because they can't even play. The PKs say they should get stronger if they don't want to die. For now, they demand their items, while Rakan watches from a distance. Even after he's killed, so many of them, they still show no teamwork or concern for each other, so he decides to jump straight into the fight and crush the first one with a single hit, leaving everyone stunned. Right away, the others try to run, but Rakan holds them in place with his war cry, and the fight begins. Watching from a distance, the normal players are shocked. The hunter warning was real, so now the hero clearly knows more than before, even if he seems focused only on killing more hunters and taking their loot. After the first fight, the hunter who had been threatening the players surrenders and says there's no reason to wipe them out. Rakan asks whether he even needs a reason. Then he throws the hunter's own cruel words back at him, saying he should have gotten stronger so this wouldn't happen. Right after that, he sends him back to the lobby. The players watch in awe, and a shy little girl walks up to tell him that hunters are attacking her friend in the southern valley. Rakan gets fired up, thanks her, and heads off, saying he'll wipe them out in 5 minutes. That attitude completely charms the girl, and he keeps hunting hunters until a few days later the PK reports stop. That annoys him because his fun little hobby of exterminating hunters is over, at least for now. So he checks the game's blog to find out why, and learns that many players have started using Rakan's name to scare hunters away, while others stopped fearing them and even formed hunting groups, all because the protagonist wiped out huge groups of hunters by himself. He doesn't enjoy the achievement much, though, because now those PK cowards seem to be hiding, which means his fun is basically over, so he'll need something else to do. Luckily, the property auction event is about to begin, and he might be able to use it to draw the hunters back out. The next day, the square where the auction will be held fills with guild leaders. Kira is there too, determined to rank highly as a lord. That ranking will likely be based on wealth and honor in both the real world and the game, so he has to win the auction no matter what. He's still angry at his girlfriend for losing the cloak that could have made him richer. Then, right in the middle of the square, an excited old man with a mustache appears, amazed that so many people came to give him money. That old man is actually Rakan in disguise. His camouflage only lasts an hour, so he starts the auction immediately. Pyra, still suspicious, suggests scanning him to see whether he's Krypton, the disguise the MC used before when he sold the dungeon. But Rakan tells him that if he doesn't trust it, he shouldn't bid, and the auction begins. It starts at 12 gold and quickly rises to 20. When Pyra tries to raise it to 22, the hero shuts him down because he isn't even participating, and the winner of the auction is a knight from the Steel Squadron Guild who happily signs the contract immediately. That convinces everyone else that this isn't a scam. Then comes the next auction, where MP gets locked out again, leaving Pyra furious and already thinking about getting revenge on the old man, while Rakan smiles. ready to sink the MP guild. Then they move on to more auctions, and Pyra keeps losing. Luckily for him, all the major guilds have already bought their houses, so now he should be able to buy one for less. But Rokan notices that, and with a nasty grin, pulls one final trick by announcing that the next auction will be the last. Pyra sees no other choice, and when the auction begins at 15 gold, the MP leader immediately offers 40 gold, about 8 million won in real money, a ridiculous amount that shocks everyone in the worst way. Happy with the price, Rokan gives them the win and signs the contract, reminding them not to fall behind on rent. Pyra is thrilled to win the last auction, but his smile disappears when Rokan announces a break before auctioning off the largest house. Pyra explodes, accusing him of saying, "That was the last one," and he calmly says, "It was the last two-room house," leaving Pyra speechless as he walks away. Rokan grins to himself, knowing his guild won't be happy with that overpriced purchase. As Pyra walks through a dark alley, a hand shoots out from the shadows and grabs him by the neck. It belongs to a skull-masked man who questions him for spending guild money at the auction and reminds him that they're only allies for profit, and he could kill him at any time. Pyra decides to hand over the house contract so he can leave peacefully. But the masked man asks whether they didn't need a house. The MP leader says that before anything else, they need to deal with Rokan and expose his defeat to everyone through a video. The skull-masked man admits that they also plan to kill him. Meanwhile, in the real world, the hero checks his earnings. More than 300 gold, making him the richest man in the game. So he decides to drive up inflation and sell gold for twice the usual price. Since the guilds are broke after the auction, many of them will collapse. He also raises item prices at the auction house to maintain the advantage his wealth gives him, then returns to his original plan of hunting more hunters who will probably come out to steal gold. And right then, at a boss area, a group of hunters is fighting monsters. While watching from the side are Tung Bogi, the giant hammer wielder and execution enforcer of the Blood Hunters Guild, and Charmin, vice master of the new hunt. Then the skull-masked man interrupts them to say their target has appeared, and he heads out with all the executives to crush Rokan, while one desperate hunter runs from the hero, who easily dodges his attacks, jumping around and toying with his victim, terrifying the hunter's allies. But then someone yells at them not to panic. It's a Hunter Guild executive who says their damage dealer should keep attacking to hold Rokan in place. The hero keeps moving forward, dodging everything, and realizes they're only trying to stall him. Right then, a portal opens behind him. The hunters cheer, and from the portal comes a spear that Rokan barely blocks. That shocks Charmin and also excites Tongbagi, who sees Rokan as a worthy opponent. Then, from behind them, Cabal speaks and warns the protagonist that his fun ends today. That only makes the hero burst out laughing, mocking the hunters for running away until those three appeared. Still laughing, he tells them to come at him, and the hunter's leader orders a full attack. Rokan charges in immediately using everything he has, but a giant hammer swings at him, and he barely gets out of the way. Rokan is surprised by the sheer force behind it, but he has no time to think because a spear appears next. The hero realizes these guys are clearly the hunter's main force. He quickly realizes these are the Blood Hunter's strongest fighters, and the masked one stands out the most. It's obvious that he's the leader. Even so, Rokan knows he has to deal with the other two first. One option that crosses his mind is Berserker, but he doesn't want to rush into it and get caught off guard. So he makes his move and charges straight at the hammer user, who confidently prepares to crush him. Then, the last second, Rakan jumps and prepares a blade strike. The giant suddenly realizes he isn't the real target. Sharp is. Sharp remains calm. To him, hitting someone in midair is even easier. So, he throws his spear, and it looks like Rakan gets hit. But that isn't what happens at all. He slips past it, dodging the spear with a quick twist of his hips, then grabs it, even though it scares him for a moment. Sharp can only stare in shock because his trajectory-fixing skill somehow failed. Rakan doesn't give him a second to think. He hurls the spear right back at full speed. Sharp doesn't even flinch because he has a powerful survival trick, a mage ring that lets him teleport 3 meters backward once a day, dodging the strike. Rakan just grins and throws his axe after. Now Sharp has nowhere to run. He already used the ring, so there's only one option left. Take the axe head on while his teammate shouts in panic. Certain he's won that exchange, Rakan turns to the giant next. The giant charges at him in a rage, but the MC already knows the weakness of that kind of power. He's slow, so dodging him is easy. Rakan slips around and attacks from behind. The giant blocks it, but all Rakan sees is someone relying too heavily on brute strength. Furious, the giant roars that he's the strongest in the guild and swings with everything he has, while in the distance, Cabal seems to be preparing, drawing in the power of the shadows. Back with Rakan, he has the giant by the throat now, and the man is terrified. With a grin, the protagonist finishes him off and levels up as Cabal watches from afar. That annoys Rakan, who calls him a terrible leader for standing there and watching his men die. Now he goes after the masked man, but stops when Cabal finishes his spell and unleashes the full power of the shadows. The masked fighter says he held back throughout the entire fight so he could face Rakan at full power. While the MC was busy killing everyone, Cabal was gathering every nearby shadow and taking control of the battlefield. That surprises him. This guy is a shadow mage, a hidden class in the game that's insanely difficult to unlock. The requirements are so brutal that even in his first life, he barely knew anyone who obtained it. But he pushes that thought aside. If he wants to tear Cabal apart, he first has to find the real body. He attacks immediately. Shadow swords leap in to protect him, but Rakan breaks through them, slashes and cuts the masked man in half, yet there's no victory. It was only a fake made of shadow. Cabal appears behind him and says reading Rakan was easy, then lands a brutal hit that leaves a deep wound and cuts his health in half, while also inflicting sacred paralysis poison, a status effect that drains 30% of his life every 10 seconds. With that, the masked man gets cocky, looking down on Rakan and calling him a disappointment, just a hacker with no real answer. But the protagonist moves with a grin, shattering every shadow tentacle around him, and says the real show starts now. His resistance skill has already removed the poison. Thinking clearly again, Rakan begins to recognize the hunter as someone he knew in the future. He calls him Nidhogg, the 8th-ranked member of Ragnarok, which brings back memories of their leader, Odin. They were all crazy, but the MC hates how true it is. They were also the best players around. Still, the group was always suspicious. It appeared out of nowhere, formed from top players who left their guilds, changed their aliases at great cost, and joined Ragnarok. All of them followed Odin without question. And Rakan remembers one especially dangerous warrior who used both shadows and poison. That was Nidhogg. The name comes from Norse mythology, a dragon that gnaws at the world tree with its fangs, so he figures this has to be him. The chances of 2 people having the exact same skills are almost 0. Still, Cabal seems confused when Rakan mentions Ragnarok, which makes the protagonist think he may not know Odin yet. Either way, he starts analyzing his enemy. He guesses Cabal's first class was Killer and his second is Shadow Mage, with a high level and even greater agility than his own, so he decides not to hold back, plants his feet, and activates Berserker. Cabal immediately says he hates that Berserker skill, but he isn't worried. He doesn't rely on only one move, so he forms his shadow blades. Rokan only gives him a cocky smile. Then, without hesitation, rushes him. Their clash tears across the battlefield as they fight inside the shadows, and they move so quickly that Cabal loses sight of him. Rokan spots an opening and attacks, but it's only another shadow substitute. The masked man warns him that he still doesn't understand. The entire area is under his control. By absorbing all the shadows, he can sense every move Rokan makes on the ground and react first. That annoys the MC, who thinks he sounds like some cartoon villain explaining his evil plan. But Cabal talks like that because he's certain he's already won. Even if he doesn't kill Rokan himself, the Berserker penalty will do it. Rokan doesn't take that well and charges again, only to face countless shadows he can barely fight through. It reminds him of their battle in his first future. Both of them were stronger then, but the thought gets cut off by a line of blades he barely dodges, taking heavy damage to his helmet. Nearly out of strength, Rokan sees a giant shadow dragon charging straight at him, and for a moment he thinks this is the end. After the hit, he's badly injured, can't get back up, and has only 20 seconds of Berserker left. All he can do is watch Cabal walk closer, annoyed that the only thing keeping Rokan alive is the Berserker buff. Once that runs out, it's over, but Cabal doesn't want to wait. He wants the protagonist to become a warning to anyone who dares challenge the Blood Hunters, and plans to show his execution in a video. With only 10 seconds left, Rokan turns to an old friend, the little yellow orb containing lightning magic. It uses its final charge and shocks Cabal, leaving him confused and completely open. The MC hates relying on something this desperate, but there's no time to waste. With only 5 seconds left, he throws a strike with so much fury that he splits Cabal in half just as Berserker ends and levels up from the kill. As Cabal fades, he can only complain that he lost to him, and Rokan, exhausted and fed up, tells him to go to hell and come back for another beating anytime. Cabal disappears before finishing his final words, and the protagonist collapses to the ground. He was inches from death, but he quickly grabs a healing potion. Thinking about how close it was, that bastard was the strongest enemy he'd faced so far, and the entire fight leaves him shocked by what he learned, like the fact that the Blood Hunters would join Ragnarok in the future. Even after winning, he doesn't feel completely at ease. He knows he survived only because of his Breaking the Limits title and the buff it gives him against stronger opponents. Still, he pushes that aside and focuses on the loot. He gets the Coward's Ring, which will be extremely useful during Berserker. Then he stops to wonder whether meeting those two now changed something in the future, though he still doesn't even know how Ragnarok was formed or where Odin is at this point. The more he thinks about the future, the more frustrated he gets, so he decides to focus on Pyrrha instead. It looks like Pyrrha planned that entire attack, and Rokan takes it as a challenge. He's determined to face him, so first, he equips a new loadout: hawk armor, yellow gloves, tight lizardman leather pants, a death belt, and blasting iron boots. They all boost defense. More importantly, together, they add 20% critical hit chance. With his current skill, that gives him a total critical chance of 40%. After upgrading his axe, he checks his current money and finally understands what it feels like to be rich. He barely spent any gold. He also checks whether he can continue the main quest, but he's still missing one diary page. So his next stop is to test his new gear, though he quickly notices someone following him. Once he reaches the mountain, he calmly hunts a level 70 boar with one hit. But when he goes after the next one, arrows cut in and steal his kill, which annoys him. Still, when the archer apologizes, Rakan lets it go. Then it happens. Again, the same kill steal, and this time it's a small mage. Now irritated, he starts thinking of a response, but then spots a member of the MP guild. That makes it obvious that they've surrounded him and plan to keep ruining his hunts. So he warns them that if they keep stealing his kills, he'll treat it as an attack. After he leaves, the MP archer remains calm. Unlike the blood hunters, the MP guild is known for being polite, so he thinks Rakan won't attack them. The archer then remembers how Pyrrha ordered them to interfere with the MC's hunting. He was nervous about his reaction since nobody considers him exactly stable. But that's what Pyrrha wanted, even the smallest violent response. So they could twist it and use public opinion to bury him if force couldn't work. Pyrrha also reassured his subordinate that Rokan wouldn't dare attack members of a respectable guild, and that's enough to convince him. So he lines up another shot at a boar being chased by the protagonist. The protagonist walks straight up to the archer, who pretends to be clueless again, but this time the MC tears his head off, saying the talking part is over. The others are horrified. He just killed an ordinary player. Rokan reminds them that he already warned them. The mage from before, terrified, tries to cast a spell, fails, and gets wiped out by a critical hit. Another player tries to save himself by warning Rokan that this will look bad if he keeps going, but the protagonist no longer cares and cuts him in half. Unfortunately, the game now marks him as a player killer. That means if he gets a game over, he'll lose a huge amount of experience and items. The game also says he can remove the penalty by killing other killers, but if his murders keep piling up, the penalty will increase too. Rokan expected all of this anyway. He already knows how to get rid of the problem by heading to bandit territory, a place that's dangerous for most players, but not for him. Even so, he'd rather keep hunting. A little later, back in the real world, Rakan makes a deal over the phone and orders more modern gaming capsules. Even while resting, one question keeps bothering him. Why hasn't anything happened yet? He figures Pyrrha might actually be afraid of him. Then a YouTube alert appears. Pyrrha is dragging his name through the mud. He says the man everyone treated like a hero for hunting PKs was really just someone chasing free experience and loot from other players without suffering penalties. That alone isn't the worst part. But then he adds an anonymous report claiming Rakan is a hacker using a program that lets him play without limits. He even shows edited clips of the MC stopping arrows and ignoring magic damage. Worst of all, he says the MP members who tried to question him about hacking were killed before they could speak. So Pyrrha calls for everyone to publicly condemn him as a cheater. For a moment, the protagonist looks shaken. Not from fear. He's trying not to laugh. He mocks Pyrrha for hiding this long just to come up with that, and between laughs calls him a clown. He still can't understand how his ex ended up with a guy like that. Still, he turns serious when he thinks ahead. This could become a problem later, even if Pyrrha knows he can't beat him head on. But Rakan has dealt with this kind of thing before, so he already knows how to handle lies like these. This time, he'll confront them directly, because people will always trust a so-called hero before a strong man they fear. So he heads to the bandits' guard post, and the bandits charge at him in anger for daring to challenge them all by himself. Rakan acts as though he has no idea who they are. Then he tells them they're nothing but worthless points with no experience. That sends the bandits rushing straight at him. Rakan had thought they looked like a bunch of cartoon thugs, but they were all above level 90. One of them swears he'll turn the MC into dog food, while the protagonist thinks about how these bandits became so strong by robbing and killing adventurers, gaining powerful martial arts and gear until they became monsters in everything but name. They all jump in to finish him, but Rakan remains calm and activates Berserker. already thinking about the event he's preparing for Pyrrha. After wiping out the bandits, Pyrrha's video spreads across social media, with some people doubting it, others condemning Roken as a hacker, some unsure whether it's even possible, a few believing him, and many more supporting the public attack on Roken. Pyrrha is thrilled. He's proud that he turned public opinion against a lone enemy and thinks he should have started with this from the beginning. His plan is to crush him, then join forces with the Blood Hunters. But the whole thing gets interrupted by a call saying the protagonist has appeared in cotton. That makes Pyrrha happy, and he sends the vultures to stir up a mob against him. But there seems to be one problem with that plan. As Roken walks through the city, a pair of players notice him. The girl glares at him and approaches. Even though her partner tries to stop her, she says she'll only confront him and call the NPC guards to deal with him. She follows him and steps into his path. But when Roken looks at her, his eyes are clear. She can't believe it because no one should be able to lower their murder count that quickly. The MC knows that status usually fades after weeks or by killing other PKs. What people don't know yet is that it can also decrease by killing high-level monsters or by building up enough kills. Taking down strong creatures and bandits allowed him to clear it easily. That will become common knowledge later, but for now, it's enough to keep him out of trouble. The pair back away. Roken is about to leave when a reporter from a website stops him and asks for an exclusive interview. He agrees, but only if they do it in a public cafe. The reporter accepts because otherwise, the protagonist would simply walk away. So the interview begins. The reporter gets straight to the point and asks whether he's a hacker and a player killer. Roken denies being a hacker and says he only attacks those players when they provoke him, and he has proof. That shocks everyone nearby. When asked how he'll prove it, Roken asks whether he's ever heard of a hacker being reported only once. The interviewer hasn't. The protagonist continues, saying the only evidence against him is one video recorded days ago, and it was surely already reported. The reporter puts it together. If a report was filed and Roken knows about it, then the admins already decided he wasn't hacking. So he's playing fairly, using skill instead of a program, and if anyone still doubts him, he even gives them permission to report him. Again, the reporter does it immediately to verify it. Then he asks how the MC can catch arrows or ignore attacks. Roken answers that in a game where a thief can disappear into a building, catching arrows is simply one unusual skill, and the other trick comes from a magic item sold in shops. The reporter starts seeing him as honest, so he asks why the MC made the video. He says he's worried they want him gone. When the reporter asks why they'd target him, the protagonist says he has a video explaining that and will upload it tonight. That leads to the final question. Did he kill the MP members? Roken says yes, without hesitation. They provoked him, and he makes one thing clear. Anyone who threatens him can expect the same. That night, the video he promised goes viral. It shows several clashes the MC had with the hunters and MP. In one clip, Pyrrha admits he's working with the hunters. It also shows MP harassing him while he was hunting. He remains calm, watching everything turn in his favor. He dealt with this before in the future when people tried spreading rumors about him. That's why he learned to record everything, even if it costs him a hard drive every month. And now, he'd love to see Pyrrha's face after this. At that exact moment, Pyrrha is at home, furious, while Odin tries and fails to calm him down. Pyrrha can't understand how the protagonist discovered his connection to the Blood Hunters. Then his girlfriend says he might be Roken, her ex-boyfriend, the one they saw last time. The username and appearance were clearly the same. Pyrrha smiles, then asks for the address. Soon, they arrive at an apartment building where the couple and a masked gang are waiting, planning to take Roken out. So they make Odin lure him outside by using her sweet, innocent act. Then someone opens the door and they begin beating him again and again until Odin stops them and points out that this clearly isn't Rokan. Once they stop, the guy thinks they're robbers and warns that they'll regret this. He's the son of the police? Chief, they can't believe it and start cursing the MC, who is actually relaxing on a nice terrace. Because of all this, within only a few days, the MP guild falls apart. Pyra stops logging in because he's in jail, and his followers are so humiliated and rejected that they stop logging in too. Just like that, one of the Lord's biggest guilds collapses. Rokan finds it somewhat boring, though he also thinks Pyra is probably having a wonderful time being miserable in his cell. As far as he's concerned, everything worked out well. After the interview, he starts receiving tons of fan messages. They even create a fan cafe for him. He thinks it's a little silly, but he doesn't care because now he can enjoy all the gold he earned. As the game becomes more popular, inflation hits and prices rise. So he sells half his gold and buys a nice apartment, since he needs more space for his new top-tier capsule. After that, he returns to the game to reach level 100, first arriving at a dark swamp. There, a one-handed bandit threatens him, saying his boss will come and wipe him out. Rokan's only response is to kill him with one hit while complaining that humanoid monsters talk too much. Still, that means the waiting is finally over. Right then, a loud roar echoes from inside a cave. It's Gertu 10, the level 100 bandit leader the enemy Rokan has been waiting for. But when he sees him, he's disappointed and openly looks down on him, which only makes the monster furious. It charges straight in, and Rokan answers with a powerful war cry that lowers the boss's stats. It also reveals a hidden enemy, the bandit's vice leader, exactly as the protagonist planned. He remembers the past, when fighting the bandits could unlock a battle against the King of Wrath, a fight that rewards an excellent fury axe for a berserker. Back in the present, he has to finish this fight first. He tells the vice leader that it's nice to meet him and cuts him in half. Gertuden is stunned and charges in. The protagonist steps back, completely confident. A red flash bursts out, terrifying the boss as berserker mode fully kicks in. In that state, he lunges forward and sends the boss flying. Gertuden tries to use combined techniques to harden his body and increase his strength, but Rokan, raging, smashes through his reinforced guard again. Then he tests the bandit's durability, and with no way out, the boss takes the final blow. The fight ends there, and Rokan levels up. Afterward, he finds 2 items, a personal letter from the god of Wrath and the final page of Jarkan's diary. Now he can finally combine the rest and obtain Jarkan's logbook. It's basically a map that reveals the location once all the clues are assembled. Elsewhere, a giant undead creature waits on a throne inside a cave. Rokan heads toward a barren wasteland, grumbling about how well hidden the place is until he reaches a cave. Inside, he finds Jorkin's bones and checks them, only to take a ring, then search for what looks like an entrance. He places the ring there, unlocking the Cave of Death. He arrived earlier than expected, and Jorkin's ghost tries to stop the quest, saying it's no place for someone at such a low level. But Rokan enters anyway, stepping into the Cave of Death even at level 90. Almost immediately, a huge swarm of undead appears and attacks. Rokan charges straight in, cutting them down with chain skills, but they're too strong, so he has to retreat and come up with a plan to face the massive horde of undead monsters. He actually jumps with excitement. At least he doesn't have to waste time searching for them. Then he starts smashing skeletons, one after another, taking down as many as he can. With complete confidence and raw power, He sends hundreds of bone fragments flying into the air. He's proud of how powerful his berserker state feels. But right then, a sound catches his attention and surprises him. From deeper inside, a huge flash of light appears, followed by chains, announcing the arrival of the giant skeleton, who declares that at last the seal has been broken. Its name is the Forgotten Skeleton General, the boss of the dungeon. It wants to make an example of Rakan and show off its power, but the MC moves immediately, leaping in to cut it down. The skeleton boss stops him by throwing undead in the way. To it, he is nothing but a disrespectful fool. But Rakan sees his attack get blocked and remembers that the beast can flood the battle with summoned undead. Worse, it can strengthen them with death aura, so stopping those summons is essential. Even so, the skeleton charges in and their weapons slam together. The protagonist is pushed back. He remains patient, waiting for the right moment to use his coward's ring. When the skeleton unleashes a huge, sweeping attack, it assumes Rakan has been wiped out. Then it tries to raise him as an undead but fails because he isn't there. That only makes it angrier. It rises into the air to cast Death Aura. Right then, behind it, dropping his stealth, Rakan appears and smashes into it with everything he has. The hero keeps pressing the attack, not giving it a second to breathe. But the skeleton boss tries gathering spirit energy to trigger spiritual transformation. That would begin a second phase, and Rakan wants to stop it before that happens. So the general uses its necromancer class skill to summon undead, then combines it with its knight abilities. It summons a mount, merging both powers. From the jaws of the earth rises a huge skeletal horse, named Ghost Corsal. That massive mount and the boss tower overhead while Rakan watches. The boss shouts at him to kneel before the Empire's power. Then it charges forward, and their swords clash. Again, Rakan tries to hold on, but the sheer force overwhelms him and sends him flying. He lands on his feet, barely standing, and badly injured. It feels like being hit by a truck, so he pauses to think while drinking healing potions. He has greater raw power, but the boss is so fast that its momentum makes this a difficult fight. That means he needs a new plan. Still, Berserker isn't the answer. He might crush the boss, but the penalty afterward would be too dangerous. So he'll have to win without Berserker, and his close-range bombardment strategy clearly isn't working. Instead, he decides to remove the enemy's greatest advantage first, its mobility. Pulling out his axes, he knows he could die, but goes for it anyway. He hurls both axes. The general treats the attack as though it's nothing, which is exactly what Rakan expected. It opens the way for his next move, a direct charge. The boss is caught off guard, thinking the MC is coming for it, but instead he strikes the horse and knocks the rider down. The general is furious. Now, with Rakan right in front of it, he prepares for the finish. He is aiming to kill it, attacking again and again with brutal force until he finally manages to stop the spiritual transformation. At that point, Rakan is determined to end everything here. He splits it in two, displaying incredible power as the general crumbles away. What it leaves behind is a gem containing the essence of death, the very thing Rakan came for. It's also what Harkon sacrificed his life to seal inside that cave. The essence has the power to summon death itself. But instead of sealing it immediately, he chooses to summon undead all around him and spread death even farther. Soon, thousands of skeletons rise and charge straight at him. This is exactly what he's been hoping for. He throws himself into the fight, showing no mercy as he shatters everything around him. He wants more and more, pushing all the way to level 99. And so, Rakan finally reaches level 99, thrilled to make it at last, while the undead keep regenerating. By then, he's used all his bandages, potions, and safe zones, and has been fighting non-stop for 4 full days. Still, he's the first to reach that level, so he claims the Essence of Death and his new title for clearing the dungeon. The title boosts his attack power, dark resistance, and critical damage by 50%. It also lets him summon undead, but if he doesn't hand over the Essence of Death, it will consume him. So he hurries out of the cave, completing the mission, and activating the runes to collect his reward. Later, at the Trinsic Mage Guild, Materian is stunned when Rakan arrives with the Essence of Death. He explains that he found it by following Harkin's journal, but the mage cuts him off, snatches the essence, and hands him an extremely powerful regeneration potion that the hero quickly drinks, restoring a huge amount of vitality. With the mission complete, he no longer has to worry about the death, energy, which will rise again in the future, and awaken the skeletons in the city. That problem can wait. As he turns to leave, Materian stops him, acting like some grand noble mage, and thanks him for risking his life to prevent a disaster. With a dramatic expression, he says they should meet again and help each other. Rakan agrees with a fake smile. He can't really refuse if he wants the story to keep moving. That's how he joins a group made up of elves, humans, gnomes, and dwarves under the title of Investigator. With them, he can accept missions and, more importantly, obtain the Investigator's Ring, which proves his rank and gives him the power to restore 3,000 GP once a day, perfect for Berserker, and almost like an extra life for Rakan. Once again, Materian sends him off with a smile, saying he'll support him. The protagonist is annoyed by the mage acting so inspirational, but gets over it quickly and heads off in a great mood toward his third-class change. He arrives at the Berserker Guild, where the same manager greets him again. Rakan asks for a new class quest. The man is shocked and thinks he quit since he was only there a few days ago, but the MC says no. He has already reached the level needed for his third-class change, leaving the manager stunned, since he might be the first on the continent to do it. So the man gives him the final mission, reaching level 100. He has to win a one-on-one fight against someone level 100 or higher. But that only makes Rakan smile, as his victories over the Knight of the Lake, the bandit boss, and the skeleton general are confirmed. The guild manager is left speechless. Just like that, Rakan is accepted amid a powerful red aura, announced as the first S-class user, now a true berserker. Amazed, the guild manager asks who he really is. Rakan tells him to get ready because he'll hear his name in the future. Then he ruins the dramatic moment by asking for his reward. So the manager shows him his choices: 2 swords and an axe. As always, he chooses the berserker axe, which fits perfectly in his hand. Next come the new skills: power, guard, defense, assault, and spin attack. After that come the combo skills. The manager warns him that there are 3, that he'll have to put them into a book, and that he can only do it once, so he needs to be careful not to waste materials. Rakan doesn't listen and simply asks for every skill book he has. Thinking the guy ignored him, the manager sells him all the materials and can't even give him a discount, even though he likes him. Still, he gives him one extra gift, a single-use gem that lets him use Berserker without the penalty. Rakan didn't expect to get something that good so soon, and he already has a great use for it, so he pays and leaves, completely confusing the manager, who wonders where he got so much money and feels that this guy might become a master one day. After that, the protagonist returns to Khatoon to speak with Storian, who is happy he trusted the right person. Rakan still doesn't like the manipulative old mage very much. Then Storian asks where he plans to go next, and the MC answers that he's heading to Crossroad. The old man doubts he's ready, but knows he's full of surprises and warns him that he'll meet other races there. He already knows. Crossroad is a city only for players level 100 and above, where not only humans live, but also elves, dwarves, gnomes, and many NPCs alongside players. As Rakan prepares to leave, the old man gives him one final task, sending him through the tunnel with a letter from Malkin, captain of Crossroads Royal Guard. The protagonist realizes the quests still aren't over. He leaves with a calm smile until he reaches the tunnel. Then his smile disappears when he sees his ride, a cargo cart operated by the gnome Lacombe. It looks about 100% unsafe. Rakan seriously considers walking instead. He'd lose the advantage of being one of the first to reach the city, and this is the only way in, so he gets on the cart, which has never carried passengers before. It takes off at full speed and nearly traumatizes the hero, who later ends up in front of the city gates, guarded by an elf. She stops him and asks for identification. Still dizzy, he doesn't understand and keeps walking. The elf warns that she'll shoot if he comes any closer, but he's still disoriented from the ride. So she fires an arrow that Rakan easily catches. Then, surrounded by an intimidating aura, he steps toward the elf. She simply closes her eyes and waits for the hit, but Rakan only raises his investigator's ring to identify himself and enter the city. Still dizzy, he hopes this really is the right place, or he'll come back for revenge on that gnome. And that's how he reaches Crossroad, a city far larger and more impressive than the others. This is where everything truly begins. He even receives rewards for being one of the first to arrive, gaining a 5% bonus to his stats. The locals still seem a little hostile toward a human, even though his title should make them friendlier. Still, it's better than in his past life, when humans were openly looked down on in that city. But he's completely exhausted, so he logs out. That's how Rakan finally gets the rest he deserves. And while checking social media, he sees someone right behind him. Another player has reached level 99, and it might be Odin. Then a cheerful girl with glasses named Ruby, a reporter from Gain and Ven, introduces her guest, the first player in the world to reach level 99. She calls him Sir, though she can't reveal his face or identity because those are the conditions of the interview. The player seems very humble, saying he doesn't want fame, and his answers about how he reached level 99 so quickly are humble too, or perhaps just evasive. He says he simply understands the game and knows the most efficient hunting spots. Rakan watches all of this as the interview continues. Ruby asks what he plans to do next, and the anonymous player says he's going to create a guild. He stayed alone because he didn't see anyone as a true ally unless they could make it to the third city. Surprised, she asks what his guild will be called, and with a smile, he answers, Ragnarok. Rakan smiles, but anger hides behind it. He says he can't wait to meet that bastard. Later, the hero practices with his axe, feeling a little nervous at first. He thought the changes he made in the past might prevent Odin from appearing, but Odin still showed up, and even earlier than before. While training, he works on his spinning strike and starts thinking that his time travel must be connected to Odin and the game. So even though he wants to crush him right, now he holds back for the moment, settling for that rough little sketch and telling himself that Odin needs more time. Because right now, he's still too weak. It wouldn't feel satisfying if he finished him this early. He activates his strength skill, releasing a heavy, threatening aura while thinking about how he'll strike once Odin gathers his followers and starts believing he's the strongest player in the game. That's when Rakan plans to crush him head-on, his own form of revenge. He's actually looking forward to Odin growing stronger. But once the warm-up is over, he moves on to combo skills. First, he combines strength with Warcry, and the result is exactly what he hoped for. He names it Madness Cry. When those skills combine, the effect can range from stunning enemies to lowering their stats, exactly what Rakan wanted. Then he's immediately caught off guard because it looks like he now has 4 combo skill slots, even though he always knew there were only 3. That comes from his first-class user achievement, which gives him 1 extra slot. Rocken is thrilled. To him, achievements are one of the best ways to get ahead of everyone else. So he starts creating the next combo. Later, at the Dwarven Guild, the attendant looks at the hero, strangely, as though he's begging for the chance to help them. The dwarf doesn't trust him, but still lets him try. Rocken knows the dwarves can't handle this mission themselves. He thinks they should treat him better, but keeps his anger under control because he can't move forward unless he earns the trust of every race. He's already written off the elves as arrogant and condescending. And now he tries the dwarves, only to find them just as full of themselves, which annoys him. That leads him to the Ornan mine, where he has to gather strange minerals to win the dwarves over. The task is simple: collect 50 blue ores. Rocken knows that many players with a minor skill could do it too, but they'd waste more time collecting every type of ore, which is why he came with a better plan. But then some kobold thieves start looting the mine, and Rocken steps in, thinking there's no point in mining if he can simply take the ores from them. The raiders are stunned, and Rocken calmly tells them they're about to end up like their friend. They charge, just as the hero combines strength, dash, and spinning strike. The kobolds try to ambush him by surprise, but right then, he uses guard and grabs them by the throat. Tearing them apart, he remembers how, in the past, even defeating one of these creatures was difficult at this stage. Now he crushes them with ease and leaves them behind. After that, he starts gathering the minerals and finds plenty, but he knows collecting the 50 required for the quest isn't enough. What the dwarves truly want is their mine back from the kobolds, so he decides to save time by wiping them all out. Deeper inside, Kimothy, a level 115 mining officer, seems to hear something, but ignores it and keeps working. Meanwhile, Rocken uses his stealth cloak and studies the kobold leader. Even with his strength, fighting a boss and all its underlings up close would be messy, so he looks for another way. He finds it in a cart loaded with minerals, which he sends rolling freely down the tracks. The mutts are shocked, and the boss sends them after the cargo. Meanwhile, the boss smokes to relax, annoyed that dwarf troops might appear. Then he calls out to the hero, demanding that he reveal himself, because even if he's invisible, he can still smell him. Rocken steps out without a trace of fear, mocking the dog's nose. Furious, it extends its claws and lunges with the combo skill, Crimson Burst. The hero responds with his own move, combining all his skills to unlock his ultimate skill, Destruction Burst. It increases his strength by 200%, and its force can't be stopped. When they clash, Rocken wins and slams the kobold to the ground. Then he finishes it with a shoulder charge that sends it flying. After that, he walks up to end it, giving the kobold a final farewell. But even when they beg for mercy, they still end up split in two, and he levels up. Deep inside the mine, a group of dwarves is locked in a cell, cursing the mutts and yelling for food, and, of course, for alcohol too. Suddenly, a giant dog-like brute seems ready to attack them, but it's just another victim of Rocken. He cuts it down, then tells the dwarves to step away from the bars. They're shocked to see a human, then watch as Rocken offers help while completing a guild mission of his own. Even after being saved, the dwarves still look down on him, saying escape isn't enough. The mine is full of kobolds and their powerful leader, so they tell him to get help from the Dwarven Guild. The MC simply smiles in victory and says that if he made it this far and across the entire mine, not a single kobold is still breathing. That leaves them speechless. Back at the guild, the receptionist apologizes to Rocken for underestimating him and asks for his help with future jobs. That earns him the title Friend of the Dwarves. Now he can request services from the dwarves, including blacksmithing, and the enhancement skill interests him greatly. There are only 2 ways to enhance an item with a scroll or by asking a smith. The first option is difficult because those scrolls come from quests in the 3rd city and won't be available for some time. The second depends on having a good relationship with the blacksmith, and even then, there's no guarantee they won't overcharge, since blacksmithing in this game is known as one of the 3 nightmare skills to learn. Right now, nobody knows how to enhance weapons. That gives Roken an idea. Make money using this skill. He heads to the Dwarven Forge and asks one of the smiths to make a longsword from materials he brought himself. He deliberately chooses something easy to work with, a simple sword that is widely used in close combat. The cost would be low, and since he can buy the materials very cheaply at auction, he can increase production. Then Roken remembers that he can engrave something onto the handles. That's how he ends up making 50 batches of longswords, inspired by his new brand, the King. Now he plans to sell NPC-made branded gear and begin his million gold scam. The plan gets even better when he decides to enhance the swords too, then sell them through the city's auction house. That way, his products can reach players around the world, and instead of doubling the price, he can triple it. So he lists them at auction, and they sell out in less than 5 seconds. Roken is happily shocked and starts realizing that many low-level players with money are desperate for better items, especially after Odin appeared, since Odin is pushing everyone to grow stronger faster, so he decides to raise the prices. After several minutes, he's thrilled by how much money he's made, a total of 458 gold coins, about 10 billion won in the real world. Even so, he knows leveling up still matters right now. Roken is focused on earning gold, but Falcon, the company behind the game, notices a monopoly in enhanced gear sales and traces it back to Roken. Unfortunately, the system doesn't let it continue for long because they cap his profit at 100 gold coins. He is furious because he only got to exploit it for 2 days, but at least nobody else knows what happened. Still, he earned enough that upgrading his gear doesn't feel expensive, and he also forges an extra long axe, which he names Killer Axe. It gives a massive damage boost, and he can't wait to test it during his next mission. That mission takes him straight to the Half-Elf Guild, where he meets the Guild Master. She coldly asks why he's there, and Roken answers with his nicest smile, offering his help. The arrogant girl tells him that a weak human can't solve their problems. That irritates him, and he tells her she should be more polite, slamming and breaking the desk, yet he's still turned away, so he has to try another approach, showing his research club ring and his recognition from the dwarves. Terry doesn't care about the dwarf part, but the research club does catch her attention, so she finally considers giving him a mission, and Roken celebrates like a child. The mission is to rescue a gathering team that entered the forest and never returned. The guildmaster gives him an elf token so the team will trust him. Now he has to find them and escort them back safely, exactly the job the protagonist wanted. He grins so widely that Terry becomes a little uneasy but lets him go. Before leaving, he buys a huge black horse because the new routes around the city are so long. He needs something fast for travel and spends only 100 gold on his new 4-legged friend. Right then, a massive corrupted forest spirit attacks them, only to be cut in half by Roken's new axe. It works beautifully, though he admits these monsters are stronger than the mine mutts. Still, one swing is enough to kill them, for now. So along the entire road, he leaves chopped-up tree monsters behind until he reaches his destination. There, he starts searching for the gathering team and finds a trail they left, while supposedly fleeing from a monster. But the half-elves seem too light to leave tracks like that, so it might be bait leading him into a trap. He's surprised he still hasn't found them and starts thinking he was fooled. Right when an arrow flies straight toward his head, he catches it easily and smiles, glad that he finally found his target. That only frightens the group of half-elves. One of them rushes in to attack until Roken tells them that Terry sent him. They don't believe him at first, but once he shows the guild seal, they agree to go with him. Then he starts leading them through the forest. They're terrified of these monsters they've never seen before, but Roken isn't worried. He already killed plenty while searching for them, which they still don't believe, since even together, they couldn't defeat a single one. Then a horde launches an attack, and Roken tells them to keep their eyes open because things are about to get wild. The monsters strike, but the MC dodges, leaps, and brutally cuts them down. He smiles with complete confidence as he prepares to go after the rest, leaving the half-elf girls staring at him in awe. The half-elves keep staring at him in amazement. Roken continues crushing every last monster until none remain. Then he asks whether they finally believe him, telling them not to worry about that corrupted firewood. That leaves the elves looking completely defeated as they drop to their knees, while Roken just stares, confused. They apologize and beg him to help with something else. The group came here to discover how to stop the corruption spreading through the Tekalon forest. For their people, this is the most important mission of all, so they plead for his help. Roken smiles when a new quest window appears. The task is to escort the elves to the heart of the forest, exactly what he wanted. So he tells them that from now on, they must follow his orders without arguing. That turns out to be a good way to keep them under control as they start moving together. From there, he stays cautious, avoiding monsters instead of fighting them, since that would only waste time. But before they go any farther, one of the elves stops him. It looks like they finally found what they came for, a tiny glowing sprout that could become the world tree, the symbol of the half-elf guild, and something sacred to their people. That's why they entered the forest in the first place. The elves ask him to stand guard while they gather it, but Roken tries to remember how the tree is grown, and when something clicks, he stops them and pours a healing potion onto the sprout. The elves panic and try to stop him, even rushing at him, but one of their companions holds them back when the sprout starts growing. That happens because it absorbs pure vitality, something the elves never would have tried. To them, it was too sacred to pour anything on. But here, the tree can also draw life from the forest itself, because this area is free of corruption. So Roken gives it another healing potion. It works even better, though the protagonist can already feel his money disappearing. So instead, he uses some water from Lake Kimjing, despite the girls' complaints. In the end, that transforms the sprout into a young sapling. That makes Roken happy. With a greedy grin, he starts waiting for the hidden reward. But the moment is ruined when one of the girls suddenly screams that this is bad. Yasi is confused at first because the tree has grown and it has also drawn energy from the entire forest, which ends up awakening the great corrupted forest guardian. The creature is enormous, large enough to leave even Roken speechless. Then he decides to go all out and pulls out his helmet from the Lion King's seal. Luckily for him, it releases the seal and its power. That gives the helmet a huge buff and strengthens its roar type skill. The upgrade catches Roken off guard. If this is already his best defensive item, then he can only imagine how powerful the complete armor set must be. With all of it, he thinks he could become far stronger than he was in his past life, and an elf yells, asking what he plans to do now. But Roken calmly says he'll handle it as he summons his killer axe and berserker axe, then starts walking forward. Still, the elf leader sees no chance of defeating the guardian. To her, it's basically the entire forest empowered by corruption, something no single person could defeat. She says they need to retreat. But those words only annoy Roken. To him, saying he can't win is the kind of thinking that comes from giving up too easily, so he charges in to prove her wrong. In his mind, he figures the creature is level 135, and the corruption has made it even stronger. So logically, the best he should hope for is distracting it while the elves collect the tree and escape. That alone would be enough to complete the mission. But right now, his instincts are telling him to test himself. The monster attacks, but misses by a ridiculously huge distance. Roken actually laughs at that. His smile disappears when he sees the guardian's giant hand tear up the ground, sending boulders raining down like meteors. The elves barely block them with a shield, while Rakan rushes straight forward as the monster attacks again. He dodges and uses his skills to cut off one of its legs, even so he can't avoid a massive hand that slams down on him. But with sharp, precise cuts, he shreds the hand and climbs higher, spinning his attacks until another joint falls apart. Then Rakan jumps back. Confidently, he looks at the limbless guardian. But then countless streams of energy burst out, tearing through the ground and charging straight at Rakan. To his surprise, those streams are actually vines, and they quickly rebuild the guardian's joints. That frustrates him. To him, it feels like the creature is showing off. Regeneration should have a limit. Before he can rush in again, an elf stops him and says he has to destroy the core. When Rakan pauses, he sees that she's annoyed, guessing he planned to keep chopping until the healing stopped, which was exactly his idea, since brute force comes more naturally to him than strategy. She tells him that won't work anyway, because the guardian is feeding on the forest's energy. The only way it would stop healing is if the entire forest ran dry. After sitting through the lecture, the protagonist asks where the core is. Luckily, it's a giant purple spot in the center of the monster, though to Rakan, it still doesn't look that large. He doesn't get much time to think because a huge hand smashes him into the rocks. The brief silence ends when red flashes burst through the air, unleashing Berserker's new beast state as he rises from the shadows with a fierce red aura, ready to cut it down. Covered in blood and rage, Rakan growls a threat at the giant tree. He charges again, and once more the monster attacks, but he slips past it by combining his destruction burst skills together, then heads straight for the core. He forces the monster back and keeps attacking at full speed, determined to discover the limits of his own power. From a distance, the elf leader watches in shock at how reckless he is, because she knows that even if the damage can heal, the guardian is still tracking him with its gaze, while Rakan keeps hammering away at it, injured but still fighting. The monster tries to use a war cry, though it barely works against someone stronger. That only makes Rokan angrier. He combines his strength with war cry and unleashes a furious roar that shakes the area, stuns the giant, and lowers its defense. Then, wrapped in a red aura high in the air, Roken prepares to strike from the sky, forcing several skills together with enormous effort. Strength, jump strike, and slash, all channeled through his axe. From below, the guardian can only watch as, from that combined skill effect, an enraged Roken bursts forward with a massive axe, ready to deliver the finishing blow. The hit lands on the guardian as a critical strike, splitting the monster in half. All it can do is accept defeat as the system announces the guardian's end. It collapses into pieces with a huge explosion, while the elves stare in disbelief at Roken standing before the guardian's remains, smiling because he knows his reward is coming. After that, he returns to the guild, where Terrell gets excited at the sight of the sapling and asks how he obtained it. Pretending to be humble, Roken says he won't bother telling the whole story and claims the other elves found it. The guild master thanks him deeply, since now their people have hope again. This new attitude from the elf surprises the MC because she's nothing like her arrogant former self. Still, he doesn't care much. He only wants the reward. So the elf grants him the title Friend of the Elves, along with First Friend of the Elves and the Blessing of the Spirits, which boosts defense and energy recovery. That will be especially useful in a future war, mostly for using Berserker. Then, to his surprise, the elf gives him something extra, a bag containing 150 gold. Roken almost looks disappointed, but figures that for someone so arrogant, she already paid him more than expected. So he leaves. He walks away like the elf's hero, saying goodbye with a cheerful grin. Even so, he knows that if they ever decide he's a threat to the tree, they won't hesitate to kill him. Putting that aside, he moves on to his next mission at the Gnome Guild. They don't seem very friendly, mostly because they dislike intelligent people. So for his test, he has to clean and repair a musket. It's pretty boring for Roken because it seems easy. Later, he puts it back together without difficulty. But it's so old and rusty that cleaning it requires careful, precise work, and he starts feeling like they're messing with him. Still, he remembers an easier method after asking the dwarves. Back at the Gnome Guild, Roken wears a big confident smile, but the gnome doubts the repair is really that good. He suspects Roken used some kind of trick, so he asks about one detail of the repair. Roken points out a tiny mark inside the musket near the trigger, which is enough to prove he didn't cheat. He only knew that from a mission in his past life, and now he gains the title Friend of the Gnomes, a 50% transportation discount, and the engineer side job. It's a solid reward because travel now costs less. He also learns engineering, allowing him to build mechanisms like people did in his past life. Some became famous, like Krat the Mad Engineer, who used dark magic and this class to create battlefield tricks. With his wild and flashy personality, he basically became a rock star. That's why Roken wants to use technology to cover the weaknesses left by his berserker state. So he begins immediately practicing with blueprints and materials during his free time. When he leaves the guild, all three races recognize him, completing his main mission. He earns the title Honorary Resident of Crossroad, improving his relationships with the locals and gaining protection from the guards. With that, his search is finally complete. Then he heads toward another mission, the delivery of Storian's letter. He takes it to the captain of the guard and arrives at the castle, looking around until a man steps through a door, huge, imposing, and named Malkin, the head of security. Rakan is surprised by how tall he is for a half-elf. They shake hands, and Malkin turns out to be cheerful, even praising the protagonist's build. That throws him off, since he remembers this elf as someone extremely serious. But after thinking about what Terrell said and the debt he owes his people, Rakan understands why he acts this way. Honestly, it makes things much easier. This man is the strongest in the city at level 200. He asks whether Storian sent him and whether he's still a little twisted. The MC looks at him and hands over the letter. Malkin reads it immediately. It says he's part of the research team, which makes Malkin happy because he is too. Though the protagonist already knew that Malkin keeps watching him closely. Malkin now sees him as someone worthy of respect, recognized by every race and part of the research team. What truly surprises him is that even with intangible magic placed on him to make him suffer, Rokan feels nothing. Noticing that reaction, he walks forward with complete confidence and asks whether he passed. Malkin is stunned and falls silent. Then Rokan steps closer, looking far more serious, and suggests that they make it a game. In his mind, though, he knows that even a miracle wouldn't let him defeat Malkin. Still, he acts proud and hostile, which wins the elf over. Malkin likes people with the same rough attitude. Seeing how serious the MC becomes, Malkin finally laughs and apologizes for the test. Rokan accepts but asks for a reward instead. Malkin offers money, weapons, or anything else reasonable. Yet Rokan wants only one thing: to become a part-time city guard. Of course, since he's still an adventurer. The elf agrees and says he'll send his information to Echir. After that, Rokan walks through the castle, thinking about the level 100 adventurers who will soon arrive, and as a solo player, he can't hold all of them back unless they become criminals or fight dirty like Pyrrha. That's when he comes up with a fair plan, just as a guard arrives with his badge. With it, everyone will recognize him as a guard, and what Rokan wants most is power. Now that he has the job, he remembers the daily duties. Patrol for an hour, kill 20 nearby monsters, and join the city forces if trouble breaks out. Annoying, but easy. The real advantage is gaining strong trust with NPCs, and their bonuses are also extremely useful. But the main reason he joined is simple. As a guard, he can take down players if they cause trouble. If a user disturbs the peace, they receive a penalty, and because he's enforcing the law, he might even get a bonus. So this gives him a way to use real authority. Then a new thought comes to him. There should already be more players in the city. Though he doesn't expect to run into Odin, so he checks the latest news. The biggest story claims that an orc named Yu is supposedly the first player to reach level 100. Rokan watches with obvious disappointment, then logs in to see more and finds an interview. The orc acts casual and somewhat humble, but the protagonist thinks he's an idiot. That's why he doubts Yu can ever surpass Odin. Rokan is certain that his real target, just like him, has already reached level 100 and is only staying hidden to study the competition. Meanwhile, the orc keeps talking, saying that once he finds the next city, he'll upload a video so everyone can reach it too. That annoys Rokan, so he revives the channel he created to challenge the top players, which still earns him great money even with only a few uploads. Then he puts his editing skills to work, uploading videos about the third city and his battles. They spark thousands of comments. Many support Rokan, while others call him a liar and mock a bald guy who's furious after Rokan humiliated him. That guy is the game's orc. The MC checks the strong profits. His videos earned and decides not to let his fans down. So he'll give them something that truly meets their expectations. With that in mind, he heads toward a creepy castle where a butler with strange eyes greets him. Rokan introduces himself as a city guard and asks for Baron Trull, who needs help. The Baron looks almost like a vampire and gladly welcomes him. Into his hall, Rokan smiles calmly and claims General Malkin himself sent him. It's a lie. He only acted early because he already knew the quest, so he had to sound convincing. That works, and the Baron accepts him, then gives him a mission. Collect blood from the trolls living in the cursed cave. He says he'll use it to heal his sick little daughter. Rokan agrees and promises to bring back the blood, while also planning to use the trip to complete a related quest. So he heads toward the cursed cave, which he plans to use for a video about the third city's first public dungeon. As he records and walks through the dungeon, he explains the basics, like how monsters become stronger at night and how this is the first time trolls have appeared in the game. Though trolls won't be the only enemies here. Right then, one appears, a stone monkey, a small but muscular creature that's quick and agile. It's actually the easiest enemy in the dungeon, though it can still be dangerous. The angry monkey leaps to attack. Rokan smashes it so hard that it bounces off the walls before crashing down. It hits the floor and immediately charges back in a rage, only to be stopped again by Rokan, who continues his tutorial and says they're easy to defeat with speed. Then he attacks again while the frightened monkey can't do anything as he slams it hard into the ground. Looking straight at the camera, he confidently says it's extremely easy, adding that these monkeys may travel in groups but are still only prey for trolls. He says that just as a group appears behind him, ready to attack, but Rakan greets them with his madness cry, knocking them all unconscious. Then he notices a giant bat flying away. It isn't very strong, so he lets it go and continues towards the trolls. As he walks, he calmly says there are at least 12 trolls in the cave, but they remain in separate areas, so they won't attack together. While he's moving, a monster stalks him from behind, and Rakan simply smiles. He also explains that trolls are a playable race, since nobody has ever recorded a wild troll before. Right then, the troll behind him prepares to strike. The protagonist gives it an annoyed look and hurls his axe at full speed, leaving it fatally wounded. He continues the tutorial, explaining that trolls are slightly faster and more agile than humans, but their most important trait is regeneration. Even while the troll is pinned by the axe, it tears itself free and charges again. Rakan does the same, rushing straight at it and saying there's no need to fear their healing because they'll fall eventually. Then he looks at the camera and says again that it's extremely easy while tearing the troll apart. Soon after, he appears to face another one, head on, sending it flying and finishing it in midair while explaining that unlike boss trolls or legendary ones, cursed trolls aren't that difficult. He walks past the nearly vanished bodies of the trolls in the dungeon, and that's where the video ends because he can't show what happens next. After collecting the troll's blood, he searches for something else, and thanks to his explorer title, a bright light points him toward the spot. In a crater, he pulls a bull's skull from a pile of bones. It's called the Beast's Curse, and it's the source of the curse affecting the trolls and other cave creatures. He knows it didn't end up there by accident. It was planted. Rokan figures the ones behind it are probably the same people who spread the rat plague and corrupted the forest. They're closely connected to the game's main enemies. But even with future knowledge, nobody back then ever discovered exactly who they were. Leaving the cave with that on his mind, he starts wondering whether the reason Odin attacked him from the very beginning was to sabotage his progress in the main quest. Later, he brings the curse to Malkin, who is shocked to see it because he had studied the mutated monsters, but never imagined this was the cause. The elf has no answers, so he gives Rokan the task of investigating the bones, opening a new quest where he must find the 3 monsters that fed on the cursed beast before they mutate. Rokan walks through the city, genuinely confused, trying to understand why Ragnarok's attacks began. Back then, he thought it was because he was ranked number 1 and they wanted to humiliate him. Now he thinks they may have been trying to stop him from advancing the main quest, though he still can't understand why Ragnarok would ally with evil NPCs. Then he decides none of that really matters because he's already made up his mind. He'll ask them after he tears them apart. The story shifts back to the Baron, and Rokan hands over the troll blood. The man thanks him and gives him another mission. Warm sheep blood. This time, he needs to hunt a devil sheep. The MC leaves the castle laughing at Troll's words about saving his poor daughter, since for now he plans to pretend he doesn't know the truth. He walks out smiling, and in the middle of the night, 3 devil sheep wander nearby. When Rokan spots them, happy to begin his herding job, he leaps into the air and comes down, slashing one of them. The other sheep freeze in fear, and Rokan guesses that as herbivores, they lock up when a predator is nearby. With that in mind, he attacks using his lion helmet, landing a solid hit. But then he's shocked to see the blow get absorbed by the sheep's wool. The sheep strikes back and sends him flying. He lands on his feet and prepares a combo, skill, charge and headbutt, striking at nearly light speed. The sheep still manages to meet him, but Roken moves fast enough to slip behind it. Then he says they're about to find out who's stronger, and throws a blow so massive that it doesn't just destroy the sheep, it wrecks a huge part of the area too. The last sheep is terrified and tries to run, but a slightly tired Roken tells it he only wants two things if it wants to live: its blood and its skin. That only terrifies the poor creature even more. Later, Roken returns to the city, complaining about the nighttime hunt. When he hears that, new players arrived sooner than expected, and were already fighting with the townsfolk, who looked down on them because they had low trust with those races. So the angry players start causing trouble, even hanging a dwarf. The victim's pleas are interrupted by Roken's arrival. He was testing his guard armor and his disguise skill. The newly arrived adventurers try to explain themselves, but Rakan doesn't wait and uses his authority to throw them out of the city. The dwarf thanks him, while Rakan thinks those players truly lost control by turning violent against an NPC, especially a merchant. Still, he understands. He knows how frustrating it must be to buy nothing in the city, be ignored, and get looked down on by every race. Just remembering the humiliation he endured makes him angry. As he keeps walking, an idea hits him, a way to make a lot of money from that information. So, the first thing he does is buy an entire building in a busy part of the city. Remembering his old business days, he recalls his real estate experience and knows exactly how this works. And crossroad property prices are only going up. Buying everything is impossible, though, so he chooses the best location he can get. Once he steps inside, he realizes the place is even larger than he expected. That gives him an idea. He'll turn it into a shopping center built for all the new players who still can't use the city's stores. If no one else can sell to them, he'll take that entire market for himself. So he starts setting up the building. The first floor is for essentials like scrolls and potions, and he marks them up because players will be desperate. The second floor is for premium gear with higher prices to match. The third floor is for top branded items, and to finish it off, he adds an auction hall. With everything ready, he leaves an NPC clerk in charge. As he heads out, though, he starts thinking. The first two floors won't remain useful forever. Once players earn trust with the races, those shops will lose their edge, so he starts looking for a way to squeeze out more profit. Without wasting time, he heads to the guard supply department. There, he goes straight to the printing office and submits a special quest. It will make new players hunt the monsters Rakan chooses, giving them rewards and helping them earn the city's trust. He issues it under the name the Malkin. It's a pretty sneaky setup because the players who come looking to level up will end up farming the monsters Rakan needs for materials. Since he'll be the only buyer, he can get them cheaply and keep his store profitable much longer. Still, he remembers he has to visit Trull. The man is shocked he completed the quest and sends him to the shaman Trinica to get the ingredients prepared. Rakan agrees, but then he hears a strange noise. The Baron brushes it off, which only makes Rakan laugh. He already knows something is going on, and he leaves smiling, remembering the obvious clues from the beginning. The truth is clear. Trull is a vampire, and the girl he's keeping isn't his daughter. She's actually a high elf, the race with the best blood for vampires. High elves are a rare branch of elves seen as noble bloodlines, and there's a legend about them. If a vampire drinks one of their blood, they gain enormous power immediately, but only a very strong vampire can survive it. An ordinary one would simply melt. That's exactly what would happen to Trull, so he turned to witchcraft, strengthening himself with magic items in hopes of drinking that blood without dying. With that in mind, Rakan moves through the night in Mist Valley, searching for Trinica so he can deliver the materials. Finding the shaman is a pain, The forest is huge and the darkness makes it worse. Most people would have given up by now. Then a pack of level 115 mist hyenas appears. Khan spots them, but instead of stopping, he speeds up. He wants to finish the quest first. That annoys the hyenas, so they chase after him. Since they seem slow, he relaxes and moves even faster until his foot finds no ground at all. Pale and embarrassed, he falls into the void below, blaming the fog for the mess. When he gets back up, he sees that he's surrounded by hundreds of hungry hyenas. Rakan looks around, plants his axe in the ground, smiles, and wonders how many monsters he can kill at once. He's about to find out, then charges in. As he fights, he remembers a berserker's biggest weakness, dealing with large numbers of enemies. They usually don't have moves that can wipe out a crowd, so he has to handle them one at a time. That gets exhausting quickly, so to make up for it, he uses his mega burst of destruction, tearing through the pack and crushing 80 of them. That proves the combo skills he created can partly cover his lack of area attacks. Even so, he knows those moves would only work against normal players. If he fought Ragnarok again, he'd still be at a disadvantage. The reason is simple. Burst of destruction works best on targets lined up, not groups spread all over the area, so he needs a true area attack if he wants to face them. Thinking it over, he swears to Odin that he'll create a technique strong enough to wipe them out. Then he remembers the mission comes first and keeps moving. Near dawn, someone warns him not to come any closer and to leave the ingredients on the ground. This is the shaman, Tarika. Rakan tosses them over in a box and the shaman's entire mood changes. Using the ingredients and a pile of spell leaves, he starts chanting a powerful spell. The magic sends hundreds of objects flying around them. Rakan watches, curious, and asks what kind of magic that is. When it's finished, the shaman hands him a blood imprint, one that boosts vampiric strength. Rakan remembers he's supposed to deliver it, even though the Baron only wants it to reach elf blood. At that moment, it becomes clear that he never cared about the quest reward. He wanted the blood imprint itself. The shaman warns him not to do it, but the protagonist takes it anyway and gets marked. He receives the best imprint for close combat, life absorption. Rakan studies the change in his body, thinking that while he has plenty of power, he still lacks durability. That's why he chose the strongest close-range imprint, one that lets him drain 3% of an enemy's energy based on the force of his hit. Later, this gets nerfed, but anyone who obtains it before then keeps the full effect. Right after that, Rakan takes a heavy blast of energy to the face, and it barely bothers him. The shaman curses him for stealing it, so the MC decides this is the perfect chance to test the imprint. He moves in a flash and tears the shaman's head off with ridiculous ease. He gets the energy bonus too, along with the goblin's head. Rakan wants to keep testing the skill, and his grin shows he already knows where to do that first. He starts by heading to the Berserker Guild, where he buys a set of skills to combine. Key ones are Strength, Charge, Spinning Attack, and Solid Body. After practicing the motion, he completes the setup and creates a new move, Wind Wheel. It lets him spin non-stop, shredding enemies as long as he has mana. Excited to finally have his first area skill, he runs off to test it. His destination is the Cursed Cave. There, he starts searching non-stop for monsters to fight, happy when he ends up surrounded by a crowd. It's the perfect time to test his new technique. The cave werewolves rush him, but Rakan remains calm. He lets them land bite after bite all over his body. He actually enjoys it, waiting until his health falls to 20%. That's when he gets ready to carve through them. Moving exactly as he practiced, he slips through the wolves with a huge grin, and his new skill erupts. It creates a powerful tornado that throws the wolves away while slicing them apart. When it ends, everything around him is destroyed, and only Roken is left standing. He's surrounded by torn-up wolf corpses, and his health is fully restored. Even at only 3%, he's shocked that draining all those enemies healed him that much. Thrilled with the result, he realizes this is exactly what he needed against Odin and Ragnarok. But now he also knows that after taking the scroll and killing the shaman, the quest line is basically over. His next move is to wipe out the vampires and claim the high elf reward. So he brings the goblin's head to a shaken Malkin, who asks where he found it. Roken explains that Trull is a vampire and is holding an elf prisoner. That makes Malkin furious, and he decides to bring the entire guard to attack the noble. Roken calms him down, warning that attacking at night would be too dangerous. He convinces Malkin to wait until dawn, but that's actually part of his plan. He wants to reach Trull's manor first, rescue the high elf, and claim the reward for himself. Back at the manor, the elf girl lies asleep, racked with terrible pain, while Trull bares his fangs, ready to taste her blood. At the same time, Roken arrives at the villa, grinning because he managed to fool Malkin, who now has the quest thanks to him. That also gives the protagonist a chance to test his new techniques against a stronger enemy. He climbs up the manor toward a window, but when he gets there, Trull is gone. Annoyed, Roken decides to find the elf first. He finds her easily, asleep in a room. He walks over and tries to wake her, but no matter what he does, she doesn't respond. Assuming she was drugged, he looks for another way to wake her and pulls out exactly what he needs, an alarm clock he made while practicing mechanical engineering. He places it right beside her. The noise is so loud, it almost blows out Roken's ears, but the elf still doesn't wake until she suddenly yells at him to turn it off. She clearly can't stand the sound, so Roken smashes the clock and then introduces himself as a city guard. The elf, now finally awake, turns out to be a noble named Ibrahim. The MC apologizes for his method. She understands and is just about to take the polite hero's hand, but before she can, she notices something behind him. Roken turns and finds Trull standing in the middle of the room, furious. Calling him a rat, Ibrahim is terrified, but Roken is glad he finally showed up. He planned to get the lady to safety first and deal with Trull afterward, but since the vampire came to him, Roken is more than ready to welcome him with a fight. The elf asks whether he's really going to face him. He is. Trull lunges in rage, and the protagonist gets ready too, suggesting they move somewhere else so they don't damage the prize both of them want. Then they launch into battle, clashing over and over until they crash out of the tower. They keep fighting in midair, and Roken gains the upper hand, beating the Baron down until both of them slam into the ground. Trull falls to his knees while the MC stands over him and asks how it feels for a human to hunt a vampire. Enraged, Trull unsheathes his claws and screams that he'll drain him dry. Roken raises his axe, ready to take his life. Force, too. That claim rattles Trull, and Roken charges straight in. The vampire manages to block him with his claws, which surprises Roken because they're that tough. Trull stares at him and notices something strange. Roken smugly shows him the blood imprint on his body. That's when the Baron connects the dots and realizes the protagonist was after that power from the moment he approached him. Humiliated and furious, the vampire throws himself at Roken, who barely avoids the attacks. Even so, he takes a deep wound to the arm and keeps narrowly dodging, feeling the pressure as he realizes his opponent is far stronger than he expected. So the rumors he heard about Trull in the future were wrong. Trull beats Roken down to 20% health. That throws him off, but it still doesn't change his plan to kill him. Jumping back in, the MC asks whether he's tasted his blood yet. Then he unleashes Windwheel and rushes in, slashing hard at the Baron. He thanks him for the blood imprint. That heavy strike just restored all his health. The Baron actually laughs at that. It doesn't bother him at all. Draining life force is a basic ability of vampires, so there's no way a human can use it against him. While Rakan tries to process that, the Baron confidently releases a huge amount of energy, then appears right in front of him, transformed into a giant bat monster. Rakan doesn't even flinch. If anything, the form looks more like a werewolf, but that changes nothing. He only wants to test his strength, so he waits, ready to strike. As the creature charges in, the protagonist greets the Baron with a massive slash, which only makes him even angrier. The vampire strikes back, darting around at top speed and tearing into him with powerful claws. That catches Rakan off guard. Not only is he taking damage, but he also can't heal with his blood imprint as expected. The Baron explains that the imprint isn't enough for humans. If they take more damage than it can restore, they die. Even that doesn't shake Rakan. He figures that if he wants more energy back, he simply has to hit harder and charges in without holding back. The Baron braces for the impact and lands a brutal wound on him. Even so, Rakan manages to land a couple of hits, but he's down to only 10 health and it keeps falling. Still, he doesn't care and keeps attacking. The vampire has no intention of losing to human, but Rakan tells him he's already lost. Right then, he activates Berserker, then uses Windwheel, combining both skills as he starts spinning. While doing it, he says he's no ordinary human and creates a huge storm in the air that wraps around the Baron and slices through everything in its path. When the move ends, Rakan is left standing in a crater, his health fully restored, as he stares ahead at what's left of Trull. That lets him fully understand and master how the imprint works. Now satisfied, he goes after the one thing money can't buy from the High Elf, while the system confirms his achievements. At the castle entrance, Malkin leads a group of guards ready to wipe out vampire. The Guardian doesn't want even dust touching the High Elf. They charge the castle, and just as they're about to break down the door, it suddenly blasts outward. The general is stunned. He can't believe a vampire could still be that strong at dawn. Then he sees someone step out with confidence alongside a small shy elf. Malkin recognizes Rakan, who calmly apologizes for the scare. The elf says the Baron has already been defeated by him, leaving Malkin speechless because he knows Trull was far stronger than Rakan. Even if the other guards still doubt it, the general tells them they don't understand. He says the greatest honor the High Elves can grant, the oath, has begun. A huge golden light fills the area. The elf gathers that light in her hands, shaping it into a crown, and says it can't be bought or measured with money. Rakan is thrilled as the High Elf steps closer with what he came for, the elf oath. Because of his bravery, the elves offer him their full support, unlocking a legendary title, Ibrahim's Oath, which pushes his bond with the elves to its final stage beyond simple trust. Rakan accepts it by kissing the noble elf's hand, remembering that while this title doesn't raise his stats, it has special effects money can't buy, like access to High Elf Society, a group that could help him against Odin later. But for that to matter, he still has to rewrite the world's history. After that, the elf thanks him, and Rakan starts to leave, but she stops him to offer a date and a nice dinner. The MC knows this isn't the time for dinner. With Odin nearby, he needs to level up quickly. So acting cool, he politely turns her down and uses his runes to travel to another part of the map. He arrives at the White Coast. There, he plans to find the mutated monsters from his next quest, especially the blade-armed monkey, and it appears right behind him. That makes the hero happy because he didn't even have to search for it, and he tells it to come closer. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a man holding a large orb gets excited. After finishing a fight. He's with Odin himself, who starts asking him many questions, annoyed. Odin tells him to just follow orders as he watches the man leave to continue searching for something. Odin thinks everything is moving according to plan, but one piece of the machine still bothers him. In the distance, his companion gets upset that he wasn't the first to earn those achievements because Rakan had already been there. Odin calms him down, saying that whether they want it or not, those walking the same path are bound to meet someday. Back with Rakan, he watches the blade-handed monkeys rush in as a group, and fully ready to wipe them out, he charges in to hunt. The others get ready too, but for Rakan this is easy. He tells them to come even closer. They all leap to attack, and the protagonist is thrilled, activating Whirlwind and cutting through every one of them as he levels up again and again until he takes down the first mutated monster. When it's over, he calmly says those monkeys were easier than Trull, but now a giant is charging straight at him. This is the second mutated monster, the field boss, Blade Demon, a huge creature with a large core in its center, which is its weak point. Still, he needs to wait before attacking because if he's patient, the demon will merge with all the other monsters' bodies and form a complete body, the perfect moment to destroy it. Once the transformation is complete, Roken begins his attack. He waited on purpose because, in this form, the creature drops an item. Even though it moves quickly, MC dodges and reveals his plan by striking even faster, starting with a heavy blow straight to the head. But that still isn't enough, so he keeps landing after hit until the monster falls. Even then, its armor protects it, so Roken, now angry, tries to smash it apart with more blows until, at last, the armor breaks. But the monster smiles from the ground and triggers its special attack, catching Roken off guard. He has to move quickly because thousands of blades are about to fire from the monster for 25 seconds before itself destructs. He withstands the storm of blades with his destruction burst technique, but one final blade seems headed straight for his eye, only to stop at the last second. When it runs out of energy, he finally thinks the fight is over, but then the demon starts glowing and drawing in energy, reminding him of its final move, self-destruction. Then, through the smoke and flames, Roken steps out smiling, saying it almost killed him, but it was completely worth it because now he has a blade demon fragment, a rare item that boosts the power of bladed weapons. He uses it on his axe immediately and gains a bleeding effect on hit, something he wants to test soon. First, he needs to find the last monster, but before that, he walks by the lake searching for an item called the color pearl, which might be in the clam garden. From there, he can see a huge ship sunken beneath the water. Roken says that's the territory of someone extremely strong. The story then takes us through the sunken ship to the deepest part of the lake, where a giant, terrifying piranha lives. For now, Roken's job is to open clams. At first, he finds only normal pearls. He could sell them, but he wants the color pearl much more, and he finds it a little later. He uses it to raise his defense, though he still wants more. But right then, the detection skill from the Lion King's helmet activates and gives him a new lead, something with power similar to the helmet. He realizes it could be another piece, so he takes out the helmet and lets it point the way. It leads him to the shipwreck, which he needed to visit anyway to finish off the mutated monster, so he'll handle both tasks at once. With the color pearl found, he dives into the water and quickly swims down to the depths. Luckily, he uses the gills from a monster he fought recently to breathe underwater, making it all the way to the final part of the ship, Captain Murlock's room and the home of the mutated boss monster, which he waits to lure out. It comes smashing through the ship and throws a punch at Roken, revealing itself as Captain Murloc, a giant fish reptile with turbines who actually asks the protagonist why he's there. Roken answers that he doesn't talk to the dead, then uses whirlwind, but it's much slower underwater, which annoys him as he tries to react. The captain notices the attack cost him a finger and gets furious, ready to strike, but then the reptile realizes the MC has already vanished, reappearing from above. Right then, Murloc summons his crew to block the attack. After that, he strikes from above and hits Roken, who glares in anger as the frog crew keeps taking blows for their captain. That pushes him to his limit, so he decides to speed things up. Wrapped in a red aura and wearing the helmet, he uses his best technique, Berserker, ready to turn the captain into sashimi. He rushes in, locking the captain in place. Murloc tries to defend himself with his swords, but they're shattered. Then he tries to keep up with Roken, but can't even see him moving at that speed until he appears behind him, unleashing a storm of crimson, lit strikes that tears the giant frog apart into countless pieces. With that, Malkin's mission is complete. For now, Roken can barely crawl, admitting that he likes the berserker state, but running out of energy, not so much. As he drags himself along, he finds a pirate coin. It meant nothing in his first future, but when he takes it, a giant lion head activates, and inside it, there's a chest. The moment he inserts the coin, the chest opens, making the helmet shine. Inside, he sees what's there and smiles. It's a strange circular piece. He picks it up, and it keeps glowing until he realizes it's the Lion King's symbol, which must belong to that armor set. Rakan, thrilled, stands up in victory and is even more shocked by the 100 points of intelligence and endurance it gives him. But that's not all. Inside the chest, he also finds a cloth engraved with the Lion King's story, showing him giving the upper part of his armor to the frogmen of the area. Rokan gets excited, thinking it might still be there, but finds no clue nearby until he remembers an event from the game where those pirate frogs were robbed by the Pirate King, making him think that piece of armor should be with him. Since that enemy is level 300, the protagonist figures he should wait a while. He's not strong enough yet, so he decides to rest. For now, he tells himself this is still a good victory. Then he gets ready to hunt down the rest of the treasure. On the way back to the city, he's so tired that he thinks about logging out for a while. Before that, though, he notices a loud crowd fighting over something. It's his shop. Apparently, all his customers are fighting over the items. Rakan loves the sight. At this rate, he'll be rich soon. Still, he decides to turn in his quest first, so he puts on his most proper expression, as noble, honest, and humble as possible, and reports to Malkin. Malkin is surprised, then happy to see him. Now he knows Rakan truly defeated all three monsters. Rakan asks whether he knows who's corrupting the monsters, but Malkin says they're still investigating a mysterious force and don't know much yet. What matters for now is becoming stronger. His next goal is reaching level 150. That's the requirement for the locked quests, so he decides to enter a dungeon. After preparing with a defense scroll, he heads out. He starts moving southwest from the city. A moment later, he gets to work, cutting down trees until he collects 10 logs, then moves on. He suddenly stops. Other players are fighting nearby, and he can't believe it. No one should have found this dungeon yet. Then he sees the chaos, a cocky dwarf with glasses introducing himself like he's a big deal. He's showing off in front of 2 players whose hunt he seems to have ruined. The little guy mocks them for being weak, and that sets them off. They rush him at once, but the tiny glasses-wearing player is insanely fast. Even from a distance, Rakan recognizes him. Little Gnome Midi. He's a gnome-class player who made his character as small as possible so he'd be hard to catch. His best move is dodging enemy attacks, and now he fires a beam at one of them. That only makes them angrier. Then a guard appears, or rather, Rakan disguised as one, stopping the fight for attempted murder and handing down a sentence, sending them to detention. Every player who attacked Midi gets dragged away. Midi thanks him, but Rakan tells him to get lost too, so the gnome runs, off in fear. That cheers him up and he relaxes now that the fight didn't get worse. If it had, they might have discovered the secret entrance only he knows about. He strikes a tree hard and a huge portal-like light appears, opening the dungeon. Rakan steps inside as the first player to discover it, earning a 30% bonus to experience. First, he crushes a 5-colored pearl to increase his strength. Then he starts throwing the logs far ahead, straight down the path. As they land, they trigger the hallway traps and cause huge explosions, telling Rakan that he can clear this place quickly. While throwing the final log into another trap, he explains the major difference between magical dungeons and normal ones. They're packed with insane numbers of traps, enough to kill any beginner, and even above average players could die here. Even with all his memories from his past life, he chose to use logs to locate the traps first, but now he's out of them, so the rest will depend entirely on his reflexes. At least he's halfway through. He starts running, weaving past arrows, giant axes, huge rocks, and explosions. Still, he was expecting something else, and right on cue it appears, a massive beam of light. Rakan is shocked because he practically summoned it just by mentioning it. That's when the Spectre appears, a level 120 enemy that attacks him immediately. Rakan knows brute force won't work against it because it lacks a physical body, so he prepares something special, a fire enchantment scroll, making sure all his attacks now carry fire. With that, he strikes the ghost. The Spectre tries to defend itself, but the protagonist is sure this will be the final fight here, and he finishes it with a huge explosion. After that, he picks up his reward, a magic scroll called Fire Arrow. Rakan is disappointed. He expected something better. Still, it's useful enough, so he starts wiping out every specter he finds. Eventually, the specters keep falling, while the fire scroll's effect runs out, and he's surprised by how easy it was, considering they were created by a powerful mage. As he keeps moving, he finds a magical chest that looks promising. He thinks about opening it carefully, but in the end, he attacks it instead because it was only pretending. He already knew the chest was actually a mimic, and after smashing it, he finally gets something useful, a coward mage shield ring and a mana charger. That's much better because it helps balance his build. Even so, he wants more items before he leaves with everything. He eventually forces his way through a barrier with sheer strength, warning the coward mage that he's dead. The dungeon boss looks stunned as Rakan activates his red aura and charges in with burst of destruction. But the attack gets stopped by a spell that makes the floor slippery. Rakan can't keep his footing, so he leaps to slash, but the mage dodges that too. Then he appears behind him, firing cannons and activating a huge seal beneath him. Sounding confident, the coward mage says that if Rakan is this dangerous, he has no choice but to kill him. The MC simply says those were the mage's last words and jumps at him, only to realize he was fooled by a decoy specter. That annoys him, so he yells for the mage to come out and fight him directly. Then, from the ground, a giant golem rises and delays him even more. Luckily, Rakan spots a magic circle behind it, probably what's protecting the golem. Since the golem is only there to defend, he decides to attack that instead. He changes his stance with a combo called Heavy Strike. The golem braces for the blow, but it's a feint. Then Rakan rushes right past it, straight toward the magic circle, and smashes it open, revealing a portal. It looks like the one at the entrance, and it leads to Chorgi's hidden room. Rakan studies it for a moment before he's met by a huge flaming crossbow bolt, flying straight at him, causing a massive explosion that seems to wipe him out. The level 140 coward mage smiles. Sure, his strongest move worked, but his expression changes at once when he sees a massive red aura above. It fades, revealing an enraged Rakan in berserker state, cursing the mage for nearly killing him. Terrified, the mage desperately calls for his golem, but it's too slow. He dodges it easily and heads straight for the mage, hitting him and sending him flying. Even so, the coward has barely a scratch. Thankfully, he invested heavily in his armor. That only makes Rokan burst out laughing because the armor slows him down so much that, to the protagonist, he's nothing but a punching bag now, and Rokan hopes the armor can survive the beating. That's coming. Frightened again, the mage relies on the golem once more, and it keeps distracting Rokan because he knows if he attacks it, it'll regenerate using the nearby rocks. Even so, his plan doesn't change. He smashes the golem in the head and warns the mage that he's next. Then he activates Whirlwind, grinding every piece of the golem into nothing. Once the move ends, he goes after the mage. The boss can only think in sheer terror that Rokan isn't human. The MC builds up speed for one strike that shatters the mage's armor, making him scream. Then he's brutally finished on the ground, sending the coward mage to game over. With that, Rokan levels up and thinks about how he entered berserker mode on instinct. Even though it worked out, he truly thought the energy backlash would send him back to the lobby. This time, now it's time to check the loot, and he finds another coward mage ring, which lets him escape the dungeon once per day, along with other escape items, and another ring. That makes him wonder who the mage was so desperate to escape from. As he searches through his memories for a clue, a door opens, leading him into a hidden room. The place is a complete mess, and while complaining about it, he notices a box with something glowing inside. He grabs the item, and it excites him so much that his expression almost twists when he sees it's a shield skill book, the first truly valuable reward. Now he can learn skills outside his class and create new combos. There's one skill in particular he wants, skill change. It lets him swap a physical attack for a magical one, which will be extremely useful against enemies who don't understand magical defense. Nearly drooling, Rokan adds the skill to his inventory. After that, he keeps searching the room and finds another glowing book, the coward mage's book. This might explain what he was running from. So Rokan starts reading with a serious expression and learns the mage's story. It says he was forced to create something that corrupts monsters and may cause even worse damage, a creation that could ruin the world. But the mage couldn't do anything. If he ran, the people watching him would erase him, so his only choice was to cooperate until he used an assembly in the city as his chance to escape. He lost magical items along the way, and now that they no longer need him, he knows too much, so they'll come after him to make him disappear. Because of that, he fled to a shelter deep underground, living in constant paranoia. Rokan decides the mage truly was a weirdo, and he really was being hunted. More importantly, he notices the part about corrupting creatures and realizes this information was unknown even in the future. Then he remembers that after the mutated monster quest comes the fallen monster quest. That leads him to one conclusion. Whoever is behind this isn't some outside force. People inside the city are involved. That feels strange because he knows how much damage the fallen caused later in the two main camps. So now he knows this mission is far too difficult to handle alone, and he'll pass the information to the investigation team. Besides, he still has to reach level 150, which is his next mission. That won't be easy, but luckily he has an idea, so he heads back to the city. There, he walks through the street carrying scrolls for his shop, and the place is packed with customers. leaving him far too excited as he imagines taking all the money in town. But right now, money isn't the main issue, so he goes to the Berserker Guild, where he plans to remove one of his combo skills, Burst of Destruction, since it only moves in a straight line and doesn't hit that hard. After all, the new skill book from the dungeon, he'll be able to replace it and cover the Berserker class's weaknesses by combining skill change with strength, charge, and smash that lets him create a brand new move, and he can barely hide how excited he is. He names it Bomber. It works by throwing a hand axe and turning it into an energy bomb that explodes on impact. The only real drawback is the 5-second charge time, but it should be excellent for farming points and later for blowing Odin's face off. After that, he heads to the shop run by the dwarves and decides to buy every hand axe they have, leaving the young clerk rushing off to check the inventory. While he waits, Roken overhears some players shopping in that store, which carries more items than his own. Seeing them there tells him they cleared the Gnome Recon mission, which surprises him for a moment. Then he remembers they all still have the camp confrontation event ahead, a PvP mode that became almost as popular as the main quest because it lets players fight hostile users from other camps. Honestly, that was much more fun than hunting monsters. Even he got sidetracked by it before. Soon his axes are ready, and he leaves. A cheerful dwarf sees him off. Rokan reaches the war camp called Outpost, where players can head out to fight NPCs and hostile users from the rival Black Dragon camp. He knows he still isn't a high enough level to register as a free mercenary, but he stays calm anyway. Then he goes to the administrator, who looks down on him for being so weak. Rokan has to swallow his anger and embarrassment. A moment later, the system accepts him and stamps the approval for him to become a mercenary, and with that, he walks away annoyed at the bald man. Putting that aside, he heads toward the deep canyon and uses his stealth cloak to avoid fighting. Along the way, eventually, he reaches a river inside the canyon. This location serves as a supply route for the Black Dragons. With his mind made up, he pulls out his tools and starts climbing down the cliff by rope until he reaches the middle of the canyon. There, he opens a hole and sets himself up inside, placing a rune symbol. Then he's ready to start farming with 98 axes in his inventory. As Black Dragon NPCs move through the canyon without a care, a purple flash suddenly races toward them and explodes. Roken is thrilled to test his new skill. He remembers this was always the plan. Dig a cave halfway up the cliff so the guards above couldn't bother him, and the ones below, even if they spotted him, still wouldn't be able to reach him. Then, full of confidence, he keeps launching attacks, taking down soldiers and leveling up while he waits to reach level 150 this way, with around 90 axes still in his arsenal. After a long time, with his back aching badly, he finally finishes wiping out the NPCs using every axe and reaching level 150, which means he can move on to the main quest. Back at the outpost, he turns in a report that leaves the bald administrator stunned. Now he looks at Roken with a little fear and respect, but Roken hasn't forgotten being called low level. This time, they gladly accept him into the camp and give him the rank of soldier. He can rise higher by earning enough contribution points, and right now, he has more than 300. So now he needs even more to rank up and unlock additional war missions. The harder they are, the better the rewards. He's also interested in those contribution points because they let him access items in the merit shop, so he plans to increase them quickly. Then he heads back to the city. The moment he returns, the first thing that hits him is nostalgia. The second is hearing other players complain that some jerks have been stopping them from completing their quests, and he quickly realizes it's because of players from the dragon camp. That leads into an explanation from an ogre about why the factions start fighting once players reach the third city. Many people would say it's for items or experience, but the truth is that they do it for the fun of crushing other players, just as the ogre proves by stomping some poor kid. That brings us back to Rokan, who understands that player instinct better than anyone. So he walks over and asks where the enemy camp players are. They tell him the area they're in, but warn him not to go because it's dangerous. That catches him off guard. They got awfully close to the city. It also annoys him because he feels like they're looking down on him. Ready to move, he summons his trusted mount and rides toward the area, leaving the other players stunned that he's going alone. Before long, he reaches the wasteland where a group led by an elf is, badly beaten, begging for mercy after already handing over their items. The cruel monster player gang, a skeleton, an orc, and a bull-headed fighter, simply says no. They're going to crush them anyway. They laugh, and the skeleton swings at the elf, only for a teammate to jump in and take the blow with his body. But the attack never lands because Rokan arrives with a grin and releases a bright, golden flash that kills the skeleton. The others notice immediately and rush to attack while Rokan charges in at full speed. He looks unstoppable on horseback. The enemy group says they should surround him without fear, but the protagonist has already decided to wipe several of them out immediately. Then he leaps from his horse, leaving it behind, so he can strike from above, combining strength and power with skill change as he throws his axe, turning it into a blast of energy that kills the orc. Now Rokan lands on his feet, smiling as he invites them to play. The monsters get angry and charge him, yelling that they'll crush him. Rokan only grins back and cuts down one of them while shouting that he's the one who will crush them. He launches himself forward and attacks, with spinning strikes so powerful they terrify the monsters. They barely have time to react before he wipes them out, earning 1 point for each enemy he kills. That isn't much though, so he'll have to keep hunting. For now, he decides to rest and return to the city. He goes straight to a temple and, feeling generous, donates 3 gold, earning a priest's blessing. Just like in real life, the nice thing here is that it slightly raises all his stats. The effect depends on how much you donate and only lasts a few hours. Next, he arranges his gear into lethal strike defense and endurance sets, then moves on to gathering all his prey in one place. He starts by using an online post to ask for information on enemies from the other camp. That immediately sparks a hostile argument between players supporting Rokan after he took down those PKs and rival camp users who swear they'll kill him. The MC likes that, so he decides to begin a live hunt, now with far more support and far more viewers. At the battle camp, he spots a small group from the rival camp attacking a band of adventurers, but Rokan steps in and proceeds to cut them down, slashing straight through each opponent. When he sees how frightened the rest are, he gets annoyed and even tells them how they should line up to attack. The slaughter begins there and ends quickly. He gains a lot of experience and levels up. Then another black dragon group comes at him. Rokan waits for them so he can use his combined skill, whirlwind, and shred his enemies to pieces. They get trapped inside a giant tornado until he finally decides to stop it. Once he wins, he starts feeling bored again. So he turns toward his front camera and issues a challenge to the enemy camp, saying that if anyone can defeat him, he'll give them a solid knight class sword. The chat goes wild. After reading all the fan comments, he figures that stirred things up nicely. But he still has to be careful, because his own camp might come after him for the prize too. Though if they do, he'll wipe them out. Then he summons his horse and heads toward the northern plateau. It's a long ride, so he picks up speed. Meanwhile, the chat keeps arguing about Roken and his hunting challenge, with entire guilds fighting over who gets to hunt him first. He sees all this and stays calm, barely scratched. He only hopes they aren't all talk, because ending things too quickly would be boring. Soon, he's sitting calmly among a pile of enemy bodies fading away, now level 157 with over 500 merit points. In what used to be the Black Dragon's northern plateau, now marked as wiped out, an orc watches the scene in fear, then nervously looks to his brother for an answer. The leader tells him to relax. The ones Roken killed on the plateau were weak. Their group came much better prepared. That calms the younger orc a little, as he looks back at the army behind them and starts believing they can win. Meanwhile, the bored Roken hears them coming and quickly sees a large, determined force of around 40 high-level warriors. This is exactly what he wanted. Now he begins his plan by switching gear, this time to more defensive equipment that weighs him down, but lets him charge in without fearing damage. Then he taunts them to come closer. The group advances carefully, trying to spread out around him, but their plan gets interrupted when a huge spinning purple blast drops from the sky and blows away the entire third line, while the front line remains untouched. Roken moves in, forcing them back. At that point, one orc realizes he's trying to gather them together in the center. The protagonist jumps into the attack, proving him right as he cuts through enemy after enemy on his way to the center of the battlefield, where he finally arrives. The enemies think that with all of them together, he'll be easy prey, so they rush him. Khan takes a deep breath and gathers momentum to unleash Madness Roar. The attack leaves the orcs frozen and stunned, making them think it's some kind of trap. Annoyed, Rakan tells them they haven't seen anything yet as he prepares his finishing move. It traps all of them inside, his tornado of slashes and destruction, and then someone calls his name from above, catching him off guard. He looks up and sees a warrior diving straight at him. Rakan manages to block, but he's knocked off balance, shocked by how powerful his opponent is. The newcomer introduces himself as the Black Dragon Ranker, the Swordmaster, whom Rakan recognizes as Tides, the orc who bragged about being the first to reach level 100. Remembering that, the MC mocks him and asks if he's ready for another humiliation. Furious, Tide snaps back that he only wanted the sword and could have let him live, but now he'll correct his attitude with the power of a ranker. Then, in a flash, Rakan attacks first, moving behind the orc. Tides can only stare while the protagonist proudly shouts that this is what a real ranker looks like. The MC starts celebrating, calling him a slow pig, or maybe not, because he instantly freezes in confusion when he sees the orc vanish at incredible speed. He looks everywhere for him and even wonders whether he logged out, which only makes him more annoyed. In the end, he throws a tantrum and yells for him to come out while the cowardly orc hides behind his followers, gulping down potions. Then he returns, acting confident and telling Roken they should keep fighting. Roken simply stares at him in confusion, which makes Tides even angrier, until someone points out that his beard is covered in potion stains from the same potions he needed just to stay alive. Childishly, the orc insists they belong to Rokan, who only looks at him with second-hand embarrassment and keeps humiliating him, reminding him this is live in front of around 30,000 people, and they're all cringing just as hard at the orc. Ashamed, he decides to come back with a combo attack called Dancing Blades. Rokan sees it coming and drops his weapons, planning to take it with only his hands. To the orc, that looks like surrender. His confidence turns to confusion when the protagonist rises, slightly off the ground, grabs him by the face, and slams him into the ground, earning a single merit point from that pathetic victory. Even so, Rakan finds it funny. He thinks about how ridiculous Tides looked calling himself a ranker and remembers a real ranker from the future, someone he hates so much that even thinking about him makes him feel disgusted. Luckily, to cheer himself up, he happily turns toward the rest of the orc army, who beg him for mercy. Later, in Crossroad, Rakan remembers he showed none, while delayed notifications only arrive about the army merit points he earned. In a great mood, he walks down the street when a boy claiming to be his fan greets him and warns that more than 200 black dragons are now coming after him. Rakan wants to know where they're coming from because, to him, that sounds like home delivered merit points, but first he needs to prepare. So he heads to the merit point shop and spends 500 to buy a mark of honor. It raises the honor of whoever wears it, but the real benefit is that it doubles the merit points he gains while using it. Before moving on, he has to end the stream and says goodbye to his fans. His next move is going to the Crossroad Guard, where Malkin congratulates him on becoming so strong and unlocks a new quest, while also giving him some of his trust as part of it. The elf talks about the monster investigation, explaining that some monsters completed their mutations, became far stronger, and were named fallen monsters. They've captured some for research because creatures like that shouldn't exist in this world. So his next mission is to kill one and bring back its eyes, which he'll recognize by the green glow all fallen possess, unlocking the new hunting quest against fallen monsters. If he also brings the remains to the research group, he'll receive an extra reward. That makes Rakan think about money again, and of course, better gear too. Still, the main quest reward is only more information from Malkin, which annoys him. He looks at the elf with distrust, realizing that even at level 150, the captain of the guard still doesn't fully trust him. So without wasting time, he decides to bring back a fallen while Malkin cheerfully sees him off. But before leaving, Rakan returns because he has something to tell the elf, whispering into his ear and making him furious. Outside the outer fortress, a group of black dragon orcs arrives, looking for the MC, but instead they run into an enraged Malkin backed by an army. The moment he sees them there, he orders his men to kill every last one. Meanwhile, Rakan starts his stream again. Now he's at the Black Dragon's third city, which he says has a beautiful view, so he's going to take his viewers along while he raids it. Then he leaps off the cliff, landing right in front of two guards. The moment he sees them, he knows they're the weakest ones, since all the stronger fighters probably left to face him near the city. He doesn't enjoy taking out weak enemies, but he has a mission, so he cuts them down easily with a quick little apology. That's how he keeps hunting black dragons, but the place is empty, so he calmly decides to hunt the camp's fallen monsters instead, since they're easier than the ones back at his own camp, where Malkin is still dealing with the invaders. As for Rakan, he remembers turning off his stream when he arrived so he could hunt without any worries. Right as he encounters a level 140 gray, fanged wolf, a normal monster he doesn't want to waste time on. That's not why he came here, and he's definitely not here to get killed. But before the fight can even begin, both of them freeze in surprise when a giant reptile appears nearby and announces itself with a huge roar. It's Taylor, Jarrus's pet dragon dinosaur, level 181, exactly what Rakan was looking for. He isn't even surprised that the pet turned out to be a fallen. He does feel a little worried, knowing that once he defeats it, he'll have to deal with Jarrus, the area's security chief, basically the Black Dragon's version of Malkin. The little wolf immediately runs for its life, and Rakan laughs, though he admits no sane person would fight that thing except him. Determined to fight, he takes his stance and calls out to the reptile. The dragon responds immediately with a tail strike. He jumps in surprise, Caught off guard and left hanging in the air as he watches the Rex instantly turn and try to eat him. Biting into his leg, the dinosaur leaves Rakan unable to do anything except get shaken around and then thrown far away. But he comes back immediately, covered in the berserker's red aura with the blood imprint activated, determined to finish the lizard by rushing in with a blade aimed straight its head. But that threat turns into nothing when the dinosaur blocks it with its tail. So he switches plans, moving into a defensive stance, dropping his weapons and charging. The dinosaur grabbing it by the tail and spinning it around. The reptile ends up on its back, and with such short arms, it has no choice but to take the hit from the furious Rakan, who moves at top speed. The blow is brutal, but the reptile knocks him away with its tail. Now, wrapped in a green aura, Rakan realizes this is only the beginning. Then the dinosaur starts changing form and begins growing out of control, completing its mutation and entering Phase 2, leaving even Rakan genuinely shocked as the short-armed dinosaur transforms into a massive dragon. The protagonist hears its roar and remembers that every fallen monster has a special skill. Taylor's is gigantism. The dragon wastes no time and attacks with its giant tail. Rakan dodges it, but the tail keeps tracking him, smashes into him, and slams him into a wall. Nearly knocked out, Rakan remembers he's not just fighting a giant dinosaur anymore. It's also much stronger and faster now. He complains about being turned into a human donut by a single rebound hit, even though he hates admitting it, while staring at the huge dragon and realizing it's the strongest enemy he's faced since returning. Taylor's eye shines brightly as it roars. Rakan, still trapped in the reptile's green aura, watches it begin, dragging the ground with its tail. But among the rubble, the MC doesn't appear until a huge red aura rises against the dragon's green one. Now, wearing the Lion King's helmet, Rakan realizes his opponent is level 200 and decides to use this chance to test how much power he has now, charging back into battle. No longer holding back because of the reptile, he takes the fight seriously and searches for a weak spot to target. Luckily, he notices the wound he gave Taylor before it mutated, so he throws his bomber skill to distract it. The dinosaur dodges, but loses sight of Rakan, who slips to the side and fires a blade slash, landing a hit on the dragon's chest. Then he moves into an attack from above. Taylor tries to defend itself but fails, while Rakan runs across its body, tearing it apart with his axe. Taylor roars in rage, but he jumps out of its reach and gets to see what he's done, a dragon with no eyes and half its skull gone. Even then, it keeps its ferocity and attacks again. Rakan was waiting for that, ready to end the fight by combining his skills, forming a giant axe with a handle shaped like a black rose, then leaping and striking straight into the reptile's brain, finally killing it, leveling up, and completing his mission. He also earns a new title, the one who defeated corruption, which lets him reduce damage from corrupted beings, along with other effects that still haven't been revealed. Sitting down, he thinks about how difficult that fight was even at his level and wonders why the rest of his new title's effects still haven't appeared. His expression changes when he gets the alert that Jairus already knows his dragon is dead and is heading straight for him, possibly with an army. So Rakan uses the oldest strategy there is, running straight toward his next destination. Now, in the grave forest, the hero searches for something in the home, hunting grounds, which hide a secret. He throws 2 axes at a pair of trees, triggering a bright light, and from it rises a huge rock with a seal on it. Rakan smiles. This is exactly what he was looking for. He uses Bomber to destroy the rock and reveal a passage. According to legend, This is where the hunter's story began. As he walks down the stairs, he remembers how difficult it used to be to find this dungeon, especially with all the quests and skills required at once. But now that he already knows them, getting here is much easier. His first stop is a familiar chamber with a symbol. He remembers this trial. Differs from the Lion King's because the one who created it is still alive, a living legend, Kiaris the Troll Hunter. As he summons a hand axe, Rakan thinks of that brave warrior who crushed his enemies from the ranks of the black dragons and probably never imagined the first person to find this place would be a human berserker. Still, even if it shouldn't belong to him, the protagonist plans to take it. That begins the first trial. Suddenly, everything goes dark, and his first and only clue says he must find the light. In the darkness, it sounds far too simple, which annoys him. Meanwhile, a creature with glowing muscles appears behind him and tries to attack, but it misses and gets split in two by a counterattack. Rakan stays alert, surrounded by enemies that may be numerous, but are actually very weak and easy to defeat. Right after he finishes his final strike, he realizes that finding the light in the darkness means spotting a small, harmless goblin with such a pure smile that it shows him which way to go. Rakan follows the hallway, staying close to the wall as he searches for another hidden path and finds it by pressing a button. But that opens a trap beneath his feet, sending him falling far down until he lands face first with terrible pain in his back. As he recovers, he hears Phase 2 begin, telling him that he has to destroy something. The problem is he has no idea what it is until a golem rises from the ground and nearly gives him a heart attack. Once Rakan calms down, he realizes this creature is like any other golem. It will keep healing until he destroys its core, and that won't be easy. The MC charges in with a loud roar, half crazed, then swings a slash, trying to crush it. The blow bounces off. That makes sense. It was created by Kiaris, the Troll King. The golem prepares to strike, and when it opens its mouth, Rakan spots the core inside its head. He knows he'll need raw destructive power, so he hurls Bomber with everything he has. The explosion is enormous and blows the golem apart. Just like that, Rakan clears the hunter's second trial. He does note that this would be easier if he were skilled with a bow. Still, nothing can stop him, so he asks for the next challenge and begins the third phase. Since everything is moving so quickly, he waits eagerly until he sees a small troll walking straight toward him. Immediately, he remembers this is the final stage. He watches as the little troll begins getting corrupted by dark energy. Rakan doesn't hesitate and rushes to attack, but he's stopped by that same dark power. Then it turns against him, trying to kill him. He backs away as best he can until he's far enough to see little green troll enter a massive sphere of dark energy. This is Kiaris's killer release technique, a kind of cocoon, and from it, the transformed troll slowly begins to emerge, revealing its full form with a dark crescent floating above its head. So the final phase is defeating Kiaris, who smiles at Rakan. He quickly charges again, but the troll doesn't even flinch and summons a giant wolf from the darkness at a distance. Tantans, leader of the Frost Wolves, sending it straight at the hero. Rakan barely blocks it, and now the wolf has its jaws locked onto his axe, refusing to let go. Annoyed and confused, the protagonist decides to improvise. Since he can't get the wolf off, he lifts his axe with the wolf still hanging from it and swings at the troll, who dodges. Rakan calls Kiaris a coward for not taking the hit alongside his partner. Kiaris tells him to shut up and says he'll pay for his sins, then fires the arrows of judgment, which rain down across the battlefield. Rakan barely slips past them and prepares to strike back. His attacks keep getting dodged, and he thinks that if He had one more trick, this fight would already be over. But there's no time to dwell on that, so he keeps attacking. The troll waits, convinced Rokan still hasn't learned from his mistakes. Using bind, it holds the hero in place. Kiaris starts gloating, but then he's shocked when he notices Rokan's arm is badly injured, glowing red as though blood pressure is building beneath the skin. That's exactly what the MC wanted. With bind still holding him, he throws himself at the troll and splits him in half, leveling up as he says he finally got rid of that slippery rat. His reward is a vessel for monster hearts above level 170. Now he eagerly pulls out Taylor's heart, the dragon heart, from his inventory, remembering how annoyed he was when he first obtained it because it looked useless. But now, once he places it into the vessel, its true value becomes clear. The container activates and grants him one of Kiaris's skills, soul piercing, with room to grow stronger over time. It appears as a tattoo on Rokan's body, allowing him to use a power that raises deadly strike by 10%, boosts critical strike by 50%, and lets him absorb corrupted power. The protagonist looks over everything he gained, thinking about how that critical damage boost is huge for archers, but the best part is absorbing corrupted power because that will help him build up even more of it. With that, he plans to become much stronger before facing Odin. Then, back in Crossroad, Malkin is shocked by how quickly Rokan returned and gives him the information he promised. Someone is creating the fallen monsters, and they've spread not only through this city but into the center too. The MC explains that the center is the area of the fourth city, and he's surprised by how quickly the story is progressing. Malkin continues, saying these monsters are dangerous and aggressive both toward their own kind and toward humans. Since they still haven't found anything important, he asks Rokan to help investigate and gives him a sign of support, a ticket for a special quest that lets him take a fallen monster mission without searching for one himself, saving him time. Now he knows exactly where he's heading next, the human guild in the city. But when he walks in, he immediately loses hope. The place feels like a haunted mansion. He figures that's because all the other guilds ignore them, and the only one who comes to greet him is a strange old man who complains that he came in making a racket. Rokan is surprised because even though the man looks like an ordinary elder, he's wearing a badge that marks him as part of the council, an important group for human prosperity in the central city. With that in mind, he decides to be extra polite, offering to help humanity thrive. The old man thinks he's a little strange but also useful. Drooling the whole time, he gives Rokan Jarvan's mission, clear out the fishing area by killing a bunch of turtles and bringing them back. Rokan leaves with a tired expression, realizing the old man only wants to add exotic meat to his diet. Even if the man is annoying and the task is easy, the protagonist knows this is still the path toward his goal, something crucial in the game, completing the race quests. So he heads toward the beach on a nameless, deserted island and quickly wipes out the turtles. Since he's already there, he decides to search for something else to get ahead. While digging through the ground, he finds turtle eggs. With that, everything is ready. He starts a turtle barbecue to lure the island's only intelligent creature. It's a little strange but not frightening. And sure enough, it gets drawn in easily by the smell. It's a giant bird with a huge red aura. The eagle stops and stares at the turtle meat. Rokan is grilling and praises his cooking. Slightly uncomfortable, the MC recognizes the bird as Tamien from the Join clan, already drooling over the food just as he planned. In this quest, he has to tempt the bird to earn a favor, and that can be done with words or, like now, with a perfectly cooked piece of meat. The bird can't resist anymore and asks whether Rokan wants something, but the protagonist deliberately ignores him. The eagle quickly gets worked up and starts pressuring him, but the MC still doesn't give in which only makes the bird more curious. He keeps playing hard to get to improve his chances until Tamian finally gives in and offers any favor Rokan wants, even a ride back to the continent. His grin shows that he's gotten exactly what he wanted. He turns and asks for a pass to the sky, which shocks the bird and makes him feel tricked. Rokan keeps acting casual and adds more firewood, making the hungry bird worry about the meat overcooking. Then he raises the stakes by adding a turtle egg. It pairs perfectly with the meat, turning the offer into something impossible to resist. The eagle tries to hold out, but in the end, he gives Rokan a pass to the sky by handing over one of his feathers. After getting his food, he flies off grumpily with the meat and eggs, hinting that they'll meet again. Rokan cheerfully says goodbye, happy that he finally obtained his pass to the sky, a place at the very top of the world. But before going there, he has to return to the human guild and hand over the turtles to the old man, who can barely contain himself at the thought of cooking them, even while pretending to remain serious. After that, he gives Rokan a flower-gathering quest to collect 5 soft flowers for regeneration research. The protagonist is surprised by how simple it is, but he understands this is still only the beginning of the race quest line. He explains that each race has a larger goal, built around a special object, like the half-elves trying to revive the world tree. The dwarves seek to restore their strongest weapon, and the gnomes want to rebuild ancient cities. Every subquest supports that larger mission, but humans want something else, to revive their old emperor and his army so they can reclaim their former glory. Basically, it's just another way to create undead. Rokan can't help feeling a little condescending toward humanity and its goal in this world. Still, he has to accept it if he wants to move forward in the game, one step at a time. First, he needs to enter the land of regeneration, which is far away and belongs to the half-elves. It's an herb garden where they grow plants, and luckily he has an idea. Go to guild leader Terrell, who gets chills just from appearing in the MC's thoughts, while the MC only thinks about how useful she is. Determined and confident, certain everything will work out, he heads to the land of regeneration and finally arrives at the half-elf village, where the guards stop him immediately. They're hostile until Rokan proudly uses the elf friend effect. Simply by introducing himself properly, he gets the half-elves on his side. Because of his generous offer to help, they decide to give him work in the greenhouse, killing pests and feeding plants with supplements. This is exactly what Rokan wanted, and he silently thanks Terrell, who seems to be starting to sense the hero's strange energy. He's then taken to the greenhouse, where he takes in the unusual place that shelters all kinds of plants, all connected to their main goal, reviving the tree of life. That's why everything there has grown enormous, even the insects. Rokan feels as though he's been shrunk down, but his thoughts are interrupted when he senses something without knowing where it's coming from. He goes on alert, not noticing that behind him a giant praying mantis appears and aims for his head. In the next scene, the protagonist is covered in blood and furious, hating insects more than ever. He raises his weapon to finish off the insect while complaining about how filthy he's become. Right after that, the system tells him the mission is complete. Rokan thinks it ended far too quickly, so he assumes that insect was the quest boss. Now he has 2 choices: report the mission complete, or stay and keep hunting, which could earn him extra rewards. Ready for more fighting, Rokan decides to kill 100 insects, something most people would say should be impossible to find. But in reality, he finds plenty of them almost immediately. Meanwhile, somewhere else, an archer is firing arrows at an insect while a squire holds it back. They both seem to be players, and it looks like they're struggling, all under the watchful eyes of their friend Yeren, who tries to support them in an overly cute way, and somehow it works. boosting the love-struck stats of the two fighters who jump back into battle. Using their skills, the two compete to impress the girl, but their attacks do nothing to the insect. The beetle starts charging. Its aura then rises into the air and uses its combo skill, King's Charge, blasting both players away. After that, it turns toward the girl, and she calls for her two admirers, even though she clearly knows they can't save her. Right then, a blade slams down, and Rokan appears, crushing the beetle. That immediately catches Yeren's attention, and her expression changes when she realizes she just found someone incredibly strong. As Rokan keeps going, his insect count reaches 70. The two players frantically search for their girl, then find her, furious, wrapped around his arm while he hasn't even noticed her. Yeren tries to act extra cute around him, but Rokan only looks uncomfortable, like something sticky has latched onto him. Meanwhile, the two guys keep begging her to go with them, and she ignores both of them. The protagonist just thinks these three are wasting his time. They annoy him so much that he even considers PK for a moment. As for the two followers, they finally seem to get the message when she turns them down, and that makes Rokan realize his little parasite is really a queen bee type, someone who squeezes benefits out of players desperate for female attention. That's pretty common in this game since players can change their appearance, and Yeren's cleric class plus her sweet looks make the act work really well. Even knowing all that, the MC still doesn't know what to do with the clingy girl on his arm, and PK isn't worth the penalty, so he changes plans at once and completely shifts his attitude, turning into a smooth gentleman who seems concerned about the poor girl. He introduces himself and invites her to join his party. Yeren agrees immediately and walks off, with Rokan leaving the two guys looking completely crushed. At the same time, the girl's manipulative side comes out, pleased that she got rid of the useless ones and found someone better, unaware that Rokan plans to toy with her instead. Later, Yeren mostly watches as he fights through more insects, taking them out at incredible speed and leaving her stunned. She realizes she'll need to put in some effort to keep her new ride happy, so she starts acting sweet and gentle, offering to help him. Rokan answers with a fake smile while thinking about how annoying she is. Now that she's fully committed to playing helper, the protagonist decides it's time to put his plan into action, asking for her help with the next boss. He lies and tells her it's a job only a cute little cleric like her can do. That scares her a little, but she can't let a strong servant like him slip away, so she pretends to agree, exactly what Rokan wanted. He decides to disguise Yeren so she can lure out the greenhouse's final boss, a giant bird, by using her as bait in a flower costume while she holds a huge apple and waits for the bird to come so the MC can kill it. She's furious about being humiliated like this and starts thinking her usual charm doesn't work on him. That only pushes her harder to try seducing him and turn him into her loyal servant. Meanwhile, the bird spots the food and flies straight toward her. Tired and irritated, Yeren wonders when the stupid bird will finally show up, and then it lands right behind her. She turns around and sees the massive bird, then runs off crying, remembering that Rokan said the bird would chase the fruit, not her. Even so, she keeps trying to lead it around, waiting for the protagonist to step in, but the bird keeps chasing her, and Rokan is nowhere to be seen. In a panic, she starts screaming for the MC, who is high up in a tree, with snacks in hand, enjoying the whole thing and mocking how fast the self-proclaimed queen bee can run. Yeren keeps sprinting in terror until she falls to the ground and the bird stops behind her, looking ready to kill her. But that isn't actually true, because the entire time the bird only wanted the fruit, and now it finally gets to eat it in peace. From the tree, Rokan bursts out laughing, mocking the queen bee's expression, and calling her a rookie who has clearly never hunted before. While the giant bird eats the fruit, he decides that's enough bullying and figures he'll help now, hoping she learned her lesson and won't be so selfish anymore. Meanwhile, Yeren is angry and humiliated, thinking about how she was used as by a so-called savior who never came. So in a burst of rage, she throws a stone at the bird. Rokan sees it happen and knows the bird will strike back if she attacks. The bird barely feels the hit, but it still gets angry and turns violent. From above, Rokan watches as the girl gets brutally attacked. He can't believe it. He never thought she'd do something that stupid. Still unsure, the protagonist knows that if he does nothing, Yeren probably won't survive. Now she's lying on the ground, barely alive, calling out to Rokan with her last bit of strength. That finally makes him move, and he wonders when he started. Going soft, the bird, filled with killing intent, dives at the unconscious flower girl without noticing that Rokan is dropping from the sky. He slams a heavy blow into the bird's back. The bird doesn't fall, and neither does the MC. He clings to its back to keep from being thrown off. As the bird tries to shake him off, it thrashes wildly from side to side. Rokan gets filthy and furious, and he refuses to let go until he realizes they're heading straight for a tree. He quickly releases his aura, activates his bloodmark transformation, and chooses not to crash into it, jumping away and using Bomber, which triggers a huge explosion that wakes Yeren up. The bird starts falling, badly wounded, and its eyes nearly pop out when it sees that from above, an enraged Rokan is descending with his giant axe, ready to use deadly strike. The bird fires off an attack, and he meets it with a grin, eager to test his power. His strength breaks through every bit of the bird's defense, splitting it in half. Yeren watches in awe, her heart pounding as a new desire awakens. She wants to become as strong as Rokan. The protagonist is still fired up after the fight and heads off, ready to claim his reward, a giant bird egg he has to keep safe until it hatches so he can tame it and get his first flying mount along with a path into the sky. But first, he has to find the flower girl. He searches everywhere, hoping she didn't die. Instead, he only finds a letter. It says that from now on, she'll fight her own battles. Rokan thinks she's either crazy or smarter than he gave her credit for. Either way, the Queen Bee rehab is over, and now he can return to his hunting mission. So he returns to Crossroad to gear up before the next quest. He goes to the Dwarf Forge first, where the blacksmith gives him a new chest plate. It may not be top tier, but for Khan, it's still excellent with solid stats, useful effects. And on top of that, he gets gloves with amazing defense, plus boosts to agility and stamina, along with an effect that increases attack and defense with each consecutive kill. Now his gear works great against large groups, which is perfect for his next target. The old man gives him a quest called Reflection on the Bones. This time, Rokan has to study not only the herbs that restore flesh, but also bones, and for that, he needs special materials. His next stop is the grim, towering city of the undead, where he must find Lich, an odd mage who conquered death and can revive no matter how many times he's killed. He's known for hiding in the cradle of death inside the city, a place feared even by level 190 players because getting inside is so difficult. So Rokan decides to scout the area first, knowing it won't be easy. He'll have to deal with at least 50 undead guards between levels 150 and 190, and they can resurrect too. Even with his gear, fighting them head-on would be a problem. So he comes up with another plan. From camp, Rokan starts a live stream, and it quickly grabs the players' attention, including some of the same orcs he defeated before. Standing before the city gate, Rokan issues a challenge. He'll give away his upgraded sword to anyone who can pull it from the rock where he planted it. Many people doubt him, but most still take the bait and rush over in waves to try winning the prize. A huge army of orcs also comes, planning to take not only the sword, but him too. He only smiles when he sees how easily they fell for the bait. Once enough people gather, he throws Bomber, wanting to test the new power boost from his armor. He enjoys the chaos while the orcs refuse to back down and prepare to keep attacking him, which makes Rakan even happier as he begins his assault. First, he unleashes a massive roar, then tears through them at full speed, cutting down everything in his path. At the same time, a small goblin slips away from the fight to sneak behind him. Sure, he manages to fool everyone until Rakan comes back down from above like lightning and wipes out the little green attacker. After the slaughter, his attack and armor stats reach 200%, so he moves to phase 2. One orc curses while barely getting back up. Then Rakan launches Bomber, but not at the orc. He aims at the city. That activates a magic seal and releases the city's defenders, the Undead Legion. The orc gets cocky when he sees them and thinks the protagonist is finished, but the protagonist waits until they're close enough, then raises his hands and calls down a huge electric force. It crashes down as a giant lightning strike that sweeps through the undead. The orc can only stare in shock as Rakan tells his audience that the fight is only just beginning. The undead rise again and rush at Rakan, but he's ready for them, already reading their movements. That part is easy because he knows the AI well. At last, he lands a powerful strike that drops one of them and begins his counterattack. He promises the weak undead that he'll wipe them out for good, then runs across the battlefield, cutting down each one with clean strikes until only he remains before the massive city. The orc is still there too, the one who survived, and he summons more guards to stop him. Rakan knows it's pointless. He jumps and drops like lightning, smashing everything in his path until only he and the terrified orc remain. Rakan walks toward him while the orc keeps calling for guards, but the MC already killed 50 of them, so it will take time before they revive. Now there's only one loose end left. The orc has nowhere to run and can only beg and scream. Later, Rakan walks alone down the empty road to retrieve his sword, the one nobody could pull from the rock. He knows no one has managed it yet, though maybe one person could, the great Odin. Rakan hopes to find him soon and finish him off. After that, he heads through a field of red flowers, the only living place left in the village. That's also the entrance to the Lich's lab, and now that it's unguarded, getting inside should be easy. Before going in, he cuts his arm slightly and lets blood drip onto one of the roses. That triggers a mechanism and opens a huge door in the ground. Then he steps into a strange, brightly lit passage. He figures the lanterns are special somehow, but ignores that for now. Right now, he only cares about finding the materials for the mission. He reaches a locked door that seems to be the Lich's lab. Right then, the Lich appears, rambling like a madman, while Rakan is warned that since he came here, he'll end up as a human sacrifice. The protagonist answers with Bomber instead. It looks like that finishes him, and then Rakan rushes in to end it. When he goes for the final blow, an energy barrier stops him. Stunned, Rakan gets slammed straight into the ground with full force, leaving him badly hurt and bleeding. The skeleton is thrilled, saying the MC is trapped inside a magical engineering field. Meanwhile, the Lich revives some servants to finish off an exhausted Rakan, who can't even stand and realizes he badly underestimated his enemy. He thought he'd simply kick him around and erase him, but now, as the army closes in, the air fills with a red aura, and the hero's eyes turn white, ready for a furious counterattack. Rakan keeps moving, smashing several glowing Orbs that light up the dungeon. That scares the Lich, who thinks Rakan is trying to run away like a coward, but he keeps breaking the orbs because he knows one of them is actually the skeleton mage's life vessel. If he destroys it, the Lich dies for good, so he keeps smashing more orbs but still can't find the right one. With no better option, he pushes on, ready to destroy them all, until he finds the real one, the mage. Shaking more and more, tries to draw Rakan's attention by raising a huge stone shield that starts giving off powerful purple flashes. As the protagonist runs, he notices from the corner of his eye that the Lich is preparing to strike, creating giant stone spears all over the cave, and they move like tentacles. Rakan switches to two-hand axes, dodging again and again as the tentacles try to skewer him. He watches their attack patterns and keeps avoiding them until he finally finds a brief opening. Locking onto his target, he throws the axes and uses Bomber, destroying 3 orbs at once. The mages' tentacles can't stop the attack, so they try to trap Rakan instead, but he jumps between them to reach another orb. When he strikes it with all his strength, the blow bounces off, and its hardness shocks him. That makes him think he's finally found the Lich's vessel. Determined to break it, he prepares to fire another bomber, but one of the Lich's tentacles barely intercepts it. Enraged, the Lich swears he won't let Rakan leave this place alive. Using his tentacles, he grabs the vessel and places it in the center of his dead body, restoring all his energy and reviving as a level 180 Solonian mage. The new enemy looks proud and completely confident until Rakan, with one quick move, appears right behind him. The MC crushes his confidence, saying he never even wanted to fight his Lich form because it was boring and a waste of time. Curious, the mage charges at him with Dark Destruction Strike. Rakan, though, doesn't even flinch, and with a single move, he pierces through him, then shatters the orb, ending him for good. He repeats that it was truly boring. After the explosion, after leveling up, and with no chance of the enemy returning, it's time to enjoy the rewards. Rakan gets the research material, Contemplation of Bones, completing the mission. But now he turns his attention to some extra rewards and finds a few skill books. Excited, he starts searching, but most of them are junk, so he tosses them aside. At last, he finds something useful, a skill book called Third Hand. It grants the power to create a new hand made of mana, or as many as he wants, as long as he has enough mana and focus. It could be extremely useful, but since he doesn't know how to use it yet, he decides to save it. Meanwhile, a new enemy sneaks closer to attack him, but at the last second, Rakan stops it. He's actually happy, because he'd been waiting for it. Then he crushes the skeleton's skull while mocking him, but suddenly a massive horde of undead appears. That only entertains Rakan, who jokes that they must be looking for their undead friend, but now they should call him fully dead. The entire army attacks him, and he pushes forward, eager to test his strength, dropping skeleton after skeleton until he jumps and takes out several of them with one strike. Still, the skeletons keep coming because of the leftover death essence from the orb that held the Lich's power. For beginners, that would be a clear sign to run. For Rakan, though, it's an incredible experience farm, and he keeps leveling up, raising his stats with every enemy he defeats. Fired up, he enjoys the hunt until, in the end, he's the only one left standing. With enough points earned, he decides it's time to leave the dungeon and move on to the next target, the undead village. There, a frightened little orc sees the city in ruins, figures Rakan did it, and sees the live broadcast, grateful he wasn't there. As he walks through the area, he runs into the orc. Everyone thought the protagonist had already killed. That orc explains that once the MC ran out of opponents, He ended the stream and left, for no clear reason. Then the smaller orc checks online and finds a notice saying Rakan is live again under a new stream title, The Invasion of the Land of the Undead. The entire city goes on alert, ready to kill him. The skeleton guards who arrive are met by Rakan's rapid strikes, and when the orcs get there, they can only watch as he easily tears through. The skeletons, one of them calls him a hacker. That annoys him and ruins his mood, reminding him of the trouble in the previous city. Still, it also pushes him to tell everyone that, believe it or not, he can wipe out the entire city by himself. Then Rakan explains capture mode. According to him, that's when you drive out all hostiles or defeat every enemy in a camp and take control of it. That means a large-scale battle where players can keep respawning, bringing 50 guards for each invading player. This only works with groups or a clan, and the orcs know that, but Rakan has no interest in forming a clan because he wants all the rewards for himself. He tears apart one orc, then ends up surrounded by more enemies, and they all rush in. While fighting, Rakan thinks that the massive power gap against an entire camp is only a problem in theory, as he destroys all his rivals with a massive spinning attack. A small troll watches from an alley, terrified that even their strongest warriors have been defeated. Only half the players are left, and the guards won't return for hours, meaning a single player has conquered them. Rakan appears right in front of the troll, grinning as he offers a reward for figuring out the situation. So the city's streets, wells, and corners become witnesses to the hero's brutal massacre, leaving the place in ruins as daylight begins to break. The capture of the city is confirmed, preventing players from that camp from respawning there for at least 3 hours. Since he conquered the camp alone, Rakan gets a notice that he earned the title Tyrant, which boosts his stats by up to 15% in hostile areas or against hostile NPCs. On top of that, his power rises by 50% against large groups of enemies. With that, and the huge reaction from viewers to what he just did, the protagonist knows he can make a lot of money from his YouTube channel. But for now, he wants to rest before going after the main mission. Just then, a viewer warns him to watch the front. Rakan doesn't understand until a powerful figure rushes in at full speed and smashes him straight in the stomach with a huge stone hammer, sending him flying across the city and crashing into a wall. The MC spits blood and looks confused. There shouldn't be any enemies left. Then he sees a figure walking toward him, saying he's waited for this day to kill him for Taylor, who must be crying in heaven. That's how the level 200 guard captain, Jairus, makes his entrance. Rakan didn't expect him to appear here. He thinks about running, but his pride won't let him do that in the middle of the stream. Besides, this is a fight where he has nothing to gain and everything to lose, especially since a single hit already left him this badly injured. He knows the monster in front of him is stronger than he is. Even so, thinking about Odin, he realizes he needs an even higher level to become the predator. He stands up, serious now, facing Jairus, who sees him as nothing but a loud fool. Rakan doesn't hold back and asks whether killing him would make him the strongest in the area. That irritates the boss, who thinks he's being mocked. Even so, Jairus answers that yes, if Rakan kills him, he'll be the strongest around all the way to the next continent. He gives his word as commander. That instantly fires up the hero, and he tells him to stay on guard. Rising to his feet, he says there's no point in fighting useless battles, and bravery isn't the same as stupidity. He understands that perfectly, but still chooses to move. Ready to fight, he switches to his critical damage gear because his enemy uses a massive hammer that looks light in his hands, so average defense won't be enough. Activating his buffs, he prepares for battle. Both fighters plant their feet lock eyes, and their sheer presence kicks up clouds of dust. The fierce clash stuns everyone watching. The stream. They don't think Roken has much of a chance, no matter how strong he is. The sun shines down on a determined Roken and a confident Jairus. Both release their power and prepare to strike, then charge at each other. Halfway there, the hero activates Berserker, ready for the collision. Then both weapons slam together, leaving them face to face with huge grins. The two warriors keep trading blows at close range, tearing up the city around them. Jairus points out that Roken is covered in blood. Still confident, the protagonist grins and says he can paint. Jairus red, too. Their clash keeps growing, more intense. After so many heavy blows, during one exchange, both lose their weapons, so they switch to bare knuckle, fighting. Roken tries to dodge the commander's crushing punches, but he still gets sent, flying by a hit that cracks his helmet and barely leaves him standing. Then he sees Jairus come in with a brutal kick that Roken can barely block, and the impact destroys everything around them. The MC fires bands from his hands, and Jairus uses that opening to smash him in the jaw. At that exact moment, Roken uses the bands to snap back, riding the force of the blow, and drives in with a hard headbutt, followed by a kick that sends the commander flying straight into a building. Not giving him a second to recover, Rakan rushes in and activates his axe to finish it with one final strike, a massive slash that tears through Jairus' shoulder and ends in an explosion. But from the rubble, Jairus steps out, still alive, seeing that his arm is nearly broken. That's when Rakan realizes he can defeat him. Right then, the city guards step in, rushing to help their commander. Rakan knows that's a serious problem, because if the others join in, he won't be able to do much. But Jairus, with his face glowing with a faint purple light, excitedly tells them not to interfere. He stands back up and asks Rokan if he knows Malkin. That's because Jairus is feeling the same thing he felt when he fought that elf. Malkin was the only man he had ever called strong before, and now he gives Rokan that same respect as he transforms and reveals his true form. Then, through huge flashes that tear up the ground, he appears as Gillian Jairus, commander of the Ashton Guard, now transformed into a terrifying demon. He asks the protagonist to tell him his name. Roken smiles when he hears that and introduces himself as the one true berserker. The commander promises he'll remember him. The protagonist is about to mock him, but in the next second, Jairus vanishes from sight. Rokan tries to find him, but Jairus appears again, lifting an entire house and throwing it at him. The MC has no way to dodge, so he strains with everything he has, catching it and holding it up while Jairus comes down from above with a kick, smashing it apart until it explodes right on top of Roken. Through the debris, Jairus moves at top speed, charging straight at him. Roken can barely avoid him because his vision is becoming blurry. He's barely staying on his feet and has no idea what's happening. Rakan starts remembering how Odin looked down on him for being so weak that he wasn't even worth killing personally. He had to endure that humiliation in front of all of Ragnarok, and it fills him with rage, so much that he activates his madness shout. At once, he throws himself at the commander, who blocks the attack. Planting his feet, Jairus smiles and calls Rakan a true berserker, but the protagonist, driven by fury, keeps attacking with everything he has. Jairus quickly takes control and destroys his weapon in a single move. Then, full of confidence, he charges in with a combo attack called Mount, crushing the protagonist before starting to pound him hard in the face. As the beating continues, Rockinton begins unlocking memories from his past life. The beating keeps coming, and powerless, he lies on the ground, gasping for air while taking another hard blow to the face. everything becomes blurrier, and memories of all the humiliation he suffered in Ragnarok come rushing back. With rain falling, those memories twist together while Jairus hits him even harder. He boasts about the gap in their power while Rakan lies on the ground, completely beaten. Sad and desperate, he raises his arm, wishing he could reach Odin and close the gap with Jairus, but he never begs for mercy. Refusing to give up, he pulls out a hand axe right in front of Jairus's face and activates Bomber, setting off a blinding flash and an explosion. Jairus gets blasted away, his arms injured from blocking the blast, and he thinks Rakan has gone insane trying to blow himself up. Then he sees the MC coming after him with everything he has, chasing him down with pure fury in his eyes and only one goal: to kill him. That makes the commander happy, and he calls him the best. Digging his feet into the ground, Jairus says he'll answer with a strike worthy of him, gathering power in his hand and forming a huge seal full of fists called Destroyer Fist. Rakan doesn't hold back either, activating his giant axe for one final move, Mortal Blow. Both of them yell as they brace for impact. Jairus's fists slam into Rakan's massive axe, and a huge shockwave erupts. The struggle continues until it finally ends. With the battlefield ruined, he and Jairus are left standing, back to back. The commander congratulates the protagonist for that perfect strike right before his body gives out and splits in two. With that, the stream cuts off. A group that had been watching can't believe what just happened. Odin is there, and he asks his assistant Zeus what that berserker's name was. Drinking potions just to stay upright, Rakan thinks about how close he came to dying because of Jairus's power. The good news is that the fight gave him amazing footage, and between the stream payouts, ads, and videos, he's going to make great money. So once the berserker penalty ends, he can get back up and move on to the next mission. He returns to the old man, who says he always believed Rakan would succeed. Then he hands over the scroll and says they've made progress on the mission. So now he gives him another one called Blood and Magic, where he has to collect the blood of 44 monsters. The rewards aren't very exciting, but what matters is that this is finally the last race quest available in that city. It sounds simple, but there's a catch. He needs blood from 44 level 160 monsters, all from different species. It sounds easy, but each hunting ground only has 20 species, so he'd still be short by 4. Those could come from Black Dragon players, but very few of them are level 160. Desperate, he even thinks about taking over the city and fighting the guards, wondering whether they would count, while the old man only wants to go to sleep. Then Rakan gets an idea, and that's how, northwest of Crossroad, the MC slaughters monsters until he finally obtains rock-type blood. That cheers him up because he's exhausted after hunting all day and getting only one type of blood, but it's the only way to move forward, even if it's slow and exhausting. With no time to complain, he jumps right back in and keeps going. Time passes between his hunts, his search for level 160 players, tips for finding good hunting spots, and skipping certain races while he keeps sharpening his skills. At last, he gets out of the capsule complaining about how packed his schedule is, then cheering up because he finally has no more work left. After capturing a mob called Steel Rhinoceros, Rakan can finally celebrate with chicken and beer. And while looking for something to watch, he finds a video talking about him. It says a group of level 160 Black Dragons is coming after him. That makes all his effort worthwhile because he taught them how to level up. But now he has to lure them in because ever since Jairus, every player has been avoiding him. So simply waiting out in the hunting field won't work. Then he sees a video about how to make a scarecrow and gets an idea to keep them from knowing he's there. So when he reaches the hunting ground, he summons an NPC vendor and starts dressing it up to look threatening so it can draw the black dragons in to deal with it. Now he only needs to bring the players over. So he uses the blog where he helped the black dragons reach level 160, convincing them there's a secret shop outside the city in the Red Moon Forest because they trust him. They head there while Rakan waits eagerly. Soon, a pair of orcs arrives at the spot. With a bad feeling, they hide when they spot what looks like Roken standing in front of the creepy, disguised NPC, then watch him disappear. In a flash, leaving the orcs confused, they cautiously approach the NPC and open a shop window. Surprised, they see the weapons and assume that's where Roken gets his gear, but the prices are high and there are purchase limits, so they return for their entire clan, falling straight into his trap as he watches his plan unfold exactly the way he wanted. Later, the orcs come back with the entire guild, rushing to buy everything. Excited, they focus on the items and start shopping without noticing that Roken has appeared right behind them. While the leaders keep examining the goods, they finally turn around and see all their allies already lying on the ground, with Roken behind the vendor telling them they fell for a hunter and bait trick. After the screams of pain, the protagonist appears with a victorious smile and blood from trolls, orcs, undead, and goblins, obtaining all four at once. Then he calmly dismisses the NPC vendor and wonders whether he should return to the old man now. In the end, he does. He goes straight to the human guild, where the old man happily thanks him because Roken's work earned him a promotion. The mission ends there, and he hands over a letter of thanks. The MC takes the letter, happy on the outside, though inside he thinks it's only a piece of paper that won't raise his stats. Even so, he already knows how to use it later. He casually says goodbye, and the old man asks him to keep helping the human union. Now he prepares for his next mission, the central city, the fourth city he can enter without a level cap. But that doesn't make it easy, because to get there, he has to cross the ocean, and it's full of dangerous creatures trying to sink him. Still, it's nothing he can't handle if he prepares well. So first, he heads to a certain place, reaching the southwest side of Crossroad where the ruins sit. They've already been looted clean, but no one knows the final secret. There is still hidden. People say that around the ruins, the gnomes Guki and Miyuki stand guard. They're the small NPC mercenaries Roken hired for a high price, but he'd rather rely on them than other players. He enters the ruins and reaches a crossroads where Roken sends the gnomes down separate paths to find a room with floor tiles arranged in a pattern. Before long, the little ones find it and activate the tiles, revealing the secret of the ruins by unleashing a swarm of stone guardians that Roken has to defeat to recover the key. A battle he will obviously enjoy. He charges in, cutting down every enemy in his way until he reaches the end of the room. He feels incredibly light on his feet, thanks to all the training he got without even intending to. Now that he's level 190, he feels stronger than ever and prepares to smash every golem into pieces, setting off a huge blast. After a while, the gnomes return calmly from the room, saying there was nothing dangerous, only to freeze in shock when they see the remains of all the golems. Roken has them help open the door because he's carrying all the keys. He sets them in place and opens the true entrance to the ruins. With that, the three head down. Roken figures the place is around level 170 because of all the traps and monsters, but he remains calm knowing his gnomes are level 180, so they should make it. They soon reach a hallway packed with monsters and traps, and Roken wants to see the gnomes in action, so Miyuki handles navigation while Guki handles combat. Miyuki uses her skills to map out a safe route through all the traps, checking each one with her senses and leading them along the safe path. Then, after crossing a long maze, they finally reach the exit. The little gnome tries to open the door with magic. It's a powerful spell that should break it in about 10 minutes. Rakan thinks is no time at all. He tells her to focus while he and Guki deal with a massive wave of ancient monsters. While Rakan tears through the slimes, Guki uses a freezing skill to chill a group of enemies. Right as Miyuki finally opens the door, they reach another part of the ruins, and the little ones stop when a green aura forms. From deep below a dark stairway, a being says he was going to come find them, but they arrived first. Now that they're in his domain, he'll show them the power of corruption. Rakan wastes no time and draws his axe to face him, recognizing him as the ruins boss and the second fallen he's met after Taylor. The mage, still partly sane, praises him for making it this far. Then he channels power into his skull staff, declaring their end as a huge cloud filled with green lightning covers the entire area. A giant flash crashes down and the mad mage summons his disciples. Roken sees a mass of eyes moving in from a cage and realizes the fallen monster power this mage possesses is mind control. That allows him to turn other monsters into servants. And right away, he releases a horde of sharks and bulls, all charging at once. Roken quickly lines the gnomes up, ready to face the threat. As the wave rushes in, Guki moves first, while he meets them head-on. With a single move, he knocks monsters out with his bare hands, but another group leaps at him. Still, he activates his combo, technique Turboline, turning the sharks into sushi. Feeling completely in control, he mocks the mage, who, frightened and furious, calls Rakan insolent. The protagonist wants to finish him now, but a shield of corrupt power around the mage blocks every attack. To defeat him, he'll have to force the mage to burn through all his power, so he prepares for every incoming wave. He asks the gnomes if they're tired, and both agree the fight is actually easy. Even so, Rakan warns them there are still 4 more waves. Time passes, and after dealing with hungry tigers and wolves, plus endless corrupted monsters piling in behind them, they push past the 3rd wave. The MC stays calm, noticing that thanks to the blood imprint, he doesn't lose health or get tired no matter how long he fights. With only 2 waves left, he asks the ugly, crazed mage whether he's getting scared. The mage pretends to remain confident and says Rakan won't be talking much longer. Then he fires his power into the sky to summon even stronger beings, his so-called masterpieces. From the darkness of the ruins emerge a half-elf and an orc, twisted by corruption. Rakan can tell the mage is truly angry if he's sending those 2 out together, wanting to speed things up. He sends the gnomes after the half-elf, while he takes the orc. That begins the 4th and 5th waves. The orc gets wiped out quickly by Rakan, who even complains that something that large was far too weak. Meanwhile, the gnomes, despite some trouble, manage to use their combo skills, clearing the corrupted half-elf from the area. With that, the mage's shield fades, leaving him open and helpless before Roken, who rushes in immediately. But the mage responds with his technique, Light of Extinction. Roken freezes when he sees a giant wave of green power coming toward him, knowing a single touch means instant death. With no way out, it almost feels like everything is over. Then he's shocked to see a tiny shield. It was Guki. The little gnome jumped in, leaving Roken stunned. He can't believe Guki actually blocked that attack, but Guki is already at her limit and can't hold it much longer. Luckily, Miyuki appears behind the mage and lands a blow that knocks his weapon away. Still, It's a short-lived victory because Miyuki gets blasted away by a counterattack. The mage grabs his staff again and follows up with a crushing hammer strike. But when it hits Miyuki, she turns intangible. That's because Rokun sends both gnomes back to the guild so they won't get hurt anymore. He thanks them for helping him get this far, and the injured gnomes agree, wishing him luck. With them gone, the mad mage gets cocky and thinks he can crush Rokun, so he attacks him directly. Block it easily, and the mage's expression turns fearful. For the first time, he sees the human before him as the stronger one, and Rokun's aura rises. He tells the mage, Galvito, that he wants something from him, but for that, he needs him completely. Enraged, the line works perfectly. Calling himself the Chosen, one of corrupt power, the mage swears the protagonist will suffer and throws a heavy blow. Then he pulls back and launches a huge energy sphere, but Rokun simply summons his battle axe. As the attack seems about to hit in a massive explosion, the still furious mage says the MC's pride won't save him, but at that exact moment, Rokun appears behind him. The mage has no time to react, and Rokun sends him flying with one hit, saying that strike was payback for his friends. Then he steps in and lands a blow so powerful that it cracks the ground. Still, this isn't his real goal yet. Rokun lunges again, grabs the mage by the throat, and slams him hard into the floor. But he doesn't stop there, piling on one humiliating blow after another until the mage is in terrible shape, out of options. The furious mage, enraged by Rokun's insolence, decides to take him down too as green light starts pouring from his mouth and eyes. That only makes the protagonist smile. Then a huge explosion tears through the area, and from the rubble, the MC steps out calmly, slightly burned but happy he survived by using Berserker State. And even happier that his plan worked, as he starts looking for the item that only appears when the mage destroys himself. And there it is, a new green sphere called the Corrupt Orb. This item can only be obtained that way because if Rokun had killed the mage outright, it would have been destroyed. With his goal now in hand, he heads back to the city for his reward. Arriving at the guard post, where Malkin is stunned the moment he sees the object, Rokun says he got it from a fallen monster, and the elf rushes off to investigate, promising a huge reward once he's done examining it. Satisfied, the protagonist decides to catch up with the others while he waits. But his focus breaks when he sees news that a clan called Sashian has launched the first expedition to the fourth city, leaving Rokun furious that someone beat him to it. He figures they must have learned how valuable first clear titles are because otherwise, a guild full of players around level 170 or lower would never be reckless enough to try this. At that level, he knows their odds are maybe 2%, low but not 0%. And now that the announcement is public, he's almost certain they won't be the only team setting sail, which makes him even angrier because he might lose the precious title. Still, after thinking it through, he realizes he can never catch them once they're already at sea, much less pass them. He has only one choice: take a shortcut through a place so difficult that only highly advanced players in the central city ever found it. Seeing that both options have terrible odds, Rokun chooses the only answer that makes sense to him: go crazy. Luckily, Malkin returns and pulls him out of that mood. The elf says the item the MC brought is extremely important and filled with corrupt power worth studying, so he'll receive a major reward because he's the first to earn this achievement. His title upgrades from one who surpasses the fallen to hunter of the fallen. This reduces the damage he takes from corrupted enemies by 20% and lets him sense corrupt power. There also seems to be a third unknown effect that makes Rokun happy, though he also notices his arm and the rest of his body now display a large tattoo, a sign of the power to pierce souls, which raises his critical hit chance by 11%, increases his range by 60%, and now lets him absorb corrupt power too. That excites him even more because he can tell this power is still growing little by little and will probably keep evolving. Malkin thanks him again and gives him another reward, a large golden book, suited for Roken. To his shock, it's a skill book with an amazing ability called Two Hearts. It creates a second energy heart, raising all his stats. It's a skill even he had never heard of. Malkin smiles at his reaction, knowing it will help a lot on the road ahead to the next city. That catches Roken off guard, and Malkin laughs, saying that's obviously the next stop for a warrior who might already be stronger than he is, judging by everything the protagonist has done, including what happened in the Cradle of the Dead. And this book is also a courtesy for defeating his rival, Jairus. Cheerful, Malkin holds out his hand and says it was an honor working together, wishing him blessings on the journey ahead. Roken answers with a big smile and shakes the elf's hand. Later, in a private training ground, he decides to learn his new skill. The moment he activates it, a giant arrow with a heart-shaped tip flies straight into Roken's body and pierces his chest, causing overwhelming pain until the heart fully sinks into him. It leaves a huge scar on his chest, and the pain is worse than anything he's ever felt. Then he realizes something else. He can feel 2 heartbeats. A moment later, his new stats appear, his strength doubles, and his stamina jumps by 300. His power and intelligence also rise, and once a day, he can boost his blood flow. That last upgrade catches him off guard, and he starts thinking it might let him handle that place. Without wasting time, he quickly heads to the coastal village. As he walks, he thinks about the journey ahead. There are only 2 ways to reach the center, by ship or through that hidden route. That shortcut gets him there twice as fast, even though almost no one knew about it back then. The few who did found it much later. It required many clues to uncover, but not for Roken. He already went through all that before, so he reaches the tunnel entrance and jumps in, finally arriving at that place, the underwater tunnel, and right away, an annoying guy greets him. He's an NPC, and Roken politely asks to use the tunnel. Shocked to see a human, the NPC says he needs to take a test first, then introduces himself as the tunnel's manager. Roken doesn't seem too concerned, and as he moves forward, he finds a city beneath the sea. That discovery earns him the Explorer title, which makes him pretty happy. It looks like the title gives him an advantage when dealing with other explorers. On top of that, with his Nothing is Impossible title, he has no trouble convincing the manager, who warns him that the tunnel is still far ahead. As the MC keeps moving through the underwater city, everyone stares at him. They treat him like something strange, but he enjoys it as though he's some kind of celebrity. That mood ends when the manager asks why he's going to the central continent. Roken knows this is the second test, so he quickly claims he's part of the research team. He says he's heading to the central city to deliver information, then shows his ring as proof, certain it will work. After all, the villagers helped build the tunnel, and it used to be the main route across the sea until ships made it useless and nearly forgotten. The same thing happened to the people living here, so Roken puts on a full act. He tells them that he and the research team never forgot them, and apologizes for how they were treated, saying he understands their pain. The villagers are moved, and Roken can tell his plan is working. Now that he has their sympathy, he begins the next part by opening his inventory and filling the city with all kinds of supplies. The villagers are touched, especially when they see potions that could have helped them long ago, and the entire place starts buzzing. But the manager stops them to speak with him. He thanks him for everything, but says that still won't exempt him from the qualification test. With his plan ruined and his mood sinking, Roken has to step onto the platform. There, with only him and the manager present, the results are announced. He easily passes the first test, because he's part of the research team and has what he needs to reach the continent. The second test is whether he's a bad person. Luckily, his honor score is high, and since he's part of the community, they judge him as not evil. Rokan feels slightly awkward remembering all the rather villain-like things he's done. Still, his donations help him pass the third test, respect, and they thank him for the items. Everything seems to be going well, which only makes him more nervous, because there's only one test left, protection. For that, he has to prove he can defend the underwater tunnels. The final exam is hunting a Triton. It's a powerful underwater fighter, a close-range specialist that's nearly unbeatable in its own territory. Dragging it onto land won't work because then the test wouldn't count, so Rokan has to fight it head on in the water. Once he's underwater, he's given the task of luring it out. Even though it's tricky, he has a conch shell to summon it, and it works perfectly. The Triton charges straight at him without hesitation. Rokan thinks the creature has terrible manners. The furious Triton only spits out death threats, and the fight begins. Using its speed, the Triton overwhelms him. It attacks from the front, and right at that moment, Rokan uses Madness Shout, stunning the Triton. But before he can finish it, the creature slips away and starts swimming again at incredible speed. Rokan is left confused as the Triton declares that no one in this dark, deep sea can defeat him, then drives his trident into the protagonist. The Triton believes pain is exactly what arrogant people deserve, and since he just pierced Rokan's heart, he decides to finish it with one more charge of his trident. But the MC's other heart reacts and knocks the attack aside. The Triton can't understand how he's still alive, and Rokan activates Berserker, saying that he's finally caught him. The Triton still can't understand how he's alive. Rokan only laughs because of his double heart, then summons his axe and declares the Triton's death. Later, while recovering with potions, Rokan figures he ended up sacrificing one heart. After all, still he can repair it once he reaches the central continent, since there's a temple there that can even regrow severed arms. Right then, the manager appears and congratulates him. After proving his strength, he's now qualified to use the tunnel. Rokan thinks it was far too easy, but then they mention one problem. The missions may be over, yet since nobody uses the tunnel anymore, it's packed with monsters, so they ask him to clear it as he passes through. The protagonist lights up at the thought of free experience. He accepts the quest, moves on, and looks at the tunnel as though it's heaven. The monsters are pretty frightening, but on land, they're incredibly weak. So he dives in to enjoy the feast, attacking again and again with a huge grin over all that experience, and keeps going until he even has time to prepare a plate of food. Later, he starts yelling like crazy because of the wild speed of the cart carrying him, once again cursing the gnome who built it. He gets launched out, then slams headfirst into the ground. After getting back up and finally reaching dry land again, he at last arrives on the central continent. That earns him an achievement, a boost in reputation at the camp, and plenty of other rewards for discovering an entire continent. One reward that catches his attention is advanced training. He doesn't remember what it's for, so he decides to figure it out as he goes. What matters now is the continent mission. If the first and second cities were tutorials and the third was a beginner zone, then this is where the real system becomes fully active. He figures he needs to go for the job exchange, and for that, he needs to collect 300 emperor pieces. Right then, a giant ogre appears, level 199, exactly what he was looking for, since he needs 300 enemies like that to complete the quest. Rokan knows it doesn't matter how many titles he has if he can't get past level 200. So there's only one thing to do, fight with everything he's got. He charges in, and the ogre thinks it has stopped him. Or at least that's what the ogre thought. Then it watches a mere human land. One strike that splits it in half. Pleased, Rokan collects his reward and senses another presence. Only 299 left, he thinks, officially beginning his hunt. A few hours later, he decides that even though they were strong, they only relied on brute force. He leaps in and cuts them in two, and when another appears, it isn't a match for Rokan either. At last, the MC gets all 300 Emperor tokens and rises to level 200. It felt almost too easy, and since he still had time, he could keep using it to hunt more and level up even further. But then something catches his eye. He hides and wonders why that bastard appeared. He explains that this is another berserker type fighter like him. Its level is far higher than his, and it feels stronger in every way, so he decides a strategic retreat is best. After completing the 4th class change, he'll come back for it. Then he teleports to the Berserker Guild in the 3rd city. The NPC starts praising him over and over as though he's the greatest thing ever. He's never seen anyone like him, which makes Rokan slightly uncomfortable. Then he hands over the Expert Ogre class item, adding another slot to his created skills. Only experts can use this. At first, it doesn't seem like much, but if he adds something like a skill into a combined skill, it can create incredible power, though it consumes a lot of mana. Now Rokan has 4 combination skills and 4 creation skills. Since he already learned the boost skills and the basic ones, the NPC also gives him special enhancement books: Steel Muscles, Indomitable Advance, Madness, Mana Control, Weapon Break, and Armor Break. He buys them all and levels up each of those skills. Once outside, he starts combining his abilities to create a new combo, then heads to the battlefield to test it. He attacks with unbelievable force, destroying everything in his path. He names the new move Skull Explosion. Later, back on the central continent, Rokan finds himself surrounded by ogress. He dodges one that notices him, then uses Indomitable Advance and Deadly Strike, killing it instantly. That adds another skill to his set, called Counterattack. He also receives a letter from his guild fans, but he tosses it aside because it's too long. Then he throws himself back into finishing the testing of his skills. About 2 hours later, he comes face to face with a 2-headed level 200 ogre. He tells it to come closer. The monster roars at the sky and leaps at Rokan, but he barely dodges and thinks it's nothing special. Then an axe is already slicing toward his neck, but his counterattack skill activates and takes off one head instead. Seeing the danger, the creature enters berserker mode and attacks with everything it has, but Rokan cleanly avoids every swing. Their weapons clash, and when he gets a small opening, he uses Disarm, a skill so powerful that black spikes shatter the axe into thousands of pieces. The ogre panics and tries one final attack, but Rokan is already gone. He used evasion, mocking the creature for calling itself a berserker. To him, it's a disgrace to its race. He brings his fingers together and calls out killer, explosion. After the blast, he admits the ogre earned some respect. After that slaughter, it was still fighting. That, he feels, is what a berserker should be. Then he uses killer explosion of slashes. With the twin-headed ogre finally defeated, he heads toward the continent using runes. When he arrives, he can't believe how much mana he burned and decides he'll need to be more careful with his new combo skills. Then, while checking the ogre's axe, he notices people around. him getting excited. Rokan wonders whether the saint might be here, feeling lucky that he found her right in the center of the city. She offers a prayer for a citizen and gives her blessing, then calls for the next person. Rokan steps forward and asks if she is Timur from the central continent. He tells her he's a guard from Crossroad and is investigating the central continent, then asks whether she can repair his heart so he can explain the rest later. Just like that, he's healed, making him think those titles really do help. That mattered a lot. And with the other guilds heading to the central continent too, Rokan knew he had to prepare. His first stop was registration in the city of Timur. After that, he bought property there. Next, he decided to spend the gold he got from the ogress. He asked for armor, but the smith said it couldn't be made with the materials he brought. That changed when Rokan pulled out the ogre's axe. The man lit up and got excited about both the materials and the amount the protagonist was willing to pay. The MC explains that he chose that place because its 5 forges each offered their own type of custom work. It was expensive, but worth it. He wanted more critical hit power on the neck, shoulders, hands, chest, heels, and shoes. Once everything was decided, they told him to come back tomorrow. With that done, Rokan headed to the city's most important place, the Tower of Trials, where they asked for his identification. After checking his rating, they charged him 5 gold and wished him luck. Rokan says the Tower of Trials is a place of honor and challenge, where players prove their strength. The higher you climb, the stronger the monsters become, and you have to kill every enemy on each floor to advance. It gives no normal rewards, but the top players each month receive special items. Soon, he spots some small squirrels and figures it's time to begin on floor 1. He attacks, almost feeling bad about how weak they are. Then the tower gives him a choice, continue or repeat. He chooses the second. Normally, he'd simply move on to the next floor, but this time he wants to clear it 999 more times, and sure enough, Rokan runs that same floor 1,000 times to squeeze out the maximum experience. He also earns several titles for being the first to reach 1,000 victories and takes the top positions in the rankings. After that, all he has left is to climb as quickly as possible through the tower, moving to the next floor. The story jumps ahead to floor 54 with a notice that the rankings will reset again in 29 days. Even so, Rokan is starting to feel exhausted from keeping Berserker active for so long, so he checks his rewards. Most of them aren't anything special, but a few are worth keeping. Some of them increase his stats several times over. When he leaves the tower, he figures it's time to make some money, so he warps to the center of the Timur Arena. That place is home to the best gladiators on the continent, and one of them asks whether he's some beginner. Rokan ignores him and registers for the arena at soldier rank. The others laugh at how low his rank is, and the NPC hands him a token for his turn. Rokan explains that the rules are simple. 2 fighters enter the center and battle until one dies. There aren't many penalties, and best of all, Berserker resets every match, then his alarm goes off. It's his turn. He's glad his opponent will be an NPC, because if it were a real player, his level 190 power would crush them immediately. He teleports in and meets his first opponent, a level 150 assassin swordsman named Machine. Machine calmly talks down to him and steps closer, already certain he's won. But in the next second, his body is split in 2. Rokan gains 10 arena points, and the crowd erupts. Word starts spreading that he defeated his opponent with a single strike. Pleased with that, Rokan asks for his next challenger. Then, they come one after, another and another. As his winning streak grows, so do his fame and skill rewards, and the difficulty of his opponents starts increasing. The protagonist realizes that once he passes a streak threshold, he can move up to the next tier. So he throws himself into it, thinking all he has to do is what he always does: fight, fight, and keep fighting. Hour after hour, he builds 276 reputation with 300 consecutive victories. He earns more titles and spends his points on improving his skills, locking in his first place position in the Hall of Knights. Once inside, he asks to be promoted to knight rank. After meeting the requirements, he signs the contract. The guard keeps talking about the benefits while Rakan thinks about only one thing. He's halfway through the promotion. To become a true knight, he still has to find a lord knight and take a knight's oath. That's why he still doesn't have the real title. He needs one more person, so he heads toward his next destination. But before that, since he's already there, he decides to pick up the race's quest. And now that he has reached knight rank, the mission ought to be something interesting. When the NPC hears Harvin sent him, he says he already has plenty of good knights. But when Rakan offers a reward for the mission, the man still refuses, saying he isn't that kind of person, until he sees that the reward is jewel minerals worth about 3 times more than gold. After that, he quickly changes his mind and accepts, telling Rakan about the legend of the pyramids. People said they seemed to be home to living beings that never decayed, no matter how many years passed, so his task is to investigate them. That activates his new quest, but Rakan isn't sure what to do next, because it's a very difficult one. Thanks to the bribe and his titles, he's been given a very high-level investigation mission. The level gap isn't huge, but those monsters also have titles and special abilities. He decides to think about it later. Then he heads to the Timur Coliseum, because now that he's a knight, his class there rises too, giving him access to more recognition points and a wider shop selection. As Rakan leaves, he says that if he earns too many points, he could attract the attention of nobles, and that might become a problem because his real priority is the main quest. He then arrives at a building where they ask him to state his affiliation. After confirming who he is, Rakan enters and asks for information about corrupted monsters. When he hands over the map, they give him a quest. Bring back 3 corrupted beasts, and he'll receive a reward. After accepting, he takes care of a few small things and activates the Tamer Circle. Once he repeats his destination to the transporter twice, they finally let him go, even though the place is dangerously remote. But Rakan is determined to go there. Still, that isn't his real destination, just a point even, farther out in the fields where teleporting can't reach. That brings him into Lanai territory, near a kind of fortress where a guard asks what he's doing there. The moment he hears Rakan came to become a knight, he runs off to announce his arrival, and an excited lord comes out. He's thrilled that someone wants to serve as his knight. The MC thinks the man's situation looks miserable, but that's exactly why he chose him. He says the first reason he picked this territory was its fallen nobility setup, and the second was its potential. The entire land was about to be swallowed by Remington territory, and a great treasure was hidden there. One Rakan couldn't let slip away, so he confirms that he wants to become a knight of Lanai territory. The Lord invites him inside, and once they're alone, he's honest. They don't have the means to pay him. He says that's fine. They can pay him with land. He isn't asking for much, only a small part of the mountain. Seeing the man's hesitation, Rakan adds that if there turns out to be a mine in that area, he'll hand it back immediately. He doesn't want the minerals, only the hunting ground. After thinking it over for a long time, the Lord agrees and even gives him soldiers to help subdue the monsters. With the deal made, Duke Durkam Bon Lanai names him his knight. Rakan only smiles, thinking that land of gold will soon be his. Now that everything is set, he goes to inspect those lands. Seeing the agreement go through, he still can't believe they would let a free knight join so easily. In another territory, no one would do that with a stranger. He also remembers that the monsters there should be around level 240 at most. Not too high, but still very profitable. So he tells a soldier to gather as many troops as possible. Once everyone is assembled, Rockin carries himself like a real general, saying they'll be back soon. His plan is to make a strong impression and win everyone's trust. The soldier's job is to guide the beasts and keep them from escaping. Before long, they find level 213, wolf beasts. Rockin shouts that it's time to hunt, declaring that those lands are under his protection. He cuts down one and wipes out the rest with an explosion. The Duke can't believe he cleared out all the nearby monsters. He thinks that selling the monsters drops would help the territory. Rockin expected that, so he agrees, but not before packing away the useful loot and experience. Then the Duke asks him to share the news with the neighboring lands. The protagonist smiles. This will be the beginning of getting everyone to follow him, and with more trust, he'll have greater freedom. Then he heads to the battlefield, speaking proudly for the city he serves, and at the end, he hands a bag to the guards and tells them to spread it around. It is one of Rakan's tricks to stop more monsters from spawning there, making the area perfect for mining and the town. Everyone will focus on that place, but his real goal lies elsewhere. First, though, he begins the public dungeon achievement, the Cavern of Silence. He earns titles just for being among the first to enter. Rakan is thrilled to see his plan coming together, believing the most important thing is near Timur, which he learned about from a book on ruins. After everything he did, they thank him because thanks to him, they were able to open their second mine, and now they can begin thriving. In return, they give him freedom to act. Rockin brags a little about how honorable his work has been, and says he'll now patrol the area, eventually reaching his own land. There, he uses a blueprint he bought, and it turns into a large structure, perfectly blocking the area so no one can see what he's doing. After walking a little farther, he finds the exact spot and discovers the entrance to the secret dungeon. He breaks the seal, and a crystal appears, warning him that 999 entries remain. Rakan is delighted. He can still enter 999 more times, and of course, he plans to make full use of that fortune. Once inside, he explains that this place contains a stone found only there. These are enhancement stones, divided into general upgrades and high-level stones, which can sometimes push gear as far as level 6, and even 9 in defense. Normally, all monsters can drop stones, but the chance of a high-level one is around 5 to 1. In this place, it rises to nearly 20%. That's why entries are limited, and later they'll sell for insanely high prices. So for now, he is going to strengthen his own equipment. The first enemies are stone spirits. They have a few weak points. Rockin uses his bomber attack, hits the core, and gets an item. It turns out to be his first enhancement stone. He keeps hunting, taking down the fire spirits next. After that, he runs into water spirits and deals with them just as easily. When it's all over, he wonders whether that's the end. But then the rock spirit boss appears. That creature has to be carrying an enhancement stone. No question. Rockin dodges, hacks it into hundreds of pieces, and exposes the ore inside. Cornered, the boss summons rocks and hurls them at Rockin. But that's nothing to him. He activates Mortal Strike, then picks up the mysterious core. He says the boss dropped a top-quality stone. Rockin figures he'll get rich if he can collect 3,000 of them. Then he finishes off the boss. After that, he activates the Book of Runes and later heads to the dwarf's workshop. There, they plan to use the enhancement materials to power up his gear. Some turn out to be nothing special, only basic stones, so he tosses the useless ones aside. Once luck is finally on his side, he brings the minerals to the blacksmith. The smith is stunned by how many stones Rocken brought. The MC wants every item upgraded to grade 7, telling him it doesn't matter if some crystals break. He has plenty, but then he decides he wants everything at level 9. The odds are terrible, and they burn through nearly all the crystals. Only a few pieces of gear, actually, make it to level 9. He asks for the rest too, and that lets him put on his new armor. It feels amazing, but he turns off the glowing effect so it won't attract too much attention. Now that his upgrades are complete, he wants to clean things up properly. Then the starting bonus runs out, and Roken feels completely exhausted after fighting non-stop for 3 days. Now he wants to check whether any useful information has been posted. That's when he sees those same bastards from the past again. The news says they're the first guild to reach the continent, the Hellhound Guild. Roken remembers that in his past life, people called them lapdogs because they'd do anything for money. Back then, money didn't matter to him, so he mostly stayed out of their way. There was only one time they crossed paths, after he'd died several times and lost skills and titles. They used that chance to get close and go for his throat. As far as he remembered, Ragnarok was supposed to be the first guild on the continent, but these bastards must have pulled some trick. That was fine with him. He only needed to give them a proper welcome. Back in the present, he uploads a few videos introducing the city, making it clear who really arrived there first. Later, at the city's hidden cove, the guild arrives, and their leader tells everyone to stay alert. They can't rest until they reach the city. They already know the route to the city, so no matter what happens, their guild has to stay ahead. As they move forward, they enter a cliffside pass, but the fog is so thick that he orders them to clear it away. The mages cast a fire spell, but the fog returns far too quickly. He tells them to fall back and let the casters move to the front because buzzing sounds are coming from nearby, and sure enough, they're undead, but not the kind they know, so they need to stay alert. They use acceleration, rotate their casters, and keep attacking, but more undead appear immediately. Something is clearly drawing them in. From this point on, they have to prepare for a long battle. Even after hours of fighting, the enemies keep coming. They can't believe it. It starts to feel like this is simply what the continent is like. Then suddenly, they hear a different sound. It's a horse charging at full speed, blazing past them like lightning. The guild members have no idea what just happened, and while they're distracted, their backs are left exposed. A swarm of respawning zombies attacks, and they blame the thing that just passed for drawing them in. A few hours later, Roken simply watches, certain they'll weaken soon because long fights wear down the mind. Their leader yells for everyone to move. They need to retreat and reset their attack. They have to move before the zombies regenerate again. Then one of his men tells him to look at something, insisting on the point because it's important. He shows him that Roken is streaming from the canyon where they were wiped out, and he has several videos showing where they'd gone and how they were defeated. Now they realize that the reason for all this was that damned guy. He thinks he's finally found the cause of their losses and orders them to find that bastard. Then they start wondering why Roken is doing this to them when they haven't even reached the city yet. They assume he wants to monopolize it too. They also ask how he got past the zombies and decide they should do the same. Ride through on horses so the zombies can't catch them. But there's a problem. Not everyone can afford 100 gold for a horse for each person, so they decide to take only the elite. The rest of the guild hear that and feel completely betrayed. Right then, someone appears above them, and Roken asks what they're doing. The leader demands to know why he has it out for them. The protagonist doesn't bother answering. He just wants to fight. The leader orders everyone to take their positions. Roken draws his weapons. The boss curses at him and tells his men to form up. The MC now sees how they made it here so quickly. It must be that group skill that lets them bring down powerful monsters together. And seeing the leader standing at the front, Roken can tell he's overconfident. Most bosses stay in back and only step in for the finishing blow. The moment he charges, Roken decides to shatter that confidence. He detonates Bomber. When he sees their hesitation, he unleashes his berserker roar, freezing them in place before cutting down their soldiers, and then going after their leader. The boss shouts for everyone to spread out and attack together, but Roken won't let any of them escape. He leaps forward at insane speed and tears them apart one by one. Even barehanded, he smashes them down, snapping heads around and throwing the entire group into panic. Now they only want to run from him. One of the leader's men begs him to retreat immediately, but he refuses. He still thinks they can beat Roken if they stay calm. Then that ally is killed on the spot. The leader can't understand it. Even without using any skills, the protagonist slaughtered them all. He finally realizes he was wrong. They can't beat him. Wrapped in a terrifying aura, Roken tells them that from now on, he'll kill any hellhound he sees. So they should leave that guild and remain in the third city until he moves to another area. The man begs for mercy, but Roken refuses because that man never showed him any compassion. The leader raises his hands and shouts that he accepts it, and the guild surrenders. Roken cuts off his head anyway. When the others protest, he repeats himself. Any hellhound he sees will die. Then he asks who's next. Later, Proto is happy to see him again after so long. Just then, someone calls for Roken, saying the Duke urgently wants him. The MC says he'll go right away, wondering whether the time has finally come. The Duke called him because of a letter he wanted to ask about. Roken already knows who sent it without even looking. The only person who would write directly to Mr. Lanai is Lord Remington. He's a baron like Mr. Lanai, but his land is far better and he's incredibly greedy. In his past life, that man took his territory, but everything is happening faster than Roken expected. As he reads, he can't believe Remington would openly send spies into the territory and then demand to be welcomed. The protagonist tells the Duke he'll respond in kind. He'll go to that territory himself and take a look. A few days later, in Remington's territory, Roken feels they should have received him properly by now. He figures they must have sent mining experts to inspect Lanai's land so they could steal everything. Then a guard asks if they're from Lanai's territory. If so, they should follow him. He's just a regular level 200 guard. That makes Roken furious. They didn't even send a captain, only an ordinary guard. Still, that works in his favor. If they look down on him, they'll lower their guard. Even better. The guard seems nervous, so they introduce themselves. The man acts polite and asks to talk more over dinner. Then, after a long conversation, Roken apologizes but says he wants to look around first. The Duke agrees and signals the guard. As they walk, the MC doesn't care about the village or the farms. He wants to visit the dungeon. He explains that there's a cave there where Mystery sleeps, and its entries are limited too. It brings in a huge part of their income, and there's something hidden there. The guards allow him to enter. Roken nods, acting like he's being treated well, while sensing they want something from him. Then they head toward nearby mountains. They explain that the honey made there is Remington's specialty. When they arrive, they explain how the process works. Shooting the hive out of the tree, it falls, opening the dungeon portal. Roken is pleased to get a free pass, so he registers it in his book of runes before enjoying the gift. Once inside, he earns the proper titles and they stop him to give a quick explanation of the plan. It's simple. Kill the bee swarms, destroy the hive, and then finish the queen bee. They ask if he wants to join the hunt, but he only laughs, thinking he'd just slow them down in their eyes. Inside, though, he knows he could wipe those worms out blindfolded, but for now, he can't do anything. That would raise suspicion. Then a soldier says Rakhan doesn't want to cooperate, and he looks pretty nervous. 4 hours later, he tells them they were amazing and that it was quite a show. As he leaves, they tell him their lord has invited him to dinner. At dinner, they ask how things went during the inspection. Rakhan praises their methods, strategy, and technology, but the Duke cuts him off. That's not what he meant. He says he already knows Lanai has no future and that the territory will fall soon, so he asks the protagonist to join him. He'd be given triple what he got there. Rakhan laughs, thinking the man has him all wrong. He's treating him like a coward. The MC makes it clear that if someone wants to discuss this business with him, they'd need to pay at least 10 times more. Then Rakhan is caught off guard because the man actually agrees to offer 10 times more. Still, he only laughs, certain he already knows what the Duke is planning. Later, he checks whether his hand axes are in good condition. Since his reason for coming there has been fulfilled, and he's built a convincing image of weakness and arrogance, he can now go test the dungeon's special feature without worrying. He activates his runes, thinking that in the next few days he won't be able to do this, since teleporting only works if you're part of that territory, so he plans to make the most of his stay. He knocks down the hive and enters the secret dungeon, where a wave of bees appears immediately. Rakhan uses his incredible speed to wipe them out, then summons his axe to split the last one apart. When he reaches the target, he explains that if he destroys the hive, he'll go straight to the boss. So he strikes with everything he has and smashes the hive. Alerts appear. He's caused every killer bee to rush toward him. Rakhan laughs because this is the next step of his plan. He summons a water atomic bomb, flooding the entire area like a sea and leaving the bees unable to fight. Rakhan grins. Everything worked perfectly. Now he can finally start collecting. Soon, he's carrying loads of killer bee stingers. Normally, those stingers don't drop when the bees die, but if you pull them out while the bees are still alive, the drop rate is 100%. That's why he only immobilized them, and now he needs just one more thing. He uses Bomber, bringing out the level 239 Queen Bee. She attacks with her stinger, and as Rakhan dodges, he knows that was dangerous. If that stinger hits him, he'll be badly hurt. That's why all he has to do is keep dodging. He rushes in, slips past the attack, gets into position, and tears the queen bee apart. Then he earns the titles for clearing the dungeon. A few days later, in Lanai territory, Rakhan brings the Duke a gift. He tells him to enjoy it and use it however he wants. Then he excuses himself, saying he's a little tired. After that, he heads to his room, wanting to check what has been posted in the community. He finds news about the guild that kicked him out, but it barely catches his interest. Then something else appears, and he wonders who those people are and how they made it there. They're from the Black Dragon Legion, which teamed up with another guild. That explains how they got there. Rakhan smirks. They're better than he expected. In fact, he needs them for his plan, so he decides to give them a proper welcome. Meanwhile, on the central continent, Twilight Valley, Eris walks onward, feeling like it has been a long time since he was last there. This is the place the Black Dragons will pass through. It's the only road forward, and he came for one specific reason. Soon, he finds the entrance to the area and enters the headquarters territory of the Golden Lion's camp. Once inside, someone asks whether he wants to join their squad. It's Commander Garan, level 280, who likes his confidence, even though Eris looks like he's only level 230. Of course, Eris is hiding the fact that he's actually level 280. To test him, Garan orders a soldier to measure his strength. The man can't see why he has to fight someone that weak, but he still follows orders. Seeing that reaction, Eris figures this will make things easier. He activates all his armor and asks why the soldier suddenly looks nervous. The man curses under his breath. He can't believe Eris has gear that good. A moment later, everyone gathers and the rules are announced. No weapons, and the first one to fall loses. The match begins. The lion soldier thinks Eris is just an arrogant kid. He is. Sure, he'll crush him, but when he strikes, his attack stops dead. He freezes, then jumps back. His allies yell, asking what he's doing, but he tells them to shut up. He can't understand what just happened. Eris didn't even flinch. Still, the soldier is determined to show the gap in their strength, so he charges with everything he has. He moves right in front of Eris, certain he has him, but the hero vanishes. Eris calls him far too slow. Everyone falls silent, and the commander accepts the result. Eris has won. That's enough. He thanks the soldier for the match, and the commander calms everyone down. Since Eris has shown what he can do, it's time for them to keep their side of the deal. So he asks about the strategy Eris had mentioned. Eris laughs, saying it isn't that difficult, and lays out his plan. Back at the port, they explain that the undead race holds the key to how those players, whoever they are, managed to reach that place. It was all thanks to the undead player of the year, Yuganada. He had always chased achievements and fame, and while searching for his chance, he discovered the Black Dragon's anger after Rokan drove them off the continent. That's when he stepped up as leader and promised to reach the other city without having the power to do it. Of course, nobody believed him. It sounded impossible, but he never gave up. He stayed determined, strapped weights to both ankles, and sank into the ocean. Because of his race's traits, he could breathe underwater. And sure enough, he made it to the port and found a way across that allowed all the undead to cross the sea, and they joined forces to hunt Rokan down. Back with the chief, the protagonist explains that if they ignore them, they could become a real problem for the organization. Besides, they have nothing to lose. He wants to move right away, but the old man stops him, saying it's too soon. Rokan simply calms him down. Everyone has gathered, so the timing is perfect. That means it's time to welcome those rude black dragons. At the port, the undead arrive, thinking their leader made an amazing discovery. Now they need to study the items there so they can keep moving forward. But then something feels wrong. Something is approaching. They realize it's Rokan, the killer himself. He greets them and even congratulates them for making it that far. Then he begins the operation, introducing himself as Rokan, the Berserker Guardian, while surrounding all the undead. They can't understand why no one is attacking. Does the MC seriously plan to fight all of them by himself? They think he's underestimating them, but he sees them as clueless. When two groups stand on the same battlefield, he can trigger something. He declares an occupation war, and a mission appears. Wipe out every enemy and plant the flag. Once the occupation begins, he has to seize the dock from the Black Dragons. The undead read that and realize that if they lose, their allies won't be able to come there anymore. The captain wishes him good luck. Fear grips the undead, and they activate all the guardians, summoning dozens of them. With a blank stare, Rokan shouts that they're free to try stopping him. He activates his titles for fighting massive groups, then charges in to kill, cutting down one enemy after another. The others can't understand how someone like that could even exist. Even his allies don't need to step in. Then Rakan leaps up, mocking them as though they already accepted their fate, and slams their heads into the ground. He hears a spell from behind, but blocks it easily. That leaves the skeleton, mage frozen, and Rakan kills it instantly. He shouts at them, telling them to come all at once. Right now, when he sees them jump in, he lowers his stance as red lightning flashes. Then he combines his skills and forms the infernal vortex. Smiling, he calls them weak. That's why they had to use tricks just to get there, thinking this was their chance to take over the port, but they yell back that he won't. A giant mace crashes toward him, and its wielder declares that as long as he stands there, it will never happen. This is the dock guard captain, level 240. Rakan only laughs, saying it's finally time to have some fun. Their weapons clash, and he quickly realizes the man is faster than expected, so he needs to find an opening. When the captain attacks, Rakan tries throwing insults to break his concentration. The bony fighter comes at him hard, leaves an opening. Rakan dodges, gets into position, and uses blood flow acceleration. He roars, then sends him flying. Rakan leaps after him and summons his mace. He declares victory with a killing blow. Laughing, he thinks it was far too easy and captures Death Mist Doc. Somewhere else, a vice general asks whether it's really okay to leave him alone. The answer is a laugh. Hadn't he seen that look? That was the look of a born berserker. He is sure Rakan will keep his word. They only have to do their part. Soon, all the guards who had been protecting the dock returned to the city, unable to believe this happened to them. The protagonist laughs in their faces, seeing them as nothing but flies. That victory gives him more titles, including a 100-point boost the next time he fights an army. He's also given a choice: keep the dock or destroy it. If he keeps it, he'll have to defend it immediately. If he destroys it, the Black Dragons won't be able to use it for 7 days. Rakan figures there isn't much to think about. At the same time, at the Karlstein Forward Station, someone is being calmed down as they explain that this had once been their old outpost. It isn't far from the dock, so for now, they're safe. But that monster took everything, meaning they can't use the base for 7 days. Then a mission appears: retake the dock. It will begin in 1 hour. That means the bastard chose to defend the dock. Meanwhile, Rakan buys protection for it. After 50 minutes, a full guild legion marches around the dock. They gathered every player in the area, around 100 total. Each could summon 5 NPCs, making it 500 against 1. Now that they're all together and have joined forces, they're ready to face him, believing Rakan dug his own grave by choosing to defend it. Even with all that, they bring someone else too, a knight from the 4th city, from their own guild. So it doesn't matter how strong the MC is, he can't defeat an NPC boss from the Black Knights. At the dock, a heavy mist spreads everywhere. They shout for Rakan to come out. He has to pay for hurting them. Then the huge gate opens, and they realize the entire place is covered by a massive barrier. Rakan feels that many people have shown up, and he loves it. Surely the undead didn't expect him to waste 50 gold building a fortress for nothing. Still, something is strange. If he truly wanted to defend it, the smart move would have been artillery or turrets. Instead, he built only one wall and left a narrow opening where he stands. It doesn't look like a defense at all. It looks like a trap designed to force them to fight him head-on. Then the defense begins. The time limit is 1 hour. If he wins, he'll gain achievements and prestige. The signal to begin is given, and the Black Dragons activate their explosive spears. But Rakan has so many titles, plus level 9 armor, that the attacks barely even tickle him. On top of that, since he's facing 500 enemies, he has the 100-point buff. He laughs. He has more power than he expected. The skeletons are stunned. Khan is ready to begin his slaughter. He explains why playing is so addictive. Showing your strength is something everyone wants. Pushing beyond your own limits, no matter who stands before you. That's also why he built a defense with no turrets or weapons. Simple. He wants a thrilling fight, with no regrets. He activates his axe and hurls his bomber attack. The enemy quickly orders everyone to raise their shields. They think they stopped it. But then the defense starts cracking. The attack breaks through, hits its mark, and explodes. Khan laughs. Their precious numerical advantage has just been blown away. Deep down, even he hadn't known that fighting so many enemies would raise his power this much. He's approaching the strength he had in his best days before. The undead can't believe he shattered their defense in one strike. Panic sets in, and they try to return to their base. But Rakan laughs. The Golden Lion faction has acted just in time and destroyed their forward bases. Rakan tells them to understand the situation they're in. They walked straight into hell. Under that pressure, all they want is to run and save themselves. But the undead NPC boss draws his katana and declares that anyone who flees the battlefield will be killed. Black Dragon warriors must fight and die with honor. Rakan mocks them and even thanks him for keeping his buffs active. The samurai asks for his name, saying it takes nerve to face him, but his sin is trying to harm the Black Dragon, and he'll pay with his life. Rakan is surprised. He wants a one-on-one fight. Normally, this man would have given him trouble, but the surrounding enemies are still feeding him strength. As long as his title remains active, they have no chance against him. Both sides take their stances. Rakan lets out a breath just as a wave crashes into the dock, and the samurai springs forward. The protagonist immediately notices how fast he is. He barely manages to block the strike, then lets out a shout to push him back. Rakan admits the man is strong, stronger than expected. After landing, the samurai simply motions for him to come again. Rakan nods and charges back in. Their blades collide, the impacts echoing throughout the area. The samurai leaps up and uses the Fukaya style first form, Night Splitter. Rakan barely manages to deflect it. Then he activates his power and rushes in. He knows that attack was good, but now it's his turn. Rakan charges in with unstoppable advance. He rushes the samurai. The samurai freezes when the clones appear. He can't tell which one is real. Before he can figure it out, every hit lands on him. He can't believe what he's seeing. How can a human be this strong? He tries strike back. Third move, thrust. Rakan feels it and gets pushed back, but he quickly throws one of his axes. The samurai easily splits it in half, but Rakan is already above him. Once again, they test each other by clashing weapons. The others can't even follow them. They're moving too fast. Still, the samurai feels something is wrong. He starts thinking it through and guesses Rakan is this fearless because he's receiving buffs from them. So he yells for everyone to run. Right then, he feels his enemies strike hit much harder. When he looks back, he's stunned. He demands to know where those idiots went. They're just cowardly rats. Rakan hoped to enjoy that title a little longer, but in a true one-on-one, it's useless. Now he knows he's at a disadvantage and wonders how he can handle that monster with only his base stats. The undead boss laughs. Feeling that, after all, Rakan is only human. Without tricks, he isn't on his level. He takes far too long setting up the finishing blow. Then a huge crater is shown where the attack landed. The samurai thinks he only wasted time. Whatever trick Rakan used before, he managed to keep up for a moment, But now it's over. He also decides those cowards who fled will pay for it later. But then a light shines through the rubble. Rokan activates his berserker state to the limit, releasing a killing aura. Then he unleashes his berserker roar, leaps forward, and shouts that now it's his turn. The samurai can't believe Rokan is a berserker. As he's blasted backward, he calls it a waste and asks the MC to join them instead. After all, the shogun needs more fighters like him. He even brags about how they'll rule the world. Rokan shuts that down immediately. He'd never join a group of ugly undead. The samurai turns cold at that insult. If that's his answer, then he'll kill him. Rokan moves into position. In a flash, right in front of him, the samurai tries to block, but the protagonist slips past it. The punch connects. He tries to counter again, but it does nothing. He slams into the wall, and with nowhere to go, he uses his sixth move, Abyss. Dozens of spirits appear and attack with heavy, piercing strikes. They hit Rokan, and one arm even pierces his eye. The samurai tastes victory, but the MC vanishes. Then, at blinding speed, he slices off one of the samurai's arms. The undead warrior shouts, asking how that feels. But the bomber attack is already above his head. Rokan doesn't even wait for him to fall before declaring his victory. Hellish advance. After that, Rokan is covered in wounds. He knows he came very close to losing and feels it was all because of those damned cowards. Still, it worked. The time limit appears, and the winners are the Golden Lion faction. They're given the choice to keep the fort or destroy it. And since Rokan has already gotten what he wanted, he moves to the next step, destroying the fortress. The skeletons realize the dock has been destroyed, meaning they can't reach the black dragons on the continent for 7 days. And with all their bases wiped out, the only choices left are returning to the third city or surviving a whole week in the same area as that monster. That makes them wonder why he defended the dock twice. What did he gain? The only answer is merit and reputation. After destroying the dock and taking the nearby bases, they're sure he earned a huge amount of reputation and merit, so why does he want so much? The answer comes at the City Hall of Fame. Rokan arrives and the woman welcomes him when she hears he wants a rank up. She checks him, but after seeing he's only a rank 235 knight, she snaps, asking why he thinks this is a joke. The Hall of Fame is only for the most honored people who have proven their achievements enough to qualify. He needs to be at least level 280. She tells him to leave immediately. Rokan knows she's proud of her work, but tells her to check his merit and reputation points. She doesn't understand why. He probably doesn't even have 100. But when she sees 8,032 merit and 2,231 reputation, she can't understand how he did it. Her attitude changes instantly, and she hands him the rank-up contract. Rokan walks away, completely annoyed by how quickly she changed her attitude. Still, this lets him move forward. With that new power, he'll show them growth unlike anything they have ever seen before. Then he returns to Lanai territory. There, the Duke looks exhausted. The Lord of Remington has been giving him endless work and even sent someone to help with his mine. Rokan agrees, but knows that man actually wants to take the territory for himself. He says his goodbyes because it's time to put that plan into action. On his way out, he feels he still has a little time left. Since he's already harvested everything there, he needs a new battlefield. That leaves only one place to go. Then we shift to the desert where the heat is brutal. He came for the race quest. In his past life, countless people tried it, but all of them failed because of how difficult It was especially because of one person who appears behind him, desperately begging for water. That triggers a sudden quest. Rakan knows this is the mission that frustrated so many players. It looks easy at first, but once you give that man water, more people start appearing, and if you can't help them all, it turns into a trap, quest that causes hatred and lowers your reputation. For Rakan, that's not a problem. He drenches the old man with plenty of water. The next moment, everyone rushes toward him, but he has enough for all of them. He summons 2 giant jars, and to top it off, he throws a water bomb combined with his bomber skill, making rain fall across the area. The villagers finally feel alive again, and the quest is cleared, earning him a huge amount of reputation. Then they thank him for saving them. The speaker is the village chief, Azakal, who explains their problem. They had an old well for water, but a few weeks ago, it suddenly dried up. He asks for help finding out why. Rakan confidently accepts the quest. He heads to the village well, activates the shadow helmet and the sun armor, and feels relieved he bought that gear from the shop because it's essential for this mission. Then he climbs down the well. It really is completely dry, and he spots a tunnel. As he walks, the heat becomes unbearable. He enters the dungeon, furious flames, and finds the reason the well dried up. There, level 241 fire spirits appear. Rakan jumps in, telling them to get out of his sight. But when he swings at them, his attacks don't connect. The spirits fire fireballs, and Rakan realizes they're tougher than expected. He needs to use that immediately, so he pulls out an ice scroll, changing his axe's state and freezing those small fire spirits, shattering them into hundreds of pieces. Now Rakan feels confident because it worked. Then suddenly an explosion erupts. The protagonist feels he needs to get out. This is a corrupted level 263 spirit. He at last, the one behind everything, has appeared. The creature only screams, and Rakan's head starts aching. He strikes back with his axe. Cursing under his breath, he sees it has the destructive power he expected. Then the monster unleashes a storm of flames. Rakan counters with unstoppable advance and rampant dance, creating clones of himself. The beast feels that should be impossible. It floods the area with waves of fire, burning up every Rakan and even hitting the real one. The MC knows fighting it head-on will be difficult, so he activates a bomb and throws it, sending out a rushing wave. But the monster laughs and says it will evaporate all that filth, releasing its power and causing a huge blast, cursing Rakan for thinking a cheap trick could defeat it. Still, the entire area fills with a thick cloud of steam. The beast realizes the plan, but when it finds a Rakan and splits him in half, it's only a clone. It attacks where it thinks the real one is, but Rakan mocks how slow it is and leaps and pierces the beast's body. He explains that his enchantment power has grown. It isn't only for hiding himself. It can also hide his own ice attacks. The creature curses him, saying humans always rely on tricks like that, but even so, it won't be enough. Then it gathers a massive power called Purgatory and launches it, planning to finish that damned human. Rakan knows this is the strongest power he has seen so far, so it's time to use his hidden ace. The beast keeps bragging about how strong it and its attack are, listing all the reasons Rakan has already lost, but he only laughs, telling it not to talk, as though it already won. He brings his hands together and uses Berserker expansion, shattering every attack around him. It doesn't matter whether it's hellfire or raw, destructive force. Warnings about corrupted power appear, telling Rakan he'll die soon if he keeps this up. He already knows that, but first he's going to smash that bastard's face in. The beast can only scream for him not to come closer, but Rakan attacks with everything he has, splitting half its face apart. Then another attack is already above him and hits him directly. Even so, Rakan endures, deflects the strike with his axe, and destroys every last trace of its power, freezing the entire area. The monster is trapped in ice, but when Rakan approaches, it breaks free to attack again. The protagonist, however, already has a critical strike ready. He shouts that it is time to split it apart, cutting the beast and its crystal in half. The creature feels something strange. The pain and suffering holding it down are gone just like that. Rakan erased the corrupt power. He admits it was a brutal fight, but he earns a major achievement, a special title for the race quest. And right then, the dungeon starts shaking because the curse has been lifted. The water begins to return, and Rakan tries to run, but his strength is literally at 0, and he gets swept away by the current. Back in the village, the people feel a small tremor beneath their feet and wonder what's happening. Then Rakan is blasted out of the well. They cheer for the water, knowing they can finally live properly again. Meanwhile, the MC gets buried under falling cacti. The chief runs over to thank him, but after seeing him up close, he asks if he's okay. Rakan can feel it. He thinks he's about to die and passes out. Later in the chief's house, the man says he thought Rakan had died. Even he doesn't know how he survived. The after effects, still, they thank him. They'll never forget what he did. The quest is complete, and he levels up, gaining several titles and rewards too. He even receives a chest, and inside is the hero's treasure, a unique item. According to legend, it had to be given to the savior. Rakan can't believe it. This is the key to the next stage. But what happened there was only the tutorial for what's coming next, because the people out there are on a completely different level. And that's how his desert journey begins. With Rakan suffering through the game's insanely realistic heat, he also remembers the hero's insignia won't work immediately. It only activates after finding the places he needs to visit. Luckily, he still has memories from his past life. Otherwise, that desert would have meant game over. He keeps wandering through the desert and finds nothing. Then he spots a rock, and luckily, that's exactly what he needs. After brushing away the dust, he excitedly finds a perfect slot for his badge. The moment he places it inside, it lights up, and Rakan gets fired up. The ground starts shaking, marking the rise of a hand, followed by a massive sphinx. It wakes with an imposing presence and looks down in clear disappointment that a mere human is the one who awakened it. Still, it has to do its job and see whether he's worthy of passing the trial. But Rakan asks the first question. He doesn't understand why there needs to be another strength test when he's the one who found this place. The Sphinx tells him it will help him later. Then it shows him a huge red crystal which can be obtained by killing monsters in this area. It's a vessel of life that, if consumed, restores all his stamina. But the poison inside lowers all his physical abilities. That's why it's called a bloodstone. Rakan picks it up and asks what the test is supposed to be. The Sphinx says he has to break it. Even if it isn't real, it's insanely hard. So for a normal human, it should be nearly impossible, even with weapons. It sounds completely confident, right until it hears a crack. Stone fragments fall from Rakan's hands, leaving an awkward silence behind. With no other choice, the Sphinx admits he's strong enough and opens the gate to the secret dungeon, the legendary pyramid. The protagonist starts heading down. The Sphinx tells him to be careful, but he keeps going as though it's no big deal, until it stops him to return the badge he used to open the place. That throws Rakan off because he never heard about that in his past life. He figures it might be an extra reward, for being this strong, but doesn't think much of it and keeps descending into the dungeon. At the bottom, he's greeted by a huge, glowing key of life, which asks the hero to cleanse what was once a shining pyramid, now consumed by darkness. If he succeeds, it will give Roken exactly what he wants: rewards. Its light suddenly grows much brighter, blinding him until it vanishes. When he opens his eyes, he's somewhere completely different. Looking at an ancient city and giant pyramids, he recognizes them as the legendary pyramids of the Karaz Empire, ruled by King Scorpion. That king built his own world and then dragged the empire into darkness while trying to reach the outside world. Roken remembers it. It all began with a corrupted game spirit living beneath the village, so he guesses Scorpion's corruption is also connected to the corrupt worshippers. He never did this mission before, so he doesn't know much. They clearly need to investigate. That plan stops when they run into a woman, wrapped in bandages, and Roken mistakes her for a dried-up zombie. That annoys the definitely not zombie, who suddenly jumps at him and scares him. Later, she happily eats the food and drinks the water. The MC clearly doesn't want to share, but she even asks for more. Annoyed, he says she's not getting anything else without giving him a reward. She introduces herself as the great first-class sorceress who serves King Scorpion, the great mummy Rofi, and claims her presence alone is the best reward. That only confuses and irritates Roken more, and after putting the pieces together, he realizes she's obviously a monster. Rofi shyly admits it as though it's no big deal. Hearing that, he actually feels relieved. Now he has a perfect target to vent his stress on. The moment she sees his punch coming, she desperately tries to calm him down and talk things out. His strike slams into the ground and kicks up a huge cloud of dust, but the mummy manages to dodge. She catches a glimpse of how close she came to becoming a hole in the middle of the desert and keeps begging him to talk. Roken has no interest in chatting, so he grabs her by the head and warns that the only sounds he wants from her are screams during the fight. Terrified, she looks at him like he's insane and tries to convince him there's still no reason to fight. She no longer serves the king. Still confused, Roken simply grabs her by the neck and hurls her away, saving her with absolutely zero gentleness from a huge attack that lands right where she stood. That attack came from Horat, a level 250 eagleman who hoped to kill two birds with one stone, especially the traitor Rofi, who is now hanging around a human. The mummy girl quickly says she didn't betray anyone. She was trying to persuade them, but to Horat, it makes no difference. She still has to die. Rofi refuses to accept that and activates her magic. But then she freezes in confusion when she sees Roken behind Horat with his giant axe. With one blow, he smashes the eagleman and knocks the courage right out of him, basically warning him not to get cocky, just because he has an eagle face. Horat throws him off with his wings, gathers power into his fist and rushes in with a hard punch that actually manages to hurt Roken's gums, making him admit the man is fast. The protagonist answers with a heavy axe swing that misses. Horat then shoots into the sky and glares at the arrogant human, who mocks him for acting like a coward and tells him to come back down. Even though Eagle Face thinks he could defeat him quickly, once he notices Rofi ready to fight too, he decides not to. Risk it and retreats, promising he'll find her again later. That only annoys Roken because the man ran off without finishing the fight. Meanwhile, the mummy is simply relieved to still be alive, but Roken's shadow falls over her almost immediately. He practically demands one simple and very necessary word. Seeing the bruises on her body, she blushes with embarrassment and says thank you. But Roken tells her to say it louder. That only makes her angry, so she takes it out on his cheeks, and he fires back that all of this happened because of her, pulling her face right back and starting a fight that looks more like accidental plastic surgery. Back at the pyramid, Horat arrives and moves through the halls, where a girl mocks the bad mood written all over his face. Unhappy to see her, he recognizes her as Minute, level 251. She complains that he's always cold toward her and asks if he's really going to His Majesty. Over something as small as that girl, he says yes. Rofafi is now with a dangerous human. Minute doubts someone like that even exists, but Horat doesn't explain further. He only warns her and leaves, making her curious. Later, he arrives and kneels before His Majesty, ready to give his report. His ruler is a huge wheel with an eye sealed inside, supposedly King Scorpion. Level 270. Back with Rakan, he's completely thrown off after hearing that only King Scorpion's eyes remain. Rofi tries to explain that the king lived for so long that, over time, he lost his physical form and was left with only his eyeballs, though she really doesn't know exactly how many years he has been alive. Rakan thinks an old mummy should know that, which annoys her, so she makes it very clear, counting on her fingers, that she's only 18 years old. That shocks the MC, not because he cares, but because this is completely different from what he read in a supposedly reliable online guide in his past life. So he asks what that birdbrain meant when he called her a traitor. That makes her nervous. Now we cut to the city of Karais, where cabbages are being sold, children are playing, and in the middle of it all, an old woman notices the arrival of the huge Harat, who is recognized all across the area. He asks whether she's seen the troublesome girl. The old woman assumes he means Rofi, whom she hasn't seen in a long time, even though the girl used to visit often. So she guesses Rofi must be out exploring. Horat accepts that and leaves, warning her that if any stranger appears, she needs to report it immediately. As he flies away, the old woman can't help feeling worried, and a couple of children come over to ask about Rofi, whom they clearly miss a lot. As for Horat, he returns to the pyramid and enters through a passage that leads him to where a jackal like figure waits. Horat asks whether he found the mummy girl. This is Hakul, level 240, who says he reinforced the trap patrols and promises she won't interfere with their plans. But Horat makes it clear they need to capture her before the plan begins. That worries the jackal because he doesn't think she's that dangerous. Horat says she isn't, but the human he met while searching the area definitely is, and together they could ruin the plan. Besides, the emperor ordered her capture. Hakul agrees, though he still doesn't sound convinced. Then the eagleman's attention shifts to the huge machine, glowing red behind him, which Hakul says is the device that will make the emperor's dream come true. The bloodstone condenser, the same artifact Rofi and Rokan are discussing right then. Just as the name suggests, it condenses bloodstones, which the emperor plans to use to strengthen his weak stone and improve his power. Rokun finds that difficult to believe because he doubts there are enough monsters carrying those stones to make it work. But Rofi, clearly upset and feeling helpless, says that's exactly the problem. Every single person who has lived with them for a long time also has one. That means for the plan to work, they'd have to rip them out, sacrificing everyone who lives there. Hearing all that, Rokan thinks it's pure madness. He never expected to run into someone this insane. Then a voice beside him asks who the insane one is. He answers without thinking, King Scorpion. Then he remembers nobody else should be there, and when he turns around, he finds a curvy woman behind him, which scares him so badly that he goes flying, dragging Rofi with him after saving her once again with zero gentleness. Minute, the half-serpent woman, is surprised they escaped her attack and admits the boy isn't ordinary. Rokan can already tell how strange she is, while the singed mummy tries to warn him that she's dangerous. The snake girl wastes no time and attacks immediately. Rokan dodges as best he can, but the mummy isn't so lucky and gets captured by Minute, who starts humiliating her, furious over her betrayal of the emperor, who had helped her so much. She's fully prepared to kill her, but with quick movement, Roken jumps in and frees Rofi. The girl falls to the ground in pain, barely able to stand, while Rokon keeps fighting the serpent woman. Her tail is far too tough, and he ends up in the air in a bad position, giving her an opening to throw 2 fireballs at him. He somehow manages to stop them, and she's about to drive her tail into him when Rofi uses her magic to summon a golden swarm of scarabs that drag Minute away. Furious, she breaks free. But Rofi doesn't stop. She uses her power to unleash several pillars that slash toward the snake woman's arm, but she slips right through them and grabs the mummy, driving a brutal stab into her stomach. Then she crushes her bones with her tail, clearly enjoying the fight. But then something warns her. Roken is charging in again, yet he misses his target because she has already vanished, dropping Rofi unconscious. This time, Roken tries to track the snake woman down when her voice echoes inside his head, laughing as she tells him to stop. The words strike and lock his entire body in place. He figures it's some kind of debuff, but his stats should have broken it. He starts getting frustrated, unable to understand what's happening, while she moves close to his neck, admiring how handsome he is and savoring him up close. Seeing her in human form, Rakan asks why she still hasn't killed him. She admits she wants to devour him in another way, leaving him confused. So Manit explains that for centuries she lived in that barren world, bored out of her mind. Even so, she remained loyal to the Emperor. Still, his plan to sacrifice humans for his revival bored her too. But when she saw Horat injured and heard his warning about the human, she became excited, went looking for him, and after their fight, she made up her mind. She wanted Rakan, so she offered him a contract. It caught him off guard. Rakan knew the game had a contract system mostly used for deals between players, but there were exceptions, contracts with monsters, where the trade wasn't items but monster powers. Still, most monsters hated humans, barely understood them, and wanted nothing to do with them. So he saw this as a rare chance, while she only noticed how long he had gone silent. Finally, he snaps out of his thoughts and asks what she wants from the contract. Minute answers immediately. He will become her servant, and that means the Emperor's too. Oh, and Rakan will need to kill Rofi with his own hands. That leaves him completely shaken, but after a brief moment of shock, he acts like he accepts. Happy, she throws herself at him and releases his paralysis too. Then he walks toward the unconscious mummy girl, seeing her helpless and trying to think of her as only a monster. He tells himself she's only tied to his mission because of the blood crystal, and if this also makes him stronger and helps him get revenge, then he shouldn't care at all about some monster. But even while unconscious, she's still thinking only about saving everyone. That makes him hesitate, trembling as he remembers why he even played this game, wondering whether it was for revenge or for the joy of fighting in this fun world. But Odin ruined that, making him forget how much fun he once had and replacing it with revenge alone. That completely changes his choice. He tries to wake the very confused mummy, still with no gentleness at all. She tries to remind him that he said he'd save everyone, so he shouldn't get caught like an idiot. But she is the one sounding foolish, and the two start arguing while behind them, the giant snake rises again. They barely dodge, and the mummy falls hard again, ending up wrapped up once more. She praises Roken for breaking the hypnosis, which feels like déjà vu to him. Then she explains that Minute has two forms, a human one that uses hypnotic powers to keep people from attacking her, and a snake form that's far stronger. Now the terrifying woman is furious that Rofi not only betrayed her emperor but is also revealing secrets. So she decides to kill her, then deal with the arrogant human. Even if Rakan pretends, She couldn't possibly mean him. She asks why he rejected her contract, and his answer is simple. It's more fun between accepting an easy path to power or teaming up with the clueless, useless mummy. The second option sounds much better. That way, he can slaughter all the servants of the mad emperor, the same one willing to sacrifice his own people. He gets so fired up that he even starts scaring Rofi, then summons his twin axes. As he gets ready, Minute realizes she judged him wrong. These two are both crazy in their own way. Rakan relaxes, ready to enjoy the game, and tells the mummy he'll help with her goal, not by persuading the emperor, but by killing him. She hesitates at first, then agrees. So the hero tells her to get ready to hunt a giant snake. Now the huge monster charges straight at them. Rakan blocks the strike and swings back, trying to sever her tail, but she's too fast and catches his arm, then slams him away with a massive blow. That only makes him angry. He attacks with all his strength, badly hurting the snake, and in desperation, she hurls him away. But almost immediately afterward, she's struck by Rofi's pillars, which stab into her back. Meanwhile, Rokan is beaten up and annoyed because instead of protecting him, she used him as bait. Still, when he sees her, he doesn't complain. He warns her because she's wide open, with that huge tail about to crush her. She barely reacts, shielding herself with her pillars, but from a poor angle that lets Minute try to crush her again. Luckily, Rokan throws his axe, drawing her attention toward him as he charges at full speed, summoning his battle axe. Then he uses Bomber on the second axe and slams it into the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of sand that leaves the snake disoriented. He uses that opening to circle behind her, aiming straight for her back. Confident, she reacts immediately and stabs at him with her tail. It pierces him, but then she realizes she isn't facing just one Rokan but an army, as he uses Frenzy, tearing into her and leaving her badly wounded. In desperation, she thrashes around to throw them off while pieces of clones fly everywhere. Then she thinks she found the real one, so she stabs him in the back and starts crushing him, dragging him closer, furious that he rejected her offer. Rakan understands why she's angry, but he reminds her that she's forgetting something. Right then, Rofi uses her power, stabbing Minute again with her pillars and launching her into the sky. Excited, Rakan praises her and asks to be next. Though confused, the mummy agrees and uses her pillar to launch him too, while a baffled Minute looks on. Then she sees Rakan coming toward her, burning with cruel delight as he reveals his massive scythe, calling himself the Reaper, before slicing her in two. Now the story shifts to hieroglyphs explaining how, long ago, monsters spread chaos and made humans suffer until one day a hero appeared, the Scorpion, who fought the monsters alongside a brave eagle and a swift serpent. Together they defeated the beasts and brought peace to the desert. The people praised and followed them, forming a new kingdom far from the rest of the world called the Karaz Empire. They gave shape and power to the animals that joined them on that journey. Rofi explains all this, leaving Rakan confused because the one meant to be the land's hero became a madman willing to sacrifice humans. The mummy girl says he was already like that when she met him and guesses that after all those years protecting his kingdom, he lost his body and then his mind. The same happened to Harat and Minute. They went from brave heroes protecting people to would-be genocidal monsters. But there's an even bigger problem now. She sees Rokan as an unknown, extremely powerful outsider who defeated the serpent with a ridiculously powerful technique. To her, he could be a spy from outside, here to seize the land and swallow the empire, and she won't allow that, which is why she literally tries to bite him herself. Desperate over how crazy she sounds, he pushes her away and reminds her that he saved her insisting he's not a spy but an adventurer trying to get stronger. Curious, she asks why, and he's about to answer honestly until he remembers she's an NPC. So he bonks her on the head to get back at her for biting him, then asks who she is and why, as a monster, she cares about the people the Emperor wants to sacrifice. She rubs the bump on her head and doesn't want to answer, but then suddenly grabs him and throws him to the ground. That annoys him, but she did it because, in the distance, they spot soldiers from the Empire. Rakan sees them as weaklings they can easily defeat, and she knows that. But since they're sand creations of the Emperor, whatever they see he sees too, which would reveal their location. With nowhere safe in the desert, they have to return to the Empire, where she promises to tell him everything. They quickly reach the entrance, and Roken waits for the mummy's plan to get past the heavy guard. She has none, which makes him furious at how reckless she is. But there's no turning back, so he has to think quickly and asks who usually passes through there. She says fishermen and hunters. So he comes up with a plan. Soon they approach the soldiers, with Roken pretending to be an angry, mustached hunter getting mad at the sand guard for not letting him through. Rofi plays his worried wife, and the two start arguing, making the guards uncomfortable, enough that they'd rather let the couple fight inside. Once inside, Rofi can't believe that actually worked, and Roken removes the annoying fake mustache. Then he takes a moment to admire the beautiful empire, but the mummy tells him to hurry because she needs to take him to someone who might help. Meanwhile, out in the desert, Horat gathers Minut's remains, and the guards find Rofi's bandages. They assume she's responsible, saddened that he failed to warn his friend. He asks whether they found her bloodstone, but it seems that was taken too, which makes the eagle-faced warrior even angrier. He orders everyone to search for them at any cost, determined to kill them. Back in the Empire, Roken follows Rofi with deep suspicion. She notices he clearly has trust issues but assures him he can relax because the person she protects is human. It's Arima who recognizes Rofi immediately for being such a glutton. That embarrasses Rofi and makes Roken cringe, while the excited old woman hugs the mummy and the children who missed her. The protagonist keeps teasing her about being greedy. Once inside, Arima is surprised that she came back with a friend, but Rofi calls him a subordinate, which only gives the MC more reason to tease her as he introduces himself as Rokan, an adventurer. The mummy says that name sounds ridiculous, so he tugs her ear and asks how someone so kind ended up knowing someone this arrogant. Arima says that attitude is exactly what the mummy loves. She remembers that 12 years ago, one day she came home and found the place in a mess. Noises were coming from the kitchen, and when she went inside, she found a little mummy girl stuffing herself with food like a tiny squirrel. Back then, the old woman was clearly pregnant, and as she looked at the girl, all the child asked was whether she had any jam for her bread. Back in the present, the mummy shrinks in embarrassment like a little child while the old woman laughs. She fondly says Rofi has always been a good girl, who helped her for years. Rofi even cared for her children after they were born. Rakan wonders whether Arima really knows Rofi is a monster, but she does, because the first time she saw her, Horat appeared angrily to drag her away. He scolded her for spending time with humans, and Arima thought that would be the last time she ever saw her, but the very next day, Rofi came back asking for food. After a month of escaping and getting caught repeatedly, Horat finally gave up. Then they suddenly remember that Eagleface has been searching for her and for any stranger who entered the town too. When Arima asks what happened, Rofi tries to downplay it, calling it a small disagreement. She asks Arima to hide them there, and Arima agrees, also taking advantage of it because her children are about to come home, which scares the mummy the moment they rush in. Both of them look far too happy about what they're about to do. They jump on her and start choking her. Right then, Arima casually asks Rofi to watch them while she makes dinner. She suffers through it while Rocken laughs, until one of the children decides he looks strong and chooses him as a new toy. Meanwhile, Horat reports what happened to Minute. The Emperor says he regrets the loss, but he cares more about Rofi, whom Eagle Face still hasn't captured. Horat promises he'll get it done, even though the Scorpion King wants her alive and the human dead. That annoys Horat. After everything Rofi did, the Emperor still wants her alive, and he can't understand why. He questions why the Emperor cares so much about her, which finally makes the Emperor snap and throw him out. Horat leaves furiously. As for Rofi, she falls asleep from exhaustion after watching the children. Roken is exhausted too, thinking this place feels like a really strange dungeon. So he decides to rest in the real world and search for more information. But when he tries, again and again, he realizes he can't leave. And just like that, morning arrives. Rofi heads out with the children and finds a hero who looks almost dead inside, still trapped in silent misery. That inner suffering continues. Even while he eats, he realizes the dungeon has changed, and he still can't log out of the game or use his rune book until he figures the game might be suspicious of him because he used memories from the past to grow insanely fast in a short time. He thought pretending a little more during his streams would keep anyone from noticing, but apparently that didn't work. Seeing it as a challenge from a shifting dungeon, he decides to accept it. He snaps back just as Rofi tries to steal his chicken, so he ends up using his hand to hold it up for her. Later, the two head out after, saying goodbye to the old woman. Rokan doesn't want to be cruel to Arima, but he still wonders whether he should tell her what the Emperor is planning. The mummy assures him that would only cause chaos. She also says no one can leave that world unless the Emperor allows it, so their only real option is to kill him. When he asks what her plan is, she already knows they need to go to the Tiger Guard, the huge pyramid that leaves Rokan impressed. Rofi explains it's the home of the Emperor and his nobles, meaning any monster that can use magic. In a place with endless resources, elemental mages are the most valued, and that includes her too. Even when the protagonist reminds her that she's a fugitive now, she brushes it off while opening a hidden passage, saying she knows all of them there. That earns a little respect from Rokan. They enter the passage, with him teasing her and Rofi enjoying it until she steps on a tile and triggers a trap. Both of them fall through a hole, and Rokan is disappointed that he ever thought the girl might actually be useful. Then, during the fall, Horat appears and grabs Rofi right in front of the worried hero. The MC watches Eagle Face land on her while he crashes to the ground, already preparing to fight, but he's too far away. Rofi lies on the ground in pain, confused that Horat knew about that entrance. He says he knows everything about her before grabbing her by the neck in rage, wanting to kill her but unable to do it, so he simply knocks her unconscious. Then he hands her over to the guards to take her to the Emperor. After that, he turns toward the hero. But Hakul tells the Eagleman to go to the ritual while he handles this himself. Horat warns him that he won't be able to win and that this is his fate. The jackal only sees him as another arrogant fool, then starts walking toward the human, promising to kill him. Roken barely listens, too busy trying to find a way out, until the non-stop talking makes him turn and dismiss the chatty mutt, looking down on him. That only amuses Hakul, who opens the bars of a giant lion and orders it to kill him. But while he gives his evil laugh, he doesn't notice the beast is already lying at Roken's feet. He asks what the next one will be. Then Hakul orders all the beasts to attack, and when the hero sees them coming, he can't help enjoying it. Finally, some action. The first enemy is a giant snake, and he drops it with one hit. Then a golem tries to catch him from behind and crush him. But after several slashes, he smashes apart. The monster's huge hand breaks free and immediately pulverizes its head. There's no break though. Now he has to deal with a giant lion. Rakan dodges it with a spinning strike, knocking it back, but the lion keeps going and counters with a blast, fire straight at him. Rakan stays calm and doesn't even flinch, waiting until the very last second before activating evasion. In a flash, he's on the lion's back, enjoying every second of the fight. He lands a brutal blow that finishes the creature. His next opponent is a giant lobster that catches him in its claws, but he takes it confidently because that's nothing to him. He twists it up like a wrestling move and, with one quick motion, cuts it into pieces ready for soup. Without any rest, he now has to face another giant snake. Using frenzy, he moves at top speed and lands a huge number of cuts on the monster, leaving the jackal terrified. Now he understands Rakan truly is as strong as Horat said. Meanwhile, Rofi wakes in some kind of cell, confused by the huge red aura burning in the Emperor's eye. He watches her with a smile, glad that she's finally awake. While she tries to understand what's happening, he speaks confidently about how his reign is near and how he'll show the world the glory of Karaz. But Rofi rejects that idea. She can't accept rising to power by sacrificing his own people. Annoyed, he says that the entire world belongs to him because he created it, and he's only taking back what he already gave them. To him, that's natural, and he sees Rofi's compassion for humans as a weakness. Still, he knows this isn't really about humans in general. It's about Arima and her children, and Rofi gets nervous when she hears that he understands her true reason. She only wants to protect the people she cares about. He releases her from her restraints, making her hit the floor hard. Then, in front of her, a blood crystal appears, one that can kill someone if you stab them with it. The Emperor makes it clear that victory is already certain, and the ritual is moving forward, so he doesn't see how she could fight back. But just to be safe, he gives the mummy girl one final chance, telling her to use that crystal to eliminate Rakan in exchange for Arima and her children being spared. The protagonist's weapon tears through the flesh of yet another creature he killed, and he starts getting bored when nothing is left, so he looks for the little pup, but the man already ran away, which annoys him even more. On top of that, he still has no idea how to get out of there, so he searches the area until an old mummy appears from a secret tunnel. The wrapped old man sees Rakan and assumes he came to the wrong place, so he tries to leave, but the hero stops him and asks why he suddenly appeared. The old man says he's a mummy, and although the MC doesn't understand what that means, the old man explains this is their territory, a place where they locked up an uncontrollable monster along with other beasts, so he should be careful. Rakan simply shows him the bodies of the beasts he already defeated, wondering whether those are truly the monsters everyone feared. The old man is confused when he sees them, but then grabs him by the neck and drags him to the hole. They both fall into a new area where the old man is happy to see him, recognizing him as the troublemaker traveling with Rofi. He tells him to follow, and while they move through the tunnel, the old man rambles that there's still time and tells the hero he isn't the only one trying to stop the Emperor. Since he's a mummy too, Rakan assumes he and Rofi are on the same side, but the old man says the girl isn't a mummy at all, leaving him confused. He explains that 4 years ago, the young girl's arm was sealed, which is why she started wearing a bandage. Over time, the wrapping spread across her entire body. When he asked why someone so young and healthy wore bandages, she nervously and embarrassedly answered that she was a mummy, and from then on, she truly believed it. He remembers how ridiculous she looks compared with what real mummies should be. Rakan still doesn't fully believe it because the old man looks ridiculous too. But the point is, they aren't alone in this fight, even if Rofi doesn't know it. That confuses the protagonist because he thinks they should be working together. The old man says the girl is too emotional, remembering how, when Herat revealed the noble's horrible plan to revive the emperor, she was the only one who spoke up and condemned it. Even though others disagreed too, no one supported her, and she was the only one who ended up being thrown into the desert by Eagleface himself. Because of that, the others were able to keep acting from the shadows, and Rakan gets excited, thinking he finally found a way to stop the emperor. But the mummy lowers his expectations because they still don't know how the bloodstones will be gathered. So without a real plan, their only goal has been finding a lower area in the empire to evacuate as many people as possible. During that search, they found something strange. In one room, they discovered hieroglyphs that tell the story of the emperor, just as Rofi said, but according to the old man, there's more. He points to a symbol, the emperor's insignia. The mark reveals there are 3 paths: desire, body, and conviction, the 3 parts the emperor was divided into. His body is still missing, and his conviction was destroyed. So now the only thing left is his desire, and that makes them wonder what the emperor has really become. Right then, the ground starts shaking. Feeling it, the old man says with no doubt that it's an earthquake. It's Herat using his power to set the plan in motion, and with the ritual beginning, the old mummy tells Rakan they need to hurry and evacuate the citizens, but the MC says they should go kill the emperor instead and end this now. The mummy isn't sure that's even possible. Even weakened, that being is still far beyond human understanding. Still, Rakan believes he can do it if he's strong enough, and the old man hesitates, but chooses to trust him anyway. He sends him to the tomb, the underground stronghold where the nobles are, sealed off by sand, guards. He believes that's the resurrection site, and it has 2 entrances, one at the top of the pyramid and one underground, though either path is packed with guards. So he tells him not to expect a fair one-on-one fight. Still, that doesn't worry Rakan. Without saying much, the old man draws him a map with his own bandages, and the boy is caught off guard. He didn't expect the old man's body to work like that. He takes the map without a word. Then the old man says goodbye and wishes him luck with what comes next. He says farewell too. Left alone, he looks once more at the wall with the story on it, noticing again that conviction has been shattered. He spots 3 figures he guesses are connected to the corrupted ones. But this isn't the time to get sidetracked, so he keeps moving without stopping. Meanwhile, back in the city, everyone is panicking over the quake when suddenly, from the ground, a giant obelisk rises. Watching the humans panic from afar is the old mummy. A panther walks up beside him and explains that even if they still don't know the full plan, it has already begun, with obelisks appearing all across the city and people staring at them in confusion until some try to touch one, and one of them gets wrapped in bandages and thrown back by the old man, who shouts at the humans to stay away from the pillar. Seeing how bad things are becoming, he starts placing all his hopes in Rakan. And right then, the protagonist seems to reach his destination, where a huge group of guards are ready to stop him. He doesn't hesitate and crushes the first one immediately. Soon he's surrounded, so he summons his axes and starts tearing through everything in his path. Even so, the enemies keep coming. Completely confident, he brings out an axe much larger than before and charges in to wipe out everyone around him, enjoying the destruction until something blocks an attack. An obelisk appears. He recognizes it immediately, then freezes in confusion when he sees Rofi approaching with a completely serious expression. Back in the city, the old man keeps helping evacuate whoever he can, until in the crowd he runs into Yahello, who is awkwardly trying not to be noticed. The mummy wastes no time, throwing out his bandages and catching him. He ignores the jackal's complaints because he knows exactly who he is. It's Yahello, technical advisor, and the old man has plenty of questions for him. He drags him somewhere isolated, where he and the panther prepare to question him. The jackal is furious, accusing them of being traitors for defying the emperor's wishes. But the mummy points out that Yahello can't fully agree either, or he wouldn't be trying to flee with the humans. The jackal says he already did his part by building the bloodstone condenser. That only confuses the mummy further. Someone that intelligent wanting to run away doesn't add up. But Yahello explains that he fled for his life after crossing paths with the lunatic Rofi brought there, the same man who took care of Minute and then crushed all his monsters effortlessly. So even if he's technically on Team Emperor, he'd rather stay far away from Roken. That makes the old man more confident, seeing that the MC truly is a threat. He even calls himself his ally. But now they need something from this terrified little coward. So he and the panther press harder to make him talk. They demand to know why so many obelisks appeared in the city, threatening to tie him to one if he refuses to speak. Out of options, he starts explaining that once bloodstone is crystallized, nothing sticks to it. None of his human experiments could alter its state. The mummy is shocked, but the jackal continues, telling them about underground ruins and a mural depicting creatures they don't understand. That same mural also mentioned a way to condense many bloodstones into a single one. It uses a complex mechanism that Harat has just activated by raising the obelisks throughout the city. They'll rip away human life and send it underground. The mummy scolds him for those cruel experiments, but the jackal brushes it off. The mechanism is already active, and even if they save some humans, hundreds of thousands will still die. As long as Harat keeps the ritual going, there's no way to stop it. Meanwhile, at the pyramid, Rofi is holding back someone who can't hide his confusion. When he sees her there, she tells him that as a good outsider, he should ignore all this and simply leave. But in the blink of an eye, Roken is already standing right in front of her. Annoyed, she throws a hard right punch, then starts angrily complaining that all of this began because of him. And now he's being told to leave too. Even so, she begs him to go while attacking him. Roken dodges easily. Confused by her behavior and thinking she was brainwashed, she says no, but to him, the best cure for brainwashing is already right in his fists. That frightens her, but she stays serious, ready to fight. Rakan, though, doesn't even take her seriously. He steps in, grabs her by the face and smacks her, dropping her to the ground in pain. She yells at the guards, reminding them they're supposed to do something about this. The others finally seem to remember they can fight too and rush the hero, surrounding him completely, only for him to take them down with ease, one after another. More enemies keep pouring in, but they end up the same way, torn apart and reduced to dust by Rokan's brutal blows. Under Rofu's shocked stare, she watches the protagonist stand victorious over everyone. Realizing she's next, Rokan walks toward her. She can't move, and he raises his fist to deliver a brutal blow. Then somehow, the scene shifts. Now the mummy girl is marching forward, her eyes full of fury, heading toward the place where Harat is carrying out the ritual. The emperor praises her, certain she completed her task, and with a simple wave of her hand, she reveals a bed made of bandages. Roken lies on it, with a crystal through his heart. The emperor's eye widens in shock when he sees that she really did it. Desperate, she demands that he now free Arima and the children. Calmly, he says he sent them to the isolation room and tells her to find them there. That's all she needs to hear before she runs off, leaving Roken's body behind without even daring to look back. The emperor is still confused about how someone as strong as the MC was defeated so easily, but in the end he doesn't care. Once his power returns, No one will be able to stop him, so he grows careless and doesn't notice that behind him, Roken is getting back up, pulling the crystal from his chest and stabbing the giant eyeball. He climbs onto it as it stares in confusion, unable to understand how he survived the blood curse. Roken tells him to look again. One of his two hearts was the one that got pierced. Meanwhile, Rofi runs desperately, remembering how the blow meant for her had struck a sand guard instead. Roken had looked at her and asked why. He already knew she could be kind of dumb, but now she was doing something stupid on top of that. She didn't want to answer, but he understood. It was for Arima and her family. He was upset because now she chose to save her family instead of everyone, as she originally wanted, and that made her angry too. After all, anyone in her position would have done the same. He understands that, but he still thinks she's different, even if she doesn't see herself that way. Then he tells her that no matter what titles she has, noble, shaman, or whatever, they mean nothing right now. Roken is disappointed to see that. She truly doesn't understand, but he'll still help her and let her do what she came for. Afterward, she has to escape with Arima and the children, while he deals with the Emperor. Back in the present, she keeps running, frustrated while Roken continues having fun tormenting the giant eye, which can't really do much until Horat drops everything to help it, dragging Roken away and pinning him down. The Emperor looks victorious and says the crystal poison only works once, claiming it's now only a matter of time before Roken dies. Then, moving toward the huge cross, shaped light, he settles onto it and begins being absorbed. That shocks Roken, who gets thrown to the ground by the eagle-faced man, who warns him that this is the end. Once the device has enough energy, there's no turning back, and the crystals begin to fuse and glow. Outside, the mummy watches as the sky turns crimson, and Rofi reaches the isolation room, hoping to find Arima and her children there, but the room is completely empty. That leaves Rofi stunned, and before she can react, a soldier knocks her out. Back in the city, the pillars activate, confusing the citizens as a small orb starts releasing a green essence that spreads throughout the city. It moves like tentacles until it finds its first target, piercing a man and slowly draining his life until he's left looking like a skeleton. He becomes only the first of many. Seeing this, the others run in terror, but sooner or later, they're caught too, and their lives begin gathering inside the pillars as desperate screams echo throughout the city. Meanwhile, that essence is carried to the machine where it starts pouring over the main crystal. Rokan sees it, and the eagle-faced man explains it. He confirms that this is the source of life that will restore everything and return the Emperor to his so-called glorious form. Rokan sees nothing glorious about becoming an even larger eye. He charges in to stop it and goes straight for the machine, but Horat steps in front of him. He throws a couple of punches, and Rokan slips past them until one lands clean. Rokan tries to strike back, but during the clash, another blow knocks him away, and he uses his helmet to block. He knows it's still too early to use Berserker, so he has to fight with what he has. He charges again, smashing up the ground with a heavy blow, but Horat seems to guard against it before moving insanely fast. Roken gets in close and lines up a brutal slash. Still, the eagle-faced man refuses to give up. He gathers energy into his fist and attacks, again striking Roken and sending him flying. The protagonist responds by throwing an axe, and his overconfident enemy thinks it'll be easy to dodge with one small step. But the moment the axe passes him, it starts glowing brightly and explodes, engulfing him completely. In a violent blast, Roken lands full of confidence and says it would have been smarter to catch it instead of dodging. But behind the massive wall of smoke, a giant crystal appears, leaving him stunned. Annoyed that Horat was hiding something like that, Roken tries to strike the crystal, but he's cut off and grabbed. The two launch into a struggle, then crash and scrape across the ground until the MC finally kicks him away. He gets back up, quickly to keep the pressure on, thinking the eagle-faced man has been left wide open after that last exchange. Roken sprints at full speed and throws a savage right hook, then follows it with a massive slash, leaving him wounded. But he knows the job still isn't done, and Horat is barely standing, seeing everything through a blur. Roken keeps attacking and Horat can barely react. Then he watches in surprise as the eagle man still holds his ground. So Horat plants himself firmly and prepares a charged strike that sends Roken flying into the air. Once he's airborne, Horat chases after him, catches up, and grabs him by one leg, lifting him even higher and carrying him all the way outside the pyramids. Without saying a word, he lets go and drops him. Roken protests that he's leaving the fight unfinished, but Horat only cares about the Emperor's resurrection. The protagonist plummets straight toward the city, aching all over and furious at his rival's cowardly move, until a voice breaks his train of thought. It's Arima and her children. Roken is confused to see them there, but the old woman calmly explains that it makes sense they'd be in her home, while the MC glances at the strange mess he made in the roof when he crashed through. At least he smiles, hoping Rofi is with them. But no, Arima hasn't seen her since they left. That only confuses Roken more, but he has no time to think because outside, chaos erupts, followed by a green glow that puts him on alert. He tells the family to hide while he deals with the tentacles tearing through the wall. They're disgusting. And while dodging them, he realizes something. They have the same color as corruption. And when they touch food, it starts to rot. That makes him connect them to the roots of the Tree of Origin, an elven legend saying those roots absorb the land's energy and form the seed of the world tree. But that makes no sense to him because it was supposed to be only a legend, and he understands even less why those roots are here. Then he reaches a conclusion. They planted the tree upside down and altered its structure so it would absorb the life force of the bloodstones using corrupt power. He realizes it's all coming from the crystal he saw and runs outside, where he finds the roots emerging from the obelisk as they twist and writhe. The sight fills him with rage. Meanwhile, an exhausted Horat returns to the pyramid, where beneath the crystal, he finds a colossal body. Because of this, no one will be able to stop them. But his wounds finally catch up with him. He grows weak, unable to see the final result, drops to his knees, remembers his friend Minute, and then collapses dead. As for the Emperor's body, it finally awakens, unleashing its power. Back in the city, the obelisks stop. With Arima and the children hidden away, they begin to think it's all over. That's when Roken arrives, telling them to stay there and not come out. He's angry with himself as he watches his arm shake along with the rest of his body. He's crushed by the helpless feeling of failing again, and it drags him back to the memory of being humiliated beneath hundreds of enemy arrows. He grits his teeth, trying to hold back his frustration, when suddenly Arima pulls him out of it with a hug. Roken freezes in confusion, unsure what to do, but she only wants to thank him for saving them. He doesn't really understand. The gesture, much less the strange game life, seems to be making him play, but he ends up returning the hug, still surprised. In that moment, it becomes the push he needed to clear his head, and he runs back toward the fight. Knowing it still isn't over, now he's determined to stop it, heading straight for the pyramid. Meanwhile, monstrous Emperor tries to stand, and down in the sewers, the few remaining refugees are being watched over by the old man Mamya, who looks on in frustration, knowing that even after all his effort, he only managed to save around 600 people. And to make things worse, he senses a presence of shining bloodstone and eyes drawing closer and closer until they're directly above him. Desperate, old Mamya screams for everyone to run. Just before he's crushed, the humans flee in terror while the enraged emperor chases them, calling them wretches for hiding instead of offering their lives. Up on the surface, Roken looks toward the pit, where he hears an ancient tongue, and immediately a crowd of people starts running past him. He watches in confusion. As the ground starts to shake, that's the sign. The giant emperor is emerging, furious and determined to keep devouring humans, swearing to wipe them all out and begin a new era. Standing right before him, Roken nods with a half-smile. He says this really will be a new era, as he puts on his helmet and draws his weapons, staring straight into the emperor's eyes and telling him that in this new era, that greedy idiot will end up with his skull split open. Then the monster rises and drives, its hands into the ground, using its legs to launch itself, with all its strength straight at Roken, who dodges by leaping into the air. Determined, he grips his axe tightly, reaches a house, and pushes off it with all his strength to begin a savage attack. The two collide in their first impact, both holding firm before breaking apart and locking eyes. This time, the emperor attacks first, trying to crush him, and Roken barely manages to stop one hand because the other grabs him with brutal force, trying to grind him into dust against the ground. He barely escapes, then sees the monster coming for him again. Roken dodges the devastating impact, but the creature refuses to stop trying to destroy him. Then the protagonist, from a little distance, lands a solid axe slash and gets pushed back by the beast. He switches to his larger axe and clashes with the creature again, trying to strike once more. He throws two hand axes, using them to build momentum for a chain of slashes that don't seem to hurt the emperor at first glance. But Roken refuses to give up, moving faster as he waits for the right moment, and he finds it when the monster slips. Stomping hard on the ground, he puts his full weight into an axe strike that slices into the brain, and for a moment, he feels like he's won. But his opponent is furious and humiliated. It begins to mutate, releasing a massive aura of power, its eyes glowing an intense purple. Roken sees it and tries to fall back, barely escaping the savage beam it fires, which destroys a huge section of the city. Roken looks worried by how absurdly overpowered his enemy is, and that fear is confirmed when he sees it move again at insane speed, appearing in front of him within a second, ready to strike with a brutal blow. The MC dodges, then launches himself into the air with relentless speed, locking onto his target and tearing into him with savage attacks that rip him apart. Even so, the emperor is still alive, rising with difficulty, his body ruined and both arms gone. Roken stares in shock, thinking pride is the only thing still keeping him standing. To his surprise, the emperor actually praises him, admitting he underestimated him. He says he's clearly far stronger than the mages who came to control him, whom he had to eliminate. The protagonist is different, and the emperor can't understand why he's here. But the protagonist doesn't care about motives. He's simply enjoying beating up a monster. The emperor understands that, and now that he sees the MC as a true rival, he's ready to give everything, firing a fierce flash from his eyes. He dodges it confidently, but when he lands back on the ground, he sees in confusion that the emperor is escaping toward the pyramid. That's when he remembers Rofi, who is still there, unconscious on a stone bed, and dressed as a bride. As the emperor pulls away, Roken goes after him, but his path is blocked by the sand guards. He doesn't think much of them, but there are many humans nearby, and he doesn't want them getting hurt. So he grins, realizing the guards only, manage to delay him and start slaughtering them on the spot. Meanwhile, in a strange sand dungeon, some grains fall onto a little girl's face. It's Rofi. She wakes up disoriented in that place, and right then, Horat appears, looking irritated at the little girl. Later, Minute also watches the unusual child. She wants to keep her as a toy, but Horat refuses because his boss told him to keep her alive until the snake handled that. Patient and curious, the little girl starts wandering through the pyramid halls until she finally gets outside, reaching the human city, where she sees children playing, and an apple catches her attention. That apple is picked up by Arima, and from that moment, Rofi starts following her. She ends up at Arima's house, where she starts devouring the food. Arima asks about her parents and notices her pointed ears. The little girl doesn't know where they are, or even what her own name is. Worried, the old woman hugs her, surprising the child, and offers to let her stay if she has nowhere else to go. Rofi agrees, and with tears in her eyes from the memory, she wakes up thinking about the woman who felt like a mother to her. That warm memory vanishes quickly. Rofi wakes up right beneath the monstrous emperor. At the same time, the protagonist rushes through the pyramid halls in a panic, desperately calling for his friend until he reaches a door, and on the other side, he finds a horrifying and brutal sight. The emperor is devouring Rofi. Only her hand remains in his mouth, and then even that is swallowed right before Roken's eyes. The emperor lets out a massive roar and starts unleashing his power. Outside the pyramid, the first flash bursts out, followed by a huge shockwave as the terrified citizens watch a giant cross appear above the pyramid's tip. A horrified Yakel says it means the emperor has fully revived. Arima and her family are among the crowd, watching in fear and worrying about Rofi. Inside, Rokan watches the emperor reach his final form after absorbing his friend. He doesn't waste even a second before throwing a savage punch that lands clean on Rokan. The blast it creates is so violent that it sends him flying with brutal force, launching him straight toward the city and tearing through everything until he crashes into the rubble. He's left injured, stunned, and barely able to move. Then a game window appears and mockingly asks where all his arrogance went, while reactivating the logout options so he can escape. Roken realizes this is some kind of test, something the system will explain later. For now, it tells him to get out, because against the emperor's final form, he has no chance. But the protagonist only laughs. If he's still alive, he can still fight. The system quickly warns him that this time, it isn't the same game he used to know, and if he dies here, it's permanent. With Berserker mode already gone, all he can really do now is defend himself. That's why the system keeps urging him to give up. Annoyed, Roken forces himself back to his feet, looking at the system with contempt. It took away everything he wanted that very day, and now it expects Tim to quit. The nervous window already knows what's coming and gets smashed without mercy. With its final messages, it warns that it doesn't want him to win. But Roken has already decided. He makes his own fate, and his fate right now is the Emperor. Standing at the top of the pyramid, he starts walking. Then, after a moment, he breaks into a run, growing faster and fiercer with every step. The Emperor watches him closely, just like the woman watching through a screen, the same one speaking to him through the system, who sees him as nothing but a madman. To her, this is what being a berserker means. Burning with rage, Roken leaps at the Emperor and activates Berserker again, filling himself with power and desperation for another attack that crashes into the Emperor's shield. The Emperor almost pities him. Rekakan is weaker than before and still insists on fighting. Roken simply calls him Four Eyes and tells him to shut up, which strangely seems to wound the emperor's pride. Without a word, the emperor grabs his axe and starts crushing it in his hand until it slowly begins to crack. Everyone watches in silence. The citizens, Yahello, the resistance, Arima, even the woman from the system, and Rofi is still unconscious, trapped on a cross of light where her hope shatters at the same time as Rokan's axe. As the broken pieces fly away, the protagonist is driven straight into the emperor's knee, spitting blood from the impact, but he still refuses to quit. He summons 2 axes and goes straight for the emperor's head. The emperor responds with a strike. Rokan dodges it, trying to create distance, but his rival chases him down and uses magic to raise a wall that traps him, leaving him open for a blow so powerful it smashes through what he just created. Rokan is left half-conscious in the air, but he snaps back and forces himself to remain standing. He wipes away the blood and sees the emperor coming. Rokan knows he can't win unless he gives everything he has during the 5 short minutes Berserker will last. So in desperation, he wastes no time and attacks again. The emperor waits to swat him away with 1 hit, but he strikes only air as Rokan uses his clone technique to attack from all sides. Even so, the emperor throws them off with pillars of earth, wiping them all out. But Rokan isn't among them. He gets behind the emperor and puts all his strength into an attack. The emperor responds by hurling an obelisk, but it only makes the final clone vanish, leaving him confused and unaware that Rokan is already above him, landing a fierce slash with both axes. That opens the way for a non-stop barrage at full speed, forcing the emperor to do nothing but defend himself. Bit by bit, he grows more enraged, and every clash tears apart more of the pyramid. The destruction echoes throughout the city while Arima walks through the rubble with tears in her eyes. Rokan keeps attacking, thinking victory is near, never slowing down and trying to strike until the very end with his worn-out weapons. Then a corrupted window shows only 9 seconds remaining. At that moment, his body gives out, leaving him defenseless against a brutal blow that sends him flying until he crashes to the ground with no energy left. As the timer drops, quickly, he desperately tries to get up and fight one more time. His panic rises, but his body is exhausted, and he collapses in defeat. Resigned, he begs Berserker one last time, but it's already over. From what the girl on the screens can tell, that desperate move is going to cost him dearly. With a glowing cross beneath him, the emperor says one final goodbye to his rival before using his pillar, which violently launches Rokan into the sky. In the distance, people stare in confusion, unable to understand what just happened. Arima can only pray, and then she sees Rokan falling from the sky, slamming down hard with half his side destroyed. He lands right behind her. Arima turns around in alarm and sees, to her horror, that she was right. It's Rokan, lying in a pool of blood, missing a hand with a huge hole in his body. He groans about the complete disaster he's in, and the moment he notices Arima, he asks about the children. She tells him the nobles took them somewhere safe. Barely able to speak, he tells her she should be hiding too. But Arima refuses. She wants to see Rofi, even though she doesn't understand how Rofi got dragged into all this. She knows Rokan was trying to help her, and she wants to help too, but all she can do is stand there crying because she's never been able to protect her. Rokan looks at her, and something twists in his chest. He doesn't understand it. None of this feels like a game anymore. Then the emperor lands behind Arima. He's pleased to find Rokan and surprised that he's still alive. Then he freezes when Arima, in pure desperation, tries to drag the MC away. Rokan begs her to run, but she refuses to remain just a bystander anymore. The emperor mocks the pathetic scene, ready to send both of them to the other world. But Arima's scream stops him cold. He loses control of his body because of Rofi, who left her prison inside him and is trying to break free from her bonds, even while the emperor scolds her, telling her to rule as part of him and stop caring about those inferior creatures. Rofi shuts him down in fury and fights with everything she has to escape. She rejects the emperor's horrifying plans. What she wants is simple, to live with Arima. The emperor screams in pain as his blood crystal starts shining intensely. From there, Rofi slowly begins to emerge. She sees her friend, and although the emperor refuses to let her go, tightening his restraints and trying to pull her back inside, Rofi desperately raises her hand, only to realize she's being trapped again. Then Arima grabs it. She calls out to Rofi in desperation, but her grip isn't strong enough. She's about to lose her when a huge hand stops it. It's Rakhan. He snaps at that idiot Rofi to get out of there, then yanks both girls back with all his strength, freeing them in one pull. As they're pulled through the air, Rofi cries, feeling free, her fingers locked with Arima's. Meanwhile, Rakhan crashes hard against a rock, completely exhausted. The emperor, furious, tries to decide what to do, but then his chest starts glowing brightly. Rofi gently sets Arima down on the ground, grateful that she made it out. Then she stands and looks at the emperor, who keeps twisting in madness, but her attention turns to the injured Rakhan, who still has enough strength to call her a zombie. She's happy he's still the same idiot as always, and asks why he's trying so hard over something that wasn't even his problem. He laughs and figures he simply can't help wanting to beat down the people he hates. With that ridiculous pride of his, he can't let things end halfway. In the condition he's in now, he blames Rofi's stubbornness, guessing he found someone just as stubborn as himself. Even after giving it everything, he still failed. Maybe failure is simply his fate, but at least he's glad she and Arima are safe. Rofi stops him there, telling him it isn't over yet. She begins to shine and thanks him for saving her from the Scorpion King, ready to return the favor. Meanwhile, the crazed emperor starts twisting into a horrifying, Cyclops-like form. At the same time, Rofi uses her power to keep Rokan stable. She tells him her own mind was broken, and she even died, but he won't because his mind is strong enough to handle the power she's about to give him through their contract. Confused, he asks what she could possibly give if she has nothing left. Rofi only smiles as the emperor, completely out of his mind, charges in again, ready to crush them both. Rofi keeps smiling while Rokan has no idea what's happening. Crosses of light appear in his pupils, and a massive explosion bursts out, illuminating the entire area. The emperor stops dead, unable to believe what he's seeing. The citizens, the magical beasts, and even the woman watching him are just as stunned. The moment she sees it, she urgently calls someone and warns them that she has found the second rancor. From that intense flash emerges a powerful, overwhelming fusion of Rokan and Rofi. Arima wakes to the sight of it, staring at their new form. The furious emperor yells that this power was his and attacks with everything he has. But the new Rokan simply raises a hand and stops him with an obelisk wall. Then he brings his fingers together, summoning a new version of Third Hand, now filled with Rofi's power and forming 4 massive arms that grab a giant axe. He swings it through the air, then unleashes an attack so powerful that it starts tearing through everything ahead. It keeps moving straight toward the emperor, who can only watch it approach, like a death sentence. He has no time to react as his entire torso gets completely erased, wiping him out in an instant. But his legs are still standing, and from them, the emperor's body starts growing back. A moment later, he's back in the fight, angrier than ever. He barely gets the chance to show that rage before Rokan is already on him, ready to attack again. This time, the emperor catches the light axe and tries to strike back, but the protagonist slips away, with ease, then responds with a brutal burst of aura that sends the emperor stumbling backward. Roken doesn't let up and lands another heavy blow immediately afterward. The emperor refuses to go down. Clenching his fists in rage, he fires a massive laser, but the MC sees it and dodges just in time. Using that opening, he throws a huge punch, then follows with a savage axe strike that blasts the emperor away. Still, the emperor manages to stop himself mid-air, just long enough to unleash his power and raise a massive wall of obelisks. Khan breaks through it easily, even so the emperor remains confident. Sure, he fell into his trap when he used that energy beam, which does hit its target. But once the smoke clears, Rokan reveals the trick. He threw the axe as a decoy, then came in from behind with a wild strike that sends the emperor flying. He crashes across the ground, finally coming to a stop, helpless on the floor. Rokan rises, gathers his power, and wraps his fist in heavy armor. Then he pulls the emperor in with an obelisk, dragging him at full speed straight into that furious, massive punch that finishes the combo. It slams the emperor into the ground where he crashes hard, leaving his entire body ruined. Even then, he still refuses to give up. Desperate to land one more hit, he fires a huge beam into the sky, missing again and again, growing more desperate as he realizes he still can't stop his enemy until one beam finally connects. But the fusion emerges completely unharmed, staring him down as though it was nothing. Then Rofi's side takes over, ready to deliver the final blow with a smile. Aura begins gathering around her hands, and then she releases a giant image of herself, ready to throw one final punch. With total confidence, she charges straight at the Cyclops, who can't even move. He can only watch as their two wills join together and slam into him at full speed, hitting him head-on and unleashing a massive shockwave. Then, through the wreckage, the fusion walks toward what's left of the emperor, now dying. All he can do is look sadly at Rofi, saying he wanted her to conquer the world with him. She makes it clear one final time. She never wanted that. In the end, he accepts it. Admitting her stubbornness reminds him of his own past as he begins to fade. Even so, he regrets that it took an outsider to remind him why he was supposed to fight. As disappears, he leaves behind his blood crystal, now losing its corruption. Rofi takes it in her hands, and both she and Roken return to normal, holding the crystal together. She thanks him for saving her, though he reminds her that she saved him too. Rofi admits that when the emperor absorbed her, she understood the truth. She had always been part of him, and had always been his conviction. Roken says he already knew from the moment he tried to stop her before, though really, he just guessed because that's what the usual anti-emperor type always turns out to be. She smiles without really understanding the joke, then gives him one final gift, the hero token. She remembers making it back when she was still the emperor at the height of that power before giving it to a child. Roken tells her he found it in a village and wanted to check whether it was real, but her attention shifts to the destruction caused by a part of herself, and she feels like a pathetic empress. Gripping the badge in frustration, she decides to do one more thing and tosses it back to Roken, leaving him confused. She tells him to return it to the child she gave it to. Then, taking the emperor's crystal, she rises into the sky as Roken watches anxiously. His confident friend smiles and says this is the only thing left for her to do, then says goodbye. Panicking, he reminds her that she promised to stay with Arima. She hears him, but her choice is already made, and she destroys the crystal in the sky. All Roken can do is look at his friend one final time, as her body starts turning into pure energy. Then she shines across the sky, releasing a huge flash of light that sends sparks throughout the city. Roken watches in confusion as the sparks fall and restore the people whose lives the emperor had stolen. But Roken can't see anything else once his body starts fading. The last thing he sees is Arima waking up in confusion right before he's forcibly thrown out of the game. Roken comes out of the capsule dazed with a pounding headache when he hears the voice of a stranger standing directly in front of him. The smiling girl looks at him and says he's finally awake, calling him by his real name. He stares at her in confusion, then looks around and sees several men checking his equipment as though this is completely normal. He takes a deep breath, ready to explode at the strange people in his house and throw them out immediately. The girl steps in to calm him and hands him a card. She says she's with Falcon, the company that made the game. Her name is Mirail Kim, and she reminds him that this isn't their first conversation. That makes Roken remember the logout problem, so he angrily says he should be the one suing them. Mirail turns serious and tells him to calm down. He clearly doesn't understand what's happening. If anyone can sue, it's them. She snaps her fingers and asks for a laptop, then pulls up his activity record. Roken starts sweating. She says his performance was shocking, finding treasure rooms, secret areas, and hidden rewards without trouble, while also taking over the market and pulling off all kinds of moves. The point is obvious. He's no fool. She even knows he bought his apartment with money from the game and hints that he could lose it. The protagonist thinks it sounds like blackmail, but she says she doesn't care about his crappy stuff. Annoyed, he demands to know what they really want. She simply tells him he's been under evaluation, and what he's done made one thing clear. They have more than enough reason to erase all his progress. But unlike hackers or cheaters who use the game to get rich and live in luxury, Roken kept earning money only to pour it back into himself, chasing every item and piece of gear to become stronger. That's what made them even more suspicious that there was something different about him. She steps closer while he stands there tense and asks whether all he truly wants is to fight, or whether this is some personal revenge. Honestly, she doesn't care about the answer. Fed up, Roken finally asks what she wants from him. Without missing a beat, she throws him his clothes and says he passed the test. Then she tells him to come with her, and he agrees. During the ride in a luxury SUV, he feels like he's being taken to some cartel-style execution, even if she thinks the idea is ridiculous. Still, he keeps suspecting something, especially when he notices several vehicles escorting them in formation. He assumes they're there to protect her, meaning she must be important. Ray admits that she is, but says the guards aren't there for her. When they arrive at a building, they step out of the SUV and walk toward the entrance, where she hands him an access card with his old-school photo on it. It isn't exactly flattering, so he wonders how she got it. As they enter, she warns him that he can't tell anyone outside what he sees there, though she knows nobody would believe him anyway. They move deeper inside, and the place feels larger and stranger with every second. Mireille explains that 23 years ago, a rift opened in Antarctica, and something emerged from it, something that leaves Roken completely shaken. Calmly, she reminds him that he's already hunted one before, then shows him the first monster that emerged from that rift, a two-headed ogre. The two ride an elevator down in silence, and when Roken steps out, he nervously gets a close look at the giant corpse. He can't understand how a game monster could be there, and she explains it isn't from a game at all. What they called the game was actually a simulation of another world, one created to train saviors. Seeing Roken's confusion, she continues, 23 years ago, that ogre came through the rift while terrified. Explorers watched. Then something even more shocking happened. A beam instantly killed the beast, leaving everyone stunned. It came from the other figure who stepped out of the rift, Odin, the first descendant. He helped keep the rift stable for years, but they couldn't rely on him forever. So they studied it and learned that the rift was a window into a world beyond understanding, where that ogre was only the beginning. They couldn't simply leave it alone, or more monsters might cross through. They even feared another rift could open in a city, and since they couldn't, they trust the descendant to help them. They searched for a safer solution, someone who could match that kind of power. That's why they built all of this, to create their own savior. But it had to remain secret, and not many people would risk their lives for something so dangerous. Then they discovered the rift could transmit information, both ways, and used it as a database for the world-famous game. The entire program was created to produce saviors. Rokan, annoyed, says it sounds more like a secret military draft. The girl admits that's basically true, but says they had no other choice in a crisis like this. She adds that the game itself is only a simulation, so there was no real danger. Even so, the MC thinks it still makes no sense if none of it works in real life. She reminds him that he already knows this isn't a normal game. It adapts to each player's body and mind, so almost everything learned there can be used in the real world. The only exception is skills based on mana, since mana doesn't exist here, though that could change completely if someone crossed into the world beyond the rift. The hero still isn't sure any of this makes sense, and Mirel admits that at first, it was only a theory until someone crazy enough tested it. He asks what kind of idiot would do that, but then he thinks it through and realizes that the idiot was basically him. She confirms it with an amused smile, instantly making him furious. They had been messing with his life. Still laughing, she reminds him that he's the last person who should be angry. Then she moves her fingers, signaling hundreds of snipers to aim at him as she asks how he knew so much about their secret systems. Shaken and afraid, Loken reminds her that this wasn't supposed to be an execution. She says they won't bury him, but they might put a few holes in him unless he answers honestly. Who is he really? And why does he know so much? She even suspects he might be from the Rift world, and Loken still looks uneasy, so he chooses not to answer. With a wide smile, the girl gives the order, and a huge flash fills the room. Now there's a hole in the floor, and Loken stands there, trembling and completely pale. He complains about the shot, and so does Mirel. She turns angrily on her shooters, and they immediately start blaming each other. Ignoring that, she becomes serious again and demands that he reveal who he is, or there will be more warnings. Sweating nervously, he clenches his fists. He doesn't want to lower himself or admit that he came back in time after a humiliating defeat. But something else matters more to him. He asks what she meant when she said his powers could be used outside the rift because he needs to know whether Rofi and everything in Karaz had been real. She explains that this is exactly why they saw him as a rift messenger. Watching him grow stronger so quickly and seeing what he did along the way, they thought he might be a monster. That's why they sent him outside the rift to test both their theory and his abilities. The result is that, thanks to his contract with Rofi, he unlocked a semi-divine state, and even though he barely survived, it was an incredible achievement. He snaps back that it still makes no sense to treat him this way, but she makes one thing very clear. Now that they've seen his power, they need to learn much more about him, or he could become a threat. After thinking it over, he asks about the photo on her badge and why she entered his house. He figures that after all their digging, they should already know enough. He steps right up to her, even with lasers still aimed at him, and yells with total confidence that he isn't a monster, and if she still doubts him, he'll even let himself be dissected. Shocked by how insane that sounds, she decides to ease off, ordering everyone to lower their weapons. Then she steps back, finally letting him breathe, but now he has to keep following the mysterious woman who leads him to the main Lord server. There, she apologizes for being so harsh, hoping he'll understand. Then she asks him to join her. They need him to choose the 10 best rankers to explore the rift and eliminate the threat it poses to the world. That is the game's final goal, and he's the right person for it. The hero flatly refuses. She says she understands. He isn't truly forced to do it. Loken, however, is. Right after that, she shows him Karaz on the screens, the kingdom he saved. He can see all its people, and among them, his eyes light up when he sees Arima. Morel reminds him that, after interfering with the rift, he is no longer an ordinary player. Then she hands back the hero insignia that brought him into the real world. Surprised, Loken takes it while she asks that, since he was the only one who managed to save those people, he should do the same for them and become a ranker. Meanwhile, somewhere else in a rainy forest, a hooded man drags his sword as he locks onto his target, a two-headed ogre resting among human remains. Suddenly, a skull flies straight into its head, making it turn angrily toward the hooded figure. Enraged, it grabs its weapon and charges hard, but the hooded fighter, with one swift slash, breaks the weapon, then leaps and runs up its body until he reaches its chest and deals a fatal wound. The ogre falls to its knees, and the hooded man is Loken. He remembers how he ended up accepting the ranker role Morel wanted for him, though she still wouldn't let him enter the rift. She told him that even if he was a ranker in name, he didn't yet have a ranker's power, so he had to keep playing until he became strong enough to be a true ranker, handing back the hero insignia. Back in the present, the ogre is nearly defeated as he walks toward it, accepting its fate. Then the hero pulls back his hood, revealing his new look and his resolve to become the strongest ranker. At that moment, the ogre wakes up and tries to strike, but the attack is easily blocked. Loken plants his feet and responds with a huge sword slash that drops the monster helplessly to the ground under his furious assault. He leaps straight into the next attack, but the ogre refuses to give up and keeps defending, which only feeds Loken's bloodlust. He keeps pressing until he cuts off its arms, and the ogre twists in pain, struggling to throw him off, as its screams echo everywhere. Loken doesn't stop. He's determined to finish it, and watches the monster grow desperate, roaring and trying to attack any way it can, even with its arms severed, until it finally manages to crush the hero beneath its foot, driven mad by pain. But then its foot starts glowing, and lines of energy spread across its leg before it explodes into pieces, and the hero bursts out from the blast. That attack knocks the monster down again. Then it sees him coming from above with a massive energy axe, wearing a victorious grin as he lands a huge critical hit. He remains standing, like a beast, picks up his weapon, and searches for his next target. Later, on the central continent, Loken checks his stats, ready to continue the race quest, because he needs a new weapon. He remembers what happened to his axe during the Emperor fight, and even though he thought the bloodstones he obtained would make it easy to get one, he's surprised to find many more people there now. He lets out a heavy breath, feeling like it's his time to shine, and runs home. From a dusty chest he pulls out a letter he received after defeating some bandits. He figures that if the council forms and he meets the right conditions, it will trigger the Furious King quest, and that will earn him a berserker weapon. Just thinking about it excites him, until he sees the letter has expired. That annoys him because it feels like his old failures are returning. Now he has to repeat the second village mission to get the item again. At first it seems like a pain, but then he starts seeing the bright side. A dark grin spreads across his face, and soon he's walking happily through the forest near the second city. He wonders if he's truly getting stronger, remembering that in RPGs, the stronger you become, the stronger the enemies that appear. So combat still feels the same, and the only way to know whether anything really changed is to go back to a low-rank dungeon. He's excited to test it. The moment he enters the cave, he enjoys running into the level 100 bandit boss, who threatens him. Loken calmly waits, watching him approach. The bandit lands a sword strike, but for him, it doesn't even make Loken move. Now level 165, the hero brags about it, staring at his enemy with a cruel smile. Then he attacks, erasing the bandit in a single blow and treating it like chopping a vegetable. He grabs what he came for and feels pretty good about how easy it was. Though if he's honest, it was also boring. He prefers fights that really get his blood pumping. So with nothing else to do, he leaves. Back at the Timur Council, one member named Carbon admires the bloodstone the hero brought. He thanks him, saying it will help the human empire, while Loken enjoys pretending to be modest. Then, noticing the race quest has already begun, he asks the old man not for a reward, but for a meeting with the emperor. The elders say that's impossible. The high officials are handling something serious, which a smiling Loken already knows is the Furious King. That catches Carbon off guard, and he watches as the confident hero offers to handle it himself. Soon, he arrives at an office and slaps a paper onto the desk, grinning as he presents an urgent report. The small masked man watches as the bandit boss receives a letter from the Furious King, and from that, he understands the king is beginning to gather his forces. He's annoyed that he didn't notice sooner, especially while they were focused on training, but Loken calms him down, saying he has a plan. Even if the small man doubts one person can defeat all the bandits who have probably already joined the king, even the hero has second thoughts. But he still has an idea, so he won't have to do it alone. That brings them to the bandits' mountain headquarters. The mission is a preemptive strike to stop the Furious King, who has already gained great power by gathering more reinforcements and attacking nearby cities. To do it, Loken leads around 300 human troops, including 4 level 250 knights, many soldiers, and over 200 mages, all under his command. That means all the rewards will go to him, and he almost feels sorry for any player who tries to get in his way. The rewards are so massive because the mission is incredibly difficult, thanks to the size of the Timur bandit group. You have to defeat hundreds of bandits, and then face the younger brother of the Furious King, Randor, the final boss, a beast who absorbed corrupt power and surpassed human limits. There's no other way into the Demon King's fortress either, since the system blocks every alternate route. You have to fight the entire bandit force and wipe them out to draw out the mighty Randor, who, filled with corrupt power, would crush most players with his aura before they could finish the mission. And the difficulty isn't only the scale of the battle. Randor's goal makes it even worse. He isn't simply gathering bandits or trying to control the mountains. He wants to conquer the entire country, change the social order, and become king of a new world, a rare ambition for a bandit or monster. That fierce desire rooted deep inside his corrupted heart is exactly what makes him so dangerous. That's why the humans give Loken all their support to destroy the threat. And even though he admits that wiping out so many monsters while leading human troops won't be easy, his goal remains the same: kill them all. A soldier warns them in panic. The attack has already begun. A pack of giant boars comes charging in quickly, and everyone tenses, but Rakan reminds them of the plan, and the troops quickly pull back into formation. The mages are the first to move, calling down a firestorm while the rear line prepares to strike. Then a warrior gives the signal, and the wind mages spread the flames across the field, burning through the monsters. Rakan watches the fight, happy to see everything working perfectly. He has no intention of wasting these troops on one mission. He wants to turn this into a hunting ground and farm easy points with auto-hunting. That nasty little plan is interrupted by passing players who barge in and ruin everything. They're annoyed that the NPC soldiers are in their way, and while one of them seems ready to back off, after seeing the warriors, the other clearly doesn't care. That's when Roken walks up with a grin and tells them that attacking his soldiers during an official mission is a serious crime, one usually punished by execution. The player tries to argue, saying that technically, he isn't even in that world anymore. Still smiling, Roken asks whether anyone else wants to argue. Nobody does. They run for their lives. With that handled, he returns to the plan and uses the firestorm to clear anything blocking the path up the mountain until he hears the screams he wanted. At last, he finds the bandits and soldiers. He has no intention of giving them a break. As the blazing battle rages, a giant appears, furious that his squad has been attacked. His name is Lance, level 260. Lance's presence alone starts putting pressure on the soldiers. But Roken calms them down and says they aren't here to deal with wild beasts. He will handle this one himself. Then he charges in. The bandits are shaken while Lance remains ready and confident. He blocks Roken calmly, thinking this is just some fool he can crush easily. But then he starts feeling the weight of the blow and is forced back by Roken's strength. He doesn't want to waste any more time underestimating him. He slams Lance away with a shoulder charge, leaving him unconscious on top of a rock. His allies are about to rush in, but Lance wakes up and stops them. They have to protect his brother, who is still training alone in seclusion, so he says he'll handle Roken himself. The protagonist only smiles, calm and confident since his fire resistance lets him fight here without concern. Even so, he admits Lance is tough. The man is enduring all this through sheer toughness alone. Knowing a direct clash isn't smart, Roken dodges Lance's strike and pulls back, trusting his timing. He unleashes a blade slash that crashes hard into the ground. Lance only mocks him, saying that kind of power won't be enough. Then he uses a giant crossbow to blast Roken away and chases after him, landing a savage blow to his side. But when the attack passes through, the MC's body bursts into shadows. The real one appears behind him, ready to wipe them all out with everything he has, leaving Lance wrecked. Lance's allies watch in terror as Roken approaches and desperately call for reinforcements. With no better option, they try to distract him by attacking the knights. The protagonist watches that useless move, tells them to stop, and shuts them down with a single bombardment that blows the bandits apart. The survivors try to flee the blasts and begin retreating, but the now fired-up knights cut them off, trapping them with the firestorm. The bandits run wildly toward the mountains, trying to block the army's path by throwing burning trees straight at the troops. Two powerful knights leap forward, smash the trees to pieces, and push straight through them. Then the knights shout that they fight for their country and their families, urging the others that if they have something to protect, they must keep pushing and wipe out the criminals. The whole army surges ahead, fired up but from the ground. The dying Lance forces himself back to his feet, furious that they think they can stop his dream. He refuses to give up and charges, again to stop their advance. But Roken appears behind him, and with a brutal impact that echoes throughout the area, Lance manages to block it, enraged that he was attacked from behind. Roken fires back that a bandit has no right to talk about fighting fairly. Then he leaps into the sky and demands that Randor come out, getting ready to use Bombardier. But at the final second, something catches him off guard, a massive collision. After the impact, Roken steadies himself and sees Lance step out of the smoke. A strange power is changing him, forming a spear of energy. He's furious that the MC has thrown around the king's name. Lance attacks, and as Roken sees the strike coming, he realizes someone besides the furious king can use corrupt power. The spear is about to hit him, and everything vanishes in a huge green explosion. He crashes to the ground, relieved that he dodged the blow. But the real problem is that Lance is wrapped in corruption. That power should belong only to Randor, and even so, Roken has to prepare for the fight, thinking things are changing too much, even if most of the timeline still seems to be on track. The one major difference is Lance having corrupt power, which means someone probably interfered. Meanwhile, Lance roars and unleashes that power, forming a massive spear of corruption. He mocks the human empire as dogs with no will of their own, calling this power the reward for his effort and determination as he drives the attack into the ground, tearing it apart while swearing he'll do anything to stop the enemy until his king arrives. The corrupt force spreads through the land, and as Lance keeps shouting for his men not to fall back, everything around them begins rotting with corruption. He's sick of always being looked down on. The knights see the enemy charging hard, but the strongest among them still look down on them as mere bandits. Leaving their troops in the Emperor's name, they move to wipe out that trash, and both armies finally collide. The battle turns savage. Lance and Rokan clash too, and the protagonist is surprised by how strong his enemy has become. Lance doesn't care what he thinks, and braces for another slash from the MC, which only makes him even angrier. Rokan answers with a mocking laugh. That sends Lance into a rage, and he attacks with such force that dust bursts across the battlefield. He says he won't fall for the same trick twice, then leaps over him and drops a bombardier. Lance, furious, is determined to stop Rokan's advance. He demands that he surrender and die, pouring all his power into another spear attack. It looks like the blow connects, and Lance starts gloating, certain he defeated his arrogant enemy. Then he freezes. He only tore apart one of his own men. Rokan appears behind him, glad to know that all he has to do to move forward is kill him. Lance tries to react, but his weapon is struck, and the impact throws off his spear. That leaves him wide open in front of Rokan, who splits his armor with a single slash. Then Rokan rushes in and finishes him, cutting him apart with hundreds of strikes. Lance smiles as the last of his body explodes. The system doesn't only announce Lance's death, it also warns that Randor has learned what happened. Enraged, he appears immediately, arriving in terrifying fashion and unleashing a thunderous war cry. The soldiers who hear it freeze in place. Under Rokan's excited gaze, the powerful king lets out another roar, then starts walking toward his enemy. He seems surprised that a berserker is the one standing against him, and Rokan confidently confirms it. Looking around, the king sees his fallen brother and the men who died trying to defend what he calls their noble cause. He accuses the protagonist of being nothing more than a nervous dog of the empire, just some rookie berserker. Then Randor bursts into wild laughter, so terrifying that it shakes everyone. Even Rokan is thrown off for a moment and tries to attack, but Randor slams the ground once, and the shockwave forces him back. Even the strongest knights can barely endure it, making them question whether the furious king is even human. Rokan stares in shock as a huge glow of cursed power explodes outward, and an enraged Randor steps out of it, towering over everyone. He warns that none of them will leave alive. Backed by his bandits, he stands against the Imperial army. Randor raises his weapon, and with one swing, he splits several soldiers in half. Rokan and even the strongest knights can only watch in disbelief as Randor speaks to his men. Firing them up, he promises that tonight they will finally see the reward for all their effort. Seeing that the Emperor sent his dogs to slaughter their brothers, he tells them to take up their weapons so those deaths won't be meaningless. Calling himself the Lord of the Mountain, he unleashes his power and shatters the ground around him. He swears that when this battle ends, the mountain will be his, and the bandits charge with savage force, praising their brutal leader and believing in his cause. Their momentum crushes the knight's morale. Randor, saddened by the sight of his brother's fallen spear, decides that death will be repaid. He launches into the sky to take the heads of several knights who can't even react. But in mid-air, something stops him. To the young knights, surprise, it's Rokan. He praises Randor's speech, then reminds him face to face that he is the real opponent here. The two break apart, and Randor looks at him like an annoying pest. He wants to crush quickly, but his attack misses, and that only makes Rokan push even more boldly. That angers the king, who still sees him as a rookie, and decides to test how much he can endure. He pours on more power, roars fiercely, and launches a deadly double throw straight at Rokan. It ends in a huge explosion. The MC emerges from the blast completely unharmed, even praising the quality of Randor's axes. Then he mocks him, saying he should have found a good spear for his brother too. That makes Randor even angrier. Filled with rage, he starts chaining together, slash after slash, hundreds of blows that Rokan keeps dodging in the air, one after another, moving at incredible speed as though he prepared for this fight with the king. Still, he quickly notices this. Enemy is far above Lance, and one casual move sends him flying, making it clear he can't get careless or he'll die. When he sees Randor charging toward him in fury, Rokan escapes with a leap, but the king uses that chance to fill the air with slashes. Certain he's about to finish him, he realizes he may have pushed him too far. With no room to dodge, he uses sudden dance to deflect the attacks. He drops to the ground, his body shaking from the strain. It all feels wrong. In his time, the bandits were barely a threat. Randor was the only real problem before, but now the furious king's corruption has spread to his followers too. Rokan can't believe how far that corruption has grown as the bandits charge soldiers who are growing more frightened by the second. On top of that, Randor is furious that the protagonist ignored him in the middle of the fight. When the king attacks again, the MC barely escapes. Still dazed, he watches as the king boasts that Rokan can never defeat him. He swears that as long as the Promised Land still exists, he will never give up. Then he charges again, and Rokan keeps dodging, confused as he remembers Lance also mentioning a lord who wasn't Randor, but someone else. That makes him think another person is watching the fight, and while slipping past each blow, he accepts that the mission has changed again, so his plan has to change too, leaving him shaken beneath the king's non-stop attacks. Then Randor rises into the air and uses a spinning technique. It forms a storm of energy that shoots straight at Rokan, but he's ready this time. If he wants to learn who is really behind everything, he'll have to kill them all, and with one clean swing of his sword, he stops Randor cold, leaving him wounded. And humiliated by the hit, full of rage, Randor begins forming a giant orb of dark energy, then steps inside it, setting off a blinding flash. From it, Rokan sees an evolved Randor emerge, falling into a complete frenzy, laughing like a madman while promising to wipe them all out for good. Then he unleashes a double strike that tears through everything in its path, forcing Rokan back. He barely escapes, darting through the rubble at full speed. But then hundreds of stakes start appearing in the sky as the king tries to crush the hero's pride by filling him with holes. Rokan barely manages to survive, blocking and dodging Randor's brutal barrage however he can. As he watches the corruption make the king stronger and stronger, he realizes he can barely hold on and starts thinking about using berserker mode. Randor only laughs harder as he sees the protagonist wearing down. The MC knows it too, barely enduring the blows as he realizes he made a serious miscalculation. The soldiers can handle the corrupted bandits, but if the maniac before him breaks through, he'll slaughter hundreds of them. At last, unable to hold out any longer, he gets thrown straight into a wall, and from there, he barely manages to stand again. Randor proudly walks toward him and tells him to surrender if he wants a peaceful end. Otherwise, he'll hang Rokan's head as a trophy. Even exhausted, he decides it's time to end this, shouting for everyone to fall back. That stuns the soldiers under his command, who have no intention of leaving alive if it means their general can escape. But Roken tells them they have it wrong. What he really wants is for them to get away so they won't be caught in the crossfire. And then he unleashes Berserker mode. With his largest axe in hand, he's ready to give everything. Shocked that he still intends to fight to the end, Randor charges again with all his power, splitting a massive rock in half, but Roken is already behind him, making the king even angrier over that trick and starting a massive clash. Grinning like maniacs, the two pull apart, and Randor uses his chain strike again, filling the sky with hundreds of axes that annoys the hero. Randor is really spamming the same move again, so he counters with his clones, who grab as many weapons as they can while falling to the ground before rushing at full speed toward the king. Laughing wildly, Randor treats them like dead men and charges straight at them. Roken sees that, savage as he looks, every one of the king's attacks aims to kill, ripping heads and hearts from the clones with ease, and that helps the hero figure out his pattern. This is a fight between berserkers. He only needs to block the strikes aimed at his head or heart and endure the rest as long as he can. So he waits for one opening in that massive clash, go for the king's head while both spray blood into the air with every hit. Randor can't believe the satisfied smile on Roken's face as he keeps waiting for the perfect moment. Shocked, the king attacks with everything he has, but the protagonist barely dodges it. By then, Randor's lifeless eye makes it clear he is moving on pure instinct. His body is starting to give in to the corruption, and to Roken, that means the end has come. He activates Corruption Hunter, and at once the entire area turns red as he summons a massive scythe. Without hesitation, he goes straight for the king's head, then tears away his weapons piece by piece, leaving the king like a broken doll. Roken stands tall in victory, even as the king's severed head mutters its final words, unable to believe he lost. Then the MC gets his rewards, the corruption trial, and a level up. Now he's being watched by terrified bandits who can't believe what they just saw. Even though Roken only sees them as ordinary bandits, their corruption vanishes the moment the king falls. He decides to use them for experience and jumps back into battle just for fun. Later, exhausted, he returns to camp, where the soldiers welcome him with joy, glad he's safe and that he protected them. But the hero doesn't want praise. He tells them to clean up while he gets some rest. He still can't stop thinking about the mysterious person they mentioned, so he questions the stragglers, but none of them say anything useful. He figures it all has to be connected to the mission, though that train of thought disappears when a sound suddenly catches his attention. He goes to investigate, thinking enemies have appeared, but finds only two children hiding there. A woman comes running toward them in panic, and the children are apparently named Nick and Lily. The children run to hug their mother as a confused crowd gathers around, seemingly looking for Roken. Later, beside a bonfire, the village chief thanks the hero for defeating the bandits who invaded and took over their home. Those bandits kept growing in number until driving them out became impossible. Then the brave knight Roken arrived to save them, and the chief, along with the rest of the villagers, thanked him by offering their village as shelter. One of the knights asks him to accept so the wounded can finally rest, even so he isn't fully convinced because, for a village supposedly crushed by bandits, the people look too happy, too organized, and too healthy. He suspected they might be caught up in some undiscovered event, so he stayed alert. Then a woman ran over, worried that some of the knights might be hurt. She was a saint. Roken didn't trust her at all, and later, the girl explained that she had gone to the site of the forest fire, and when she returned, the villagers told her the knights had defeated the bandits. Hearing that, she burst into tears of relief and joy because she never thought they could hold out much longer The villagers gathered around to comfort her, and once she calmed down, she thanked Rakan directly. He simply said he was only doing his duty. The villagers then suggested that now the bandits were gone, she could help heal the soldiers, some of whom were already captivated by her beauty, and the chief assured the protagonist that the blonde's powers were amazing. They had first learned that after the bandits came to the village and began brutally looting every place they could, ignoring the pleas of the innocent villagers, who begged them to at least leave enough for them to survive. The children were already close to starving to death, but the bandits didn't care. One woman did, though. She thought the whole situation was awful. That blonde girl and the bandits mocked her for not understanding how the world worked. They even tried to hurt her, but she fought back by smashing them hard with her staff. She had decided to stop them from hurting anyone else, hoping everyone would start helping one another. So she stayed in the village and ended up caught in one fight after another. Still, more and more bandits kept appearing, either attacking her directly or waiting until she was gone to strike. Eventually, the villagers begged her to leave the village, which was almost destroyed, and many of them wanted to flee. But the smiling saint told them not to think that way because this place was their home, and she promised she'd find a way to stand against the bandits. She said the harder things became, the more they needed to stay united. That inspired them to change their thinking. They built a wall and armed themselves to fight back. For a while, they actually drove the bandits back, and with the saint's powers, they also managed to heal many badly wounded people. But things kept getting worse until the Imperial Knights arrived, thanked them for holding on, and said they would rebuild the village, now asking them to celebrate with them that night. Then the saint offered to heal the knights with a bright, warm aura